Hey everyone, this is What If Fan. While reviewing the earlier videos, I noticed a few issues, so I've gone ahead and made corrections. This is the fourth part of the revised version of What If There Was a Different Luffy. You can find the fanfic's title and the original author's name in the description below, so be sure to check it out and support the creator. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you never miss an upload. Alright, let's dive in. Chapter 41, Baratai 04. Third-person POV. Baratai, East Blue. Somewhere on the sea, East Blue. Hey, why is my cook wasting food on a dead man? Luffy casually inquired as he appeared at his side, unnoticed by anyone, without anyone having time to react. A heavy silence hung in the atmosphere, echoing like a verdict after the spoken words. The most dumbfounded person was Don Krieg, wondering if he had heard correctly. HM? What did you say? The pirate in question squinted at Luffy. You didn't hear? Luffy mocked before continuing. I said there's no reason to waste food on a dead man. Am I not right? Luffy calmly looked at the pirate, his words laden with disdain. Are you insane? Racoon couldn't help but speak, finding the man's behavior quite reckless. Uttering such words only served to escalate the already tense situation. HM? Do you know who I am? Who are you to speak like this to the strongest man in the world? Krieg spoke angrily, as if his reputation meant little to this unknown figure with a straw hat on his back. Unfazed by the tension in the air, Luffy, with a mocking smile, responded. His name is Monkey D. Luffy, a rookie pirate with a bounty of 10 million berries. Jin, still on the ground after being punched by his own captain, intervened, providing information that could further stir the tense atmosphere. 10 million? Haha, he must be quite ruthless then. Krieg replied, showing a disdainful smile. Luffy was intrigued by the pirate's reaction. I have a proposal that can save your life after those bold words. If you join me in the Grand Line under my command, I'll forgive you for everything you said and let you live. Krieg offered, with a greedy smile, hoping to attract a new recruit to his crew. Let me live? Are you kidding me? Luffy looked at the pirate as if he were staring at a fool clad in armor. Let me tell you something, Don Krieg. Do you think you have qualifications to subjugate me? You can't even fight in the Grand Line, just a failure who ran away after being kicked. The strongest man in the world? You have ambitions you'll never achieve. Luffy said calmly as he began to walk towards the man at a slow pace, a challenging smile on his face. Don Krieg, still recovering from the shock of hearing Luffy's mockery, responded with a mix of anger and disbelief. You damn rookie, think you can belittle the great Don Krieg? I have a fleet. Men. Weapons. Nothing can surpass my power. Luffy, maintaining his serene expression, retorted. A fleet, men, and weapons, is that all you think you need to be the strongest? The Grand Line is not so forgiving, my dear. Here, real strength means more than a number of followers or an arsenal. It means facing challenges that make others tremble. Are you ready for that, Don Krieg? Enraged, Krieg tried to maintain a confident pose. You're just an insolent kid with a bounty of 10 million. I'll show you what happens when you dare to challenge the great Don Krieg. Luffy, now just a few steps away, responded with an ironic smile. Show me, then. I'm looking forward to seeing if there's any real substance behind all these empty threats. I've made up my mind, I'll kill you here and now. Don Krieg roared, fueled by fury. Luffy's comments about his failure in the Grand Line hit him like a direct blow to his already wounded pride. He completely ignored the recruitment idea, focusing only on annihilating the challenger. No longer caring about any possibility of recruitment, Luffy continued his approach, triggering an impulsive reaction from Don Krieg, who threw a powerful punch towards the man in the straw hat. Dodge that. Racoon, closer to the scene, expressed disapproval urgently. Boom. Luffy showed no interest in evading, absorbing the impact directly, without retreating an inch. Silence settled for a moment, interrupted by Luffy's calm and mocking voice. Is that all? The strength of the strongest man in the world? What a joke! His words hung in the air, echoing the apparent inadequacy of Krieg's attack. What? Krieg instinctively stepped back a few meters, surprised by Luffy's seemingly unyielding resistance to the blow. The proud self-proclaimed strongest man in the world now found himself perplexed in the face of the rookie pirate's audacity and confidence. Even facing my blows without showing any reaction, this punch wasn't a joke. He didn't even move an inch. Reiju exclaimed, impressed and incredulous at what she had just witnessed. This man doesn't seem to be joking. Zeph was stunned by Luffy's apparent impassiveness in the face of the received blow. Even in his days as a pirate, few could afford to resist such a ruthless strike as if it were nothing, and most of them would be composed of monsters from the Grand Line, not by a seemingly random man who had emerged out of nowhere in this unknown sea. Let me show you what you didn't learn in the Grand Line. Luffy smiled and said calmly, completely ignoring the bewilderment around him. Shii asterisk. With a cutting sound of wind, similar to the use of sorrow, Luffy tilted his heels and appeared in front of Krieg. The pirate, realizing the proximity of danger, quickly raised a cape with iron spikes to protect himself. Luffy, however, didn't stop, launching another punch towards his opponent. Krieg, who had initially sported a confident smile, watched in surprise as Luffy's fist pierced through his spikes, effortlessly destroying them as it advanced through his defense. Boom asterisk. The punch went through the spikes and hit Krieg's armor, cracking and denting it easily with Luffy's impressive strength and speed. The pirate captain was thrown, stunned and yelling, towards the opposite wall. Collision asterisk. The wall near the door exploded as Don Krieg flew like a projectile in that direction. Don Krieg! Jin shouted alarmed on the ground, witnessing his captain, whom he considered invincible, being thrown so easily. That was fast. Yamato commented at the table, as they, the only present customers, watched the scene as if it were a spectacle. They knew Luffy's style and anticipated his action. Luffy is truly a monster. Usopp couldn't help but express his admiration. Is that the bad guy? But Luffy-sama defeated him so easily. Shirahoshi tried to understand the complexity of the situation. Why am I surprised? Kuina murmured, observing a scene that, since coming back to life, had repeated itself many times. He didn't even break a sweat. Nami commented, lost in her own thoughts. Brother Luffy is so amazing. Johnny and Yasaku exclaimed in unison. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Zeph laughed as he looked at Luffy's back. I'll charge you for the damages to the restaurant, heard? Zeph warned Luffy, not forgetting to emphasize his concern for the establishment. Reiju, in turn, couldn't articulate any comments in the face of what she had witnessed. Do you think you can defeat me? Krieg's voice emerged from the wreckage of the destroyed wall, and he appeared again in front of Luffy. Boom asterisk. Everything in the broken place rose as Krieg reappeared. His forehead was bleeding, and one hand supported the spot where he had taken the blow. The armor was sunk into his chest, and the expression of pain was evident. Krieg looked at Luffy with hatred, gritting his teeth tightly. I will kill you. Krieg declared, while Luffy just stared at him indifferently, waiting for the next act of this unlikely spectacle. Okay, I heard you. But can you wait a bit? There's an event about to happen right now. Luffy said calmly, diverting his attention from Krieg and turning to the pirate ship visible through the entrance of the place. You dare ignore me. I will kill everyone here. A furious Don Krieg roared, raising his hands and preparing to release poisonous gas into the restaurant through a pipe in his armor. Luffy, however, completely ignored the threat. His attention was still focused outside the restaurant, and he continued, saying, Zoro, Kuina, look at the ship. You're about to see the greatest swordsman in the world in action, Dracula Mihawk. He shouted to his companions at the table. What? Both Zoro and Kuina were surprised by the revelation and immediately turned their gaze to the ship, trying to identify who Luffy was mentioning. What? Don Krieg also couldn't help but exclaim, recognizing the name with anger and fear, his worst nightmare since entering the Grand Line, had he followed him to this sea? The strongest swordsman in the world? It was the general amazement, both from Krieg's companions and the restaurant patrons. It wasn't something you saw every day, and even Zeph was astonished. Everyone turned to observe Don Krieg's battleship. The expectation in the air was palpable, and it didn't take long for the action to begin. Cut, asterisk. Suddenly, lines appeared in the air, moving with agility and precision across the pirate ship. A second passed, and under the astonished gaze of everyone, the lines opened, cutting through the ship as if it were butter, tracing impressive straight lines. Boom asterisk. What? A collective exclamation escaped from everyone present, surprised by the incredible demonstration of skill and mastery. The almost instantaneous destruction of the pirate ship left a lasting impression, spreading shock and admiration throughout the area. Don Krieg couldn't help but express his astonishment in front of Luffy, realizing that the man who had destroyed his fleet days ago was also present. He really followed me here? He murmured again, fearing the presence of Mihawk. Anyway, you're no longer needed, so die. Luffy, seeing the spectacle before him, turned his attention back to Krieg, aware that he was no longer useful there. Luffy took a coin from his pocket and flicked it towards Don Krieg. Moa Moa no Mi, speed, apply 30 times. SHII asterisk. The coin flew towards the pirate before he could react, piercing through his head and making him fall backward immediately. No one noticed when he died, as attention was focused on the small raft with green sails. A lone man was in the middle of it, with a massive sword on his back, one of the 12 Supreme, the black blade known as Yoru. Captain! Luffy heard Zoro suddenly. Luffy diverted his attention from Don Krieg's lifeless body and turned to Zoro. Let me challenge this man. I want to prove that I'm the strongest swordsman in the world. He said with determination. You? Kuina expressed surprise at his side. She also wanted to challenge Mihawk, but she knew she was 11 years behind and recognized that Zoro was stronger than her currently. Luffy watched the scene and let out a deep sigh. You can challenge him, and even if I say you're not ready now, I know you would defy my orders anyway. The only thing I'll ask is, just don't die. Luffy expressed calmly, understanding Zoro's ambitions and aware that the swordsman could find death there. Without wasting time, Zoro hurriedly stood up from the table and headed determinedly towards the restaurant's entrance. Mihawk, navigating among the wreckage of ships towards the restaurant, paid no attention to the countless low-level pirates in despair around him, clinging to the few parts of the battleship that were still intact. Mihawk, who had been watching Don Krieg the whole time, was surprised when the pirate was killed by a small object flying towards his head amidst the chaos. He immediately captured some familiar element. That hat. He immediately recognized Shanks' hat being worn by the man who had just eliminated his target. Dracula Mihawk. Suddenly, he heard his name being shouted with determination, diverting his attention from Luffy. He looked to the side. Zoro emerged from the restaurant with determination and shouted. Mihawk saw where a green-haired man on the restaurant's deck was staring at him as if he had found a treasure. The determined expression on Zoro's face revealed his intention to face the legendary Dracula Mihawk, the greatest swordsman in the world. A child. Mihawk murmured, surprised. Dracula Mihawk. I'm here to face you. Exclaimed Zoro, jumping from the restaurant to the wreckage and running towards Mihawk. Mihawk observed in silence. I'm here to face you. Shouted Zoro again, continuing his charge. Your title of the strongest swordsman in the world will soon belong to me. He declared with determination, displaying a confident smile. What a naive child. Commented Mihawk, seeing before him a fool full of determination. Chapter 42 Baratai 05. Third-person POV. Baratai, East Blue. I'm here to face you. He said and continued. Your title of the world's strongest swordsman will belong to me soon. He spoke with determination and a confident smile. What a naive child. Mihawk couldn't help but comment, seeing a fool in front of him. Mihawk paid meticulous attention to Zoro, his sharp eyes registering every movement of the swordsman who had just issued a challenge. A cold and unperturbed expression adorned the face of the legendary Dracul Mihawk as he analyzed the green-haired youth before him. The eyes of the world's greatest swordsman seemed to penetrate Zoro's skills and determination, evaluating him in a silence that echoed with the intensity of the imminent battle. Faced with this penetrating gaze, Zoro couldn't contain his anger. "Don't underestimate me," he shouted in response to Mihawk's words, his emotions boiling in the face of the renowned swordsman's arrogance. "Underestimate? I am merely observing a cub entering the forest wanting to be at the top of the mountain, without understanding the truths of the sea. To me, he is just a naive child," retorted Mihawk calmly, finding it peculiar how someone so inexperienced in this sea could be so audacious and, at the same time, so blind. Determined to prove his worth, Zoro responded angrily, I will show you that you're wrong." The words came loaded with determination, echoing on the restaurant's deck alongside the murmurs of those witnessing the intensity of the impending clash. "Zoro!" Kuina murmured, observing the scene alongside the other crew members. As the realization dawned on everyone around, they finally noticed Don Krieg's death as they directed their attention to Mihawk. They emerged from the initial state of shock to realize that the fearsome pirate had silently fallen, a victim of a fatal blow to the head that had gone unnoticed. "But, what happened?" a waiter murmured, his wide-eyed gaze reflecting shock. "Is he really dead?" questioned another, unable to believe the scene before his eyes. "Don Krieg!" Jin lamented as he ran to the lifeless body on the floor. Usopp, standing next to Luffy, observed the reactions of the people around and couldn't help but comment, "Looks like the fight wasn't as balanced as we imagined." Luffy didn't respond, his attention was on Zoro at that moment. While astonishment took hold of the environment, some began to exchange glances, trying to comprehend how such a feared man could be defeated so suddenly and discreetly. The ensuing silence was punctuated only by the subtle murmur of the crowd processing the scene before them. Kuina left the table and went towards Luffy, concerned about Zoro. She broke the silence by questioning Luffy, whose gaze remained fixed on the restaurant's deck, where everyone began to gather to witness the unfolding sword duel after processing that Don Krieg was dead. "He's not ready for this fight, is he?" she asked. Luffy, equally focused, replied calmly, "No, he will lose and be humiliated, maybe even killed." Luffy's words alarmed Nami, who went to them, and she hurriedly suggested, Hey, shouldn't we stop him then?" Concern in Nami's voice was evident in the face of the dark prospect looming in the imminent duel. "We can't, even if I tried to put some reason into Zoro, he has his own determinations and dreams, even if it's foolish to die in his first attempt to pursue this dream. He is determined to die here, chasing his ambitions." Luffy commented, and everyone could only remain silent, turning their attention to the duel, or if they could call it a duel, in the next few minutes. Zoro stood on the wreckage of the ship, his slender figure denoting an aura of determination and fury. Meanwhile, Mihawk observed him with a serene expression, almost as if he were contemplating a mere 10-year-old boy, completely unaware of the challenge he had thrown. "Come and fight!" Zoro shouted, anger reflected in his eyes. "Well, then, let's see what you're capable of, pup." Mihawk mocked, gracefully leaping from his raft to the area where Zoro was positioned. "Don't underestimate me," Zoro retorted, his fury amplified when Mihawk drew a small knife from his neck, indicating that he would face Zoro only with that modest instrument. "You must be joking." Kuina responded, perplexed, next to Luffy on the deck. Luffy couldn't help but mock her, "You've only stayed in the East Blue your whole life. It's time to see how we are ants compared to the great powers of this world." His attention was fixed on the imminent fight, his eyes analyzing every movement. Returning to the scene of the fight, Zoro placed his main sword between his teeth while raising the other two in each hand. "Don't blame me if you get hurt," Zoro said, mocking as he advanced toward Mihawk, who awaited the attack with unshakable calm. What unfolded next shocked most of the spectators present at Baratai, including Krieg's defeated pirates. Zoro, having a clear view of the scene, was even more astonished than anyone else. His three-sword strike was halted by the knife in Mihawk's hand as soon as it touched the modest weapon. Zoro could hardly believe what he was seeing, but his disbelief did not prevent him from persisting in the battle. A dizzying exchange of high-speed blows unfolded, with Zoro attempting to hit his target unsuccessfully. Mihawk, on the other hand, toyed with the former bounty hunter, sporting a mocking smile on his face. Surprisingly, Mihawk didn't need to take a single step to dodge Zoro's attacks. With only one arm holding that small knife, he skillfully parried each blow, leaving the audience bewildered and humiliated as they witnessed Zoro being so clearly outmatched. Baratie fell silent in the face of the display of disparity between the two swordsmen. "He doesn't even stand a chance," Yamato said calmly, surprised by Mihawk's skill. She continued, expressing her thoughts in the face of the gradual revelation. "And to think there are others so powerful in the sea." Her voice reflected disbelief. This revelation wasn't a surprise to Luffy, considering Yamato's isolated life context in a closed country where her own father blocked information about the outside world. She wasn't aware of many sea monsters that could rival Kaido. "Is he really that strong?" Nami asked, seeking to understand the extent of Mihawk's power. "I'm not sure of the extent of his power, but I wouldn't doubt that he could cut Syrup Village Island in half with a single strike," Luffy said, shocking everyone with this impressive revelation. "What?" Usopp was the first to shout, expressing his amazement. "Is our difference really that vast?" Kuina couldn't help but tremble at the possibility of such a wide power gap. The realization of the discrepancy between Zoro and Mihawk was disturbing for everyone present at Baratie. "Are there people at that level of power?" Nami exclaimed in fear as well. "He's just one of the tips. There are many people in that category who are classified as the true monsters, and it's this group of beings that dominates the sea. Kuina, your dream is to surpass him, even knowing what kind of monster he is now. Will you give up on your dream?" Luffy asked, crossing his arms, his gaze fixed on Kuina, wanting to see her determination after imagining Mihawk's power. I will surpass him, no matter how many years I have to train or how many scars will be drawn on my body," she said, showing a determined look after a moment of hesitation. "Great, I would like to see your progress to the top of this world then. I'm sure Mihawk expects that too, because it must be lonely always being at the top. Besides, usually, you stagnate when there are no rivals to compare your skills to," Luffy said, thinking that after Shanks lost his arm, he must have regressed quite a bit in his fencing, and that must have frustrated Mihawk since the world's greatest swordsman seemed to consider him a rival. Turning his attention back to the fight, Zoro was finally acknowledged by Mihawk at this moment. After a few blows and exchanged words, which showed a smile as he took Yoro from his back to face the young swordsman for the first time with recognition. A blow followed as the two crossed swords, breaking all of Zoro's ordinary swords a second later. Recognizing his defeat, Zoro opened his arms to Mihawk and said the same words as in the anime. "It's a shame for a swordsman to have a cut on his back," he said without removing the smile from his face. Admiring this, Mihawk struck Zoro head on a moment later. "Zoro! This! Zoro-sama!" Luffy's companions exclaimed with this, but Luffy looked at Yamato and said, "What does your haki say? Was it a life-threatening injury?" he asked. "No, it was superficial, although it will leave a beautiful scar," Yamato said. "Well, Johnny, let's get Zoro and take him out of there. Yamato, you come with me. Let's see what the difference is between us and the true monsters of this world," Luffy announced, jumping from the deck toward the space where Mihawk was with Zoro fallen. He grabbed a dazed Johnny as he advanced. Crack asterisk. Mihawk didn't need to look to identify who had approached, keeping his gaze fixed on Zoro lying down. "Johnny, take Zoro and take care of that wound," he instructed, and Johnny promptly lifted Zoro's body, quickly retreating from the scene like a rocket. He didn't want to stand in front of the world's greatest swordsman, especially after everything he had heard and seen. "You are." Mihawk finally diverted his gaze to the newcomer, assessing Luffy. "He must be eyeing the hat on my back, but it doesn't matter," Luffy thought, responding confidently and without hesitation in the face of this imposing monster. "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will dominate the seas," Luffy declared calmly. A bold statement, especially coming from a child of the weakest sea. Mihawk commented calmly. Oh? My swordsman fought you. Let me see the strength of the one who stands among the top of this world. Luffy stared at Mihawk without hesitation. Watching this, Mihawk couldn't help but have a peculiar gleam in his eyes. It seems that this journey to this sea is quite enjoyable. I didn't think I would encounter such peculiar children, he said, but Luffy ignored the comment. Anyway, you don't mind fighting against two at the same time, do you? Luffy calmly questioned, receiving silence as Mihawk's response, who didn't need to say a word. Boom, asterisk. An explosion on the wood, in the middle of the sea, echoed next to Luffy, and Yamato arrived ready to fight, her kanabo resting on her shoulder. Interesting. So, show me your determinations, children. Let's see if you are fit to dominate the seas in the upcoming era. Mihawk declared, assuming a combat position with Yoro raised. He acknowledged that he couldn't underestimate the two in front of him. What surprised him more was the presence of the white-haired, horned woman. She was too powerful to be in this sea or even in the first part of the Grand Line. The same thought applied to the boy Shanks constantly praised. Here, he proved to be much more formidable than Mihawk initially imagined, considering that the boy should be only 17 years old but now looked like an incredibly powerful man, far from being underestimated, even as a rookie. Luffy took his saber from the holster on his waist, which looked like a scimitar for the first time since he bought it at the system store. He didn't know anything about fencing until now, but he could learn a little from this fight. Aware of her opponent's immense strength, Yamato assumed a serious posture. Mihawk might not be as ruthless as Kaido, but she recognized that she couldn't underestimate the swordsman. Although she couldn't predict the outcome of a deathmatch between them, she knew that Mihawk was capable of cutting her club in two, making him a formidable opponent. Let's start. Luffy announced, an amethyst glow enveloping his body, while Yamato radiated a white aura. The tension in the air indicated that the battle was about to begin. Chapter 43, Baratai 06. Third-person POV. Baratai, East Blue. Somewhere in the sea, East Blue. Luffy drew his saber from the holster on his waist, which looked like a scimitar for the first time since he bought it at the system store. He didn't know anything about fencing until now, but he could learn a little from this fight. Yamato, knowing that her opponent was very powerful, took it seriously as well. Mihawk might not be as tough as Kaido, but she couldn't see who would win in a deathmatch. Still, she knew that this man could really cut through that club, so he wasn't an easy opponent. Let's start. Luffy announced, enveloping his body in an amethyst aura, while Yamato had a white aura. Regarding the silence that enveloped the area, only a strong wind echoed as a man and a woman radiated vibrant colors, facing the iconic swordsman before them. He kept his sword raised, patiently awaiting the unique display that would unfold before his eyes, aware that it was a rare spectacle, even for him. Luffy, wearing only dark pants and a boot, proudly displayed his pirate cloak with the Jolly Roger as his body was enveloped in intense purple flames. The flames, amidst an amethyst aura, gave him a wild elegance, highlighting his scarlet eyes that glowed with determination for the battle. Since Yamato wasn't entirely clear in the description, I made an interpretation. If adjustments are needed, please let me know. Beside him, Yamato also radiated intensely. A frigid aura, tinged with white, completely enveloped her. These two auras turned the atmosphere into chaos, creating winds that swept through the entire environment. The scene left all spectators stunned, while Krieg's pirates closest to them fled in terror, even though they were hungry and weakened. What is this? Usopp exclaimed in the group watching from the restaurant, his eyes widened at the spectacle of amethyst flames and icy aura. Hey, where does this come from? How can they shine like this? Reiju also asked, stunned, trying to understand the origin of that impressive power. They are devil fruit users. Zeph answered for her, but his surprise was no less as his eyes remained fixed on the imminent battle about to unfold. Fruits that give people powers just by eating them, like in legends? Patty exclaimed beside him, perplexed by the revelation. Yes, although I don't know what kind of devil fruits they have, this explains a lot about the man's strength, who even killed Krieg while no one was looking. Zeph said, his eyes still glued to the imminent fight. Do you know which fruits they ate, Kuina-sama? Shirahoshi asked, curious about the origin of Luffy and Yamato's extraordinary powers. I don't know, it has always been a mystery to all of us. We only know that Luffy can create powerful flames, and Yamato can freeze even the sea. Kuina replied. Despite being one of Luffy's closest associates, he never fully revealed his potential, limiting himself to fighting with Yamato and using some powers, nothing compared to the spectacle unfolding before them. Yamato told me once they each ate a kind of mythical Zoan, although I don't know what that means. It must be worth a lot of money. Nami commented, causing a surprised expression on Zeph at the unusual revelation. Mythical Zoan? Are you really serious? He exclaimed, looking quite frightened, drawing the attention of the other spectators. What's the big deal, old man? Does that mean something? Reiju asked, finding his reaction strange. Listen, stinky brat, there are 3 types of devil fruits, Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan. He began to explain, gaining even more attention from everyone, even though they continued to focus on the auras covering Luffy, Yamato, and the sound of the wind blowing around. And he continued to speak. Pay attention. Paramecia grants strange powers, ranging from creating an invisible barrier to slowing down a target with lightning. Each fruit imposes a power limit, but that doesn't mean you can't become powerful, even if the ability initially seems weak. It all depends on the user and their imagination as they develop the fruit's ability. The Logias are considered invincible, as they transform the user into an element. Not only does the user acquire the power of that element, but their body also becomes elemental, making them immune to physical damage, he said, gaining astonishment from his audience. But, as much as the body is elemental, there are many countermeasures to fight them. Now, about the Zoans, there is the Zoan fruit category, which transforms the user into an animal, but it can vary into 3 more categories in this classification. Let me explain. There are the common ones, which transform into any existing animal. Right after these, the ancient Zoans, which have the ability to transform into even more powerful animals, usually ancient and extinct or nearly extinct species in this world. They grant much more power to the user than the common ones. However, there is a 3rd category of Zoans that makes you transform into a legend, the mythical Zoans. Does that mean they are that powerful? Reiju couldn't help but let her cigarette fall from her mouth at this moment. If we take the power level classifications of devil fruits, I would put it in this order: common Zoans, Paramecias, ancient Zoans, Logias, and the most powerful and rare of all, naturally, the mythical Zoans. They are so rare that I heard you can count on your fingers how many users of them exist and that we know of, as far as the world has shown. Zeph said, looking closely at Luffy and Yamato. Now, here, in this sea, in front of my restaurant, after retiring as a pirate, 2 mythical Zoans appeared in a single crew. I'm sure that would shock the world if it appeared in a newspaper the next day. He said, gaining the astonished look of all listeners. He wasn't the only one with this thought. Meanwhile, Mihawk was attentively observing his opponents. His sharp eyes analyzed every detail of Luffy and Yamato's extraordinary transformations, while his words echoed in the atmospheric chaos. 2 mythical Zoans, I never expected that, even in the New World. What are the chances of witnessing something like this? It's like asking to put Sengoku to fight Kaido, or a war between Whitebeard's crew and the Beast Pirates. Something that would only happen in an event that would shake the world. Mihawk said, narrowing his eyes, his impassive expression contrasting with the turmoil around him. Now I'm seeing newly arrived pirates with such power under the same flag. First that fascinating swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, who, despite being weak, has spirit and could become a challenge in the future if he doesn't die. Now I'm seeing these 2 users with powers that only those at the top of the world possess. Mihawk muttered, fascinated, letting his emotion show. In a moment of pure admiration, he couldn't contain the shout that escaped his lips. My name is Dracula Mihawk, tell me your names. He shouted to his opponents, as a recognition as he did with Zoro until a moment ago. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy said calmly, but his voice was heard thanks to his powers altering the sound. Yamato! Shouted the woman shrouded in the white aura. The auras persisted for a few more precious seconds, announcing the start of the metamorphoses that would unfold in the bodies of Luffy and Yamato. Luffy's transformation was something magnificent to witness. His skin gained a purple hue, muscles slightly expanded, and peculiar scales emerged, forming a unique armor. These scales adorned his hands and waist, giving him an imposing appearance. On his head, 2 horns appeared, curving backward, while amethyst flames danced around his figure. Surprisingly, this time, no wings or an extension of his hair emerged, but the metamorphosis was so impressive that it left his adversary before him with eyes wide open, absorbing every detail of this extraordinary transformation. The woman, surrounded by an icy aura, underwent an equally surprising metamorphosis. Her skin turned into white fur, simulating a layer of freshly fallen snow. Pointed ears emerged while horns grew, taking on longer tips on her forehead. She acquired the form of a humanoid wolf, replacing her feet with animalistic paws. Her hair grew even more, and a white, icy line drew a half-circle on her back. Both auras, with their contrasting elements of amethyst fire and ice, created a magnificent vortex, highlighting the grandeur of the transformations occurring in their beings. The spectacle was hypnotic, capturing the attention of all spectators as they witnessed this demonstration of extraordinary power. Incredible, 2 mythical Zoans. This is truly surprising, especially for newcomers in such a weak sea. Mihawk pronounced these words even more excitedly. He really never expected this. He still wondered when he could see something like this in the New World, but ended up witnessing it in a simple amusement of hunting a weak pirate to this sea. The auras suddenly disappeared, revealing the 2 transformed individuals, who in everyone's opinion were no longer human, which also left them quite frightened. A resplendent layer, emanating elemental power, covered various parts of their bodies, plunging the area into a silence charged with tension. Is that Luffy-sama?" exclaimed Shirahoshi, her eyes widening in pure disbelief. "My god, can they transform into this? Are these the most powerful devil fruits?" Usopp asked, surprise stamped on his face, unable to contain the question bubbling in his mind. The silence was abruptly interrupted by the distinctive sound of an ouch, uttered by some spectator, expressing their own perplexity at the unexpected transformation. The murmur of surprise and astonished whispers swept through the environment, creating an atmosphere of amazement and anticipation as everyone processed what they had just witnessed, while spectators tried to understand Luffy and Yamato's stunning transformations. Is it real?" Nami asked, her eyes showing perplexity. "I knew they were powerful, but this is something else," Kuina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with a mix of respect and fascination. "I didn't expect this even in my wildest dreams," Usopp commented, still processing what his eyes witnessed. Reiju, who was closer to the front line, couldn't hide her surprise. "These powers are almost unbelievable." As the reactions unfolded, Mihawk, the silent observer, finally spoke. "Impressive, these youngsters have more than just strength. They have the potential to change the tides of this era." Yamato, in her humanoid wolf form, let out a soft growl, demonstrating her readiness for the approaching battle. The wind, now laden with the energy of the 2 mythical Zoans, echoed through the surroundings, intensifying the already charged atmosphere. "Old man, you don't seem to be joking. I feel my instincts screaming not to get closer to them more than to that swordsman," Reiju exclaimed beside him. "Don't be fooled, brat. They are powerful, no doubt, but unlike the wild aura they emit, Mihawk is much more controlled, so you have the impression that the 2 are stronger. But don't forget they are in front of the world's strongest swordsman. Even that kid who stole you knows he can't win this fight. He said it himself before starting his transformation." Zeph said calmly. "Who said he stole me?" Reiju shouted angrily as Zeph still insisted on something she didn't agree with. "They are going to start," Kuina shouted, and all eyes turned back to the fight, which was about to begin. Chapter 44, Baratai 07. Third-person POV. Baratai, East Blue. "Old man, you don't seem to be joking. I feel my instincts screaming not to get closer to them more than that swordsman," Reiju exclaimed by the side. "Don't be fooled, brat. They are powerful, no doubt about it, but unlike the wild aura they emit, Mihawk is much more controlled. That's why you have the impression that the 2 of them are stronger. But don't forget they are in front of the world's strongest swordsman. Even that kid who stole you knows he can't win this fight," he himself said that before starting his transformation. Zeph said calmly. Who said he stole me? Rager shouted angrily as Zeph still insisted on something she didn't agree with. They're going to start. Kuina shouted, and all eyes turned back to the fight, which was about to begin. Luffy felt a profound metamorphosis sweep through his existence. His senses, sharpened in an unusual way, perceived the world around him in an intensified manner. Each beat of his heart seemed to resonate like a distant boom, and the air had a sharper texture. It was as if he had acquired a more intimate connection with the environment around him. Although he couldn't witness his own transformation, the perception of the change was imprinted in every fiber of his being. The astonished expressions on the faces of the spectators indicated that something extraordinary was happening. His body seemed to pulsate with an unknown energy, making him feel several times stronger than he had ever imagined. The heartbeats, now amplified in his perception, kept pace with the rhythm of his new form. The feeling of power emanated from the flames like waves of heat, and Luffy felt intimately connected to this fiery force that enveloped him. Phase 2 of his transformation had not only altered his appearance, it had amplified his sensations and instincts, preparing him for the imminent challenge. This sensory intensification created a visceral symphony in his mind, fueling his passion for violent battle. Every muscle, every fiber of his being was charged with formidable energy, and he yearned for the opportunity to test this new power against the opponent before him. It was Ifrit's own influence over him. Flames began to dance violently on parts of his body. Come on, Yamato, Luffy uttered in a calm tone, yet his voice carried a gravity and wisdom that transcended his age. Without hesitation, he took the first step, and as if disappearing in the blink of an eye, materialized in front of Mihawk. His figure raised the sword, ready to strike the first blow. After avoiding the transformation, his first decision was to boost his speed, an acceleration that defied comprehension. Moving as if he had mastered the art of teleportation, he increased his speed by 30 times, recognizing that this ability would be crucial to face a swordsman of Mihawk's caliber. The air trembled as his swift movements cut through the space between him and the feared swordsman. Swinging his sword with an almost careless simplicity, Luffy seemed to rely purely on his strength, without the slightest concern for posture or technique. The gesture carried a tone of mockery in the sharp eyes of Mihawk, as the young man in front of him gave the impression of wielding a sword for the first time in his life. Metallic noise asterisk. Feeling his sword effortlessly repelled by Yoru, Luffy showed no surprise, even with the impressive speed he maintained at the moment. You're fast, so fast that it even startles me a bit, and I can't quite grasp how you did that. However, you're still just a child inexperienced in the sea, Mihawk said indifferently. The swords remained entwined for a brief moment, but in an almost imperceptible movement, Mihawk disarmed Luffy, separating the swords and exploiting an opening in the young pirate's guard. However, Mihawk, who was ready to attack Luffy, had to step back as a shadow appeared above them, revealing a fierce white furball holding a kanabo over its head, causing the greatest swordsman to retreat before the weapon hit him. Boom asterisk. Yamato's weapon hit empty space, exploding into the wood just below. Jumping a few meters away to another wreckage of the floating ship, Luffy and Yamato saw Mihawk gripping his sword, as he seemed to be underestimating both of them until now, but the fight appeared to be more challenging than he imagined with just these movements. Boom asterisk. The ground shattered beneath the feet of the two Straw Hat crew members, propelled by the force of their feet toward Mihawk. While Luffy explored his enhanced speed, Yamato relied on observation haki and her supernatural body, both rushing towards the adversary. They skillfully leaped between the wreckage at sea, preparing for the next attack. Armament haki asterisk. Yamato wrapped her hand with the kanabo as she advanced, darkening it with the manifestation of her haki. Metallic noise asterisk. Metallic noise asterisk. Boom asterisk. Metallic noise asterisk. Boom asterisk. Boom asterisk. Metallic noise asterisk. Metallic noise asterisk. The battle turned the space within a radius of 50 meters into chaos immediately. While the restaurant remained at a safe distance, the pirates who had not yet fled entered into despair, running frantically in search of an escape route. Run! We're in the middle of the battle. Stop, please. Where's Captain Krieg? Where is he? Captain, help us. Metallic noise asterisk. Metallic noise asterisk. Boom asterisk. Metallic noise asterisk. Boom asterisk. Metallic noise asterisk. In the heat of the battle, Luffy and Yamato demonstrated remarkable resistance against Mihawk's intensity. Whenever Mihawk advanced against one of them, the other entered the collision to provide support, blending their distinct elements with the attacks to force the swordsman to step back a few meters. This pattern persisted, giving Luffy the opportunity to absorb more about the art of swordsmanship while trying to adapt to Mihawk's style. What kind of confrontation are we witnessing? As the battle unfolded before Reiju's eyes, they were shocked. The scene was a chaotic storm of swift shadows, accompanied by supersonic metallic roars. Explosions of flames and ice tore through the air, creating a scene of destruction that lifted water and debris from Krieg's ship. The environment was charged with an intensity that made everyone present tremble at the magnitude of the fight. With each collision, the shadows moved in a frenetic dance, almost as if space itself were distorting with the speed of the combatants. Reiju struggled to visually keep up with the rapid movements and explosions of contrasting elements. Amidst the chaos, she could barely discern who was attacking or defending, as the elements blended in a symphony of destruction. The restaurant, at a safe distance, served as an impotent witness to the unleashed fury. The few remaining pirates on site were desperate, trying to distance themselves from the combat zone, aware that they were witnessing a battle of epic proportions. Metallic noise asterisk. Boom asterisk. Metallic noise asterisk. Boom asterisk. This battle is on a completely different level than the one Zoro faced, Kuina commented. Her astonishment was evident, as she had never imagined that humans could engage in such an impressive combat. Luffy wasn't exaggerating when he said we're like frogs in a well. She thought, trying to assimilate the shock of witnessing powerful opponents facing off. This surpasses all the fights I've ever witnessed in this sea. Zeph, with widened eyes, couldn't contain his amazement. Even in his days in the Grand Line, he had not witnessed something so grand. Will they be okay? Nami asked, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. For her, who carried traumas from the past, such as the confrontation with Arlong, seeing a fight of this caliber was a shock, but she knew that the fishman would be helpless in the face of such a battle. I hope so. Zeph replied, observing the intensity of the confrontation with a mix of fascination and concern. I don't want to get near that for anything. Usopp shouted, asking the restaurant ship to move further away. As the intense battle unfolded, Luffy assessed the situation. Darn, he seems to be holding back, but his expression remains indifferent, as if he's just testing us. Luffy thought to himself as he advanced toward his opponent. His sword began to crack. Unlike Yoro or Kanabo, his weapon was far from high quality, and without the ability to use haki to strengthen it, the blade started to wear out quickly, even though the fight had only started 2 minutes ago. Luffy attempted a sword duel but quickly realized he was easily overpowered by the skilled swordsman. At that moment, Yamato intervened to save him from an imminent counterattack by Mihawk. Despite knowing that his speed surpassed Yamato's at that moment, Luffy felt frustrated to realize that she could react more quickly. The captain found himself protected by his vice-captain, a situation that left him both grateful and somewhat embarrassed. After Yamato pushed Mihawk away once again, Luffy began to step quickly on the wreckage at sea. Each step he took caused the broken structures to crack beneath his feet. Jumping from one location to another, he tried to circle Mihawk, seeking an opening while keeping a keen eye on his opponent. This is only highlighting the fact that we are still children, as he himself said. Luffy thought, feeling the frustration in the face of the disparity in abilities. Even during the previous confrontation between Yamato and Mihawk, he couldn't identify an opening, but now, the swordsman seemed more determined not to give ground. Observing Mihawk waiting for him while keeping Yamato at bay, Luffy decided to attack directly. Raising his saber, he tried to mimic how Mihawk wielded the sword, adjusting his muscular posture in hopes of creating an opening in the skilled swordsman's defense. Metallic noise asterisk. His weapon was easily parried. You're learning in this fight, that's good, but not good enough. Mihawk said calmly. Crack asterisk. Minimal cracks grew upon impact, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes, and Mihawk gave a small smile. Your weapon is also quite B. Aha! A shout was heard, and Yamato in her mythical Zoan form leaped high above us. Divine swiftness, White Serpent! Yamato shouted, channeling energy into her weapon as an intense light projected toward Mihawk, placing itself between him and Luffy. Mihawk's Hawkeyes quickly calculated the situation, realizing there was no room to dodge. With precise movements, he pushed Luffy away and raised his sword to meet the attack. In an agile motion, he delivered a powerful kick to the mythical Zoan's body, launching it like a rocket that exploded against the wreckage of the old ship, about 40 meters away. Boom! Asterisk. As Luffy collided with the spot where he was thrown, Mihawk focused his attention on the light emanating from Yamato's weapon. Tightening his sword, it began to radiate a green energy. Sword style, Kakuto-isan, proclaimed Mihawk, covering his sword with an intense green light. With a swift movement, he cut through the air, and the emerald energy expanded from the sword toward Yamato's attack. Shii asterisk. Shii asterisk. The sound of the air being cut echoed as the two energies, initially separated by 20 meters, collided amidst the sea, forming a diagonal angle due to Yamato's aerial position during the launch of her attack. Take cover! Zeph shouted to everyone. Even though it was something his eyes wouldn't normally react to, he still had his sea experience and knew when something terrible was about to happen. Run inside the restaurant! Reiju shouted to the others shortly after, sensing danger along with a few others. In the midst of the attack trying to reach each other, everyone fled inside the venue, even Shirahoshi flew, surprising some who noticed it. Bring Zoro inside! Kuina shouted, as Johnny was still with the unconscious Zoro beside him. Grabbing his friend's body carelessly, he ran with the others to seek shelter. The energies collided in an explosive spectacle, triggering a thunderous reaction that reverberated throughout the environment. The explosion spared not even the commercial ships that were more than 5 kilometers away, still trying to distance themselves from the restaurant. The impact of the clash was felt even by those far from the epicenter, marking the magnitude of this intense collision between powerful forces. Unknown POV. In the distance, the celebration on the commercial ships echoed with relief and joy for having escaped the Krieg pirates. However, a frightening twist was about to unfold. We managed to escape from the Krieg pirates. Someone celebrated. Yes, we are more than 3 kilometers away from the restaurant now. We only managed because they seemed quite exhausted, so no one tried to stop us as we boarded our ships. Still, we got out before they could recover. We should be relieved about that. It's a shame the restaurant won't have the same luck. Soon, they'll be looted and killed by those damn pirates. Who cares? I'm alive and well right now. That's what matters to me. Hey, look! Someone drew everyone's attention amid the celebration. When they saw Krieg's battleship shattering with a precise and silent cut, the celebratory mood was instantly replaced by panic. Look! The ship! The ship is falling apart. Oh my god! What's happening there? Who cares? Let's go before it's our ship too. From a distance, they could see Krieg's battleship breaking into several pieces with a clean and silent cut, something that terrified everyone on the commercial ship to their core as all these civilians watched with their worst fears, even though the victim was a cruel pirate. Let's go! It's quiet, now. Chaos ensued among the civilians as they witnessed the destruction of the pirate ship. The sight of the vessel unraveling before such a clean and deadly cut left everyone stunned, even from a distance. However, the immediate concern of the civilians shifted when they realized that distant lights indicated a new threat approaching. 2 lights, one purple and one white, what's happening there? I've already said, who cares? Captain, let's go faster. Boom asterisk. Boom asterisk. The small explosions and the resounding sounds of cannons began echoing towards the commercial ships, signaling that something of extreme magnitude was happening in that distant location. It looks like there's a fight happening there now. Are those small explosions from cannons? That's what it looks like. What else could it be? Suddenly, a bright flash intensified, darkening the sea from that location. The explosion triggered a deafening cacophony, echoing across the seas and cutting through the air. A fierce shockwave erupted from the epicenter of the detonation, manifesting as an overwhelming force that spread through the water. The roar was like a furious bellow from nature itself, unleashing a spectacular sight of vibrant colors and dancing sparks in the night sky. The intense light of the explosion dazzled all observers in the distance, turning night into day for brief seconds. The seawater churned and rose in a chaotic whirlpool, mixing with debris and fragments of Krieg's battleship thrown into the air. Asterisk. Immediately afterward, the shockwave, ruthless and unstoppable, hit the commercial ships with overwhelming force. The boats swayed dangerously, and some were lifted by the turbulent waves, while others were thrown into disarray. The atmosphere became thick with the salty scent and the deafening noise of the impact, as civilians aboard the commercial ships struggled to maintain balance and comprehend what was happening before them. The impact threw the boats into a frenzy of even more despair, hitting the commercial boats 5 kilometers away. What? Aha! What is happening there? I'm losing balance. Someone fell into the sea. On one of the commercial ships, civilians panicked like never before, just like on all the other ships. At the Baratai, although not directly hit by the explosion, the floating restaurant was among the closest to the epicenter. The shockwave hit it with tremendous force, throwing debris into the air and causing panic reactions among those present. Screams echoed throughout the Baratai as people were thrown by the sudden and disorienting impact. The sight of the horizon seemed distorted, as if the world itself were unraveling. Chaos reigned, and confusion spread among the customers and staff of the floating restaurant. Ah! What the hell is happening? It looks like the end of the world. The surface of the sea is so terrifying. Sharky. Ouch. Brother Luffy and sister Yamato are still there. Scory Island hey Dicta, Island energetic hey Bonatoli. You're right, my dear. But these days, the young ones want to blow everything up. How can you have this kind of conversation in the middle of this hell? Did you see the size of that explosion? I've never seen anything like it. Will the Baratai survive this? Is the restaurant in danger? Let's hope not. The Baratai is our home. I don't even know if we can make it back there. The shockwave was so strong it threw me away. If the Baratai is hit, I don't know what we'll do. Did anyone survive that? The explosion unleashed such intense devastation that everything within a radius of 50 meters was consumed by the impact, reduced to dust on the spot. Debris and wreckage were thrown even further, reaching an extent of 200 meters. Even the more distant ships did not escape entirely, feeling a subdued version of the devastating impact. After the explosion, it took long intense minutes for the dust to settle and the chaos to calm. Krieg's pirates, now more than 500 meters away, were ruthlessly dragged by the impact. Some perished under the debris, victims of the unleashed destruction. Mihawk remained serene on his raft, as if the violence around him had not affected even the calmness of his improvised transportation. Yamato emerged in the midst of the frozen sea, her hair somewhat disheveled, but, aside from that detail, she appeared perfectly intact. You are truly formidable, but there is much to learn, Mihawk proclaimed after a brief silence. Without showing hesitation, he turned his gaze to Yamato and, in the blink of an eye, disappeared from the location. Not even Yamato's speed and keen instincts, combined with her observation haki, were enough to react when Mihawk appeared in front of her, raising his sword. The strike delivered by Mihawk was swift and precise, cutting through the air with deadly grace. An instant later, blood painted the surroundings, a cruel display of the lethal efficiency of the master swordsman. Chapter 45, Baratai 08. Third-person POV. Baratai, East Blue. Mihawk remained serene on his raft, as if the violence around him had not affected even the calmness of his improvised transportation. Yamato emerged in the midst of the frozen sea, her hair somewhat disheveled, but, aside from that detail, she appeared perfectly intact. You are truly formidable, but there is much to learn, Mihawk proclaimed after a brief silence. Without showing hesitation, he turned his gaze to Yamato, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the location. Not even Yamato's speed and keen instincts, combined with her observation haki, were enough to react when Mihawk appeared in front of her, raising his sword. The strike delivered by Mihawk was swift and precise, cutting through the air with deadly grace. An instant later, blood painted the surroundings, a cruel display of the lethal efficiency of the master swordsman. "Impressive," uttered Mihawk calmly, observing the blood spurt before him. At the epicenter of the battle, Luffy maintained a firm stance. When Mihawk unleashed his attack, Luffy tried to confront Yoru. The black sword cut across his purple chest in a straight line, but Luffy did not waver. He faced his opponent without taking a step back, initially using his sword as a shield. However, the blade yielded like butter, accumulating damage on its already cracked metal throughout the fight. Mihawk did not hold back, still delivering a second blow towards Luffy and Yamato, the latter still unable to react. Faced with the imminent attack, Luffy, with no other option to avoid it, strengthened himself with the Moa Moa no Mi a fraction of a second before the impact. Compensating for the lack of haki, he transformed his body into a shield between Yamato and the adversary's sharp blade. Yamato, surprised, exclaimed, "Luffy!" "I won't move as long as you're in danger," Luffy asserted determinedly. The sound of a cut slicing through the air echoed. Spurting blood *. Luffy gritted his teeth, feeling the pain of the attack but remained steadfast. "That's nothing," exclaimed Luffy, quickly raising his arm and closing his fist. He struck the ice, generating an explosion of chaotic flames that shattered the layer of ice where his opponent stood. Boom! Mihawk reappeared on his raft before he could be hit, casting a small smile in their direction. "Luffy, are you okay?" Yamato ran to Luffy's side, concerned. "I am, as I said, it's nothing," he replied, closing his eyes to concentrate, about to test his powers. The cut on his chest began to emit an ethereal glow, as if a healing light were born directly from the wound. In the blink of an eye, the healing unfolded, a magical dance of regeneration that left everyone marveling. Every trace of the cut vanished rapidly, and the skin restored itself to its original perfection. It was as if the very tissue of the wound was responding to a healing melody, with luminous healing notes intertwining and transforming the injury into a fleeting memory. It seems this is the regenerative power of the icons. Even without using the Moa Moa no Mi's power to accelerate the healing speed, it's incredibly fast, thought Luffy, watching his chest heal, even though the cut was not fatal. However, this remarkable regeneration, which seemed like a work of magic, was not granted without costs. The energy pulsating within Luffy, once focused and stable, now flowed intensely, as if every cell in his body contributed to the spectacle of healing. The intense light shining during the process was a testimony to the price his body paid to achieve such accelerated recovery. While the wound disappeared, it was as if Luffy's very essence was being interwoven into the regenerated tissue, signaling that each act of healing demanded a significant tribute of his energy. The glow dimmed, revealing a momentarily weakened Luffy, but still standing and determined to face any challenge. "I can't use this too much in a fight," Luffy thought after seeing the cost. Instant regeneration? It's amazing, I've never encountered a mythical Zoan with so many impressive characteristics. Mihawk murmured, observing the scene with a hint of admiration. Internally, he reflected on Marco from the Whitebeard Pirates, who also possessed instant regeneration, even faster. However, the unique abilities of this strange purple fire, combined with the enhancement of the young man's physical conditions, gave the young man's devil fruit a notable superiority. But this is intriguing. I sensed, through my haki, that he managed to exchange his speed for exceptional hardness in his body a moment before my sword hit him, turning him into something as resistant as if he were enveloped in powerful armament haki. It's peculiar, to say the least. Could it be a unique feature of his body, a singular ability of his mysterious devil fruit, or perhaps this brat even possesses another devil fruit? Mihawk thought, but quickly dismissed these questions from his mind, keeping his focus on the children before him. Anyway, his secrets don't interest me. I just want to witness the boy for whom Shanks sacrificed one of his arms to save. He concluded his thoughts, assuming a combat stance once again. Are you really okay? You shouldn't have shielded me with your body. Yamato couldn't help but ask again and exclaim, but she was looking with a hint of admiration where Mihawk had cut Luffy, and he healed without leaving a scar a moment later. Don't worry, let's focus on our opponent now. Luffy said. He no longer had a weapon, he could only unleash his firepower at this moment. Yes. As Luffy launched back into the fight, Yamato couldn't help but feel a special warmth in her chest, a feeling that surpassed mere admiration after he took the enemy's blow in her place. Every graceful movement of Luffy, every flame he emanated, seemed to ignite something deeper within her. Watching him with eyes filled with affection, Yamato felt a wave of emotions, among which a true love began to blossom. Luffy's sacrifice, his protective instinct, and the way he faced challenges with unwavering determination stirred her heart in unexpected ways. But now, seeing that Luffy was well and ready to fight, she took her stance with determined eyes and turned to Mihawk, standing on his raft. From a distance, their crew in the restaurant calmed down and returned to the deck to assess the situation. Despite moving quite far from the area of the earlier powerful attacks, they could still catch a glimpse of the battle at this distance. A moment later, both sides soared back towards their enemies, ready to resume the fight. A battle of slashes and explosions ignited once again. Boom asterisk. Boom asterisk. Boom asterisk. Boom asterisk. Luffy clenched his fists, preparing to face Mihawk. He increased the hardness of his body by 30 times, a necessary choice now that he was unarmed against the formidable Yoru. Although speed continued to be his advantage in the sword fight, the captain of the Straw Hats knew that a misstep could result in serious injuries. The fight continued amid chaos, Mihawk's agile attacks cutting through the air, while Luffy, with his increased strength and fiery flames, tried to withstand the precision of the supreme swordsman. The location transformed into a chaotic battlefield once again. Debris from Krieg's old ship floated around, silent witnesses to the intensity of the confrontation. Luffy's punches, fueled by the power of the Akuma no Mi, created waves of heat, and flame explosions erupted at the point of impact. Mihawk, skilled and nimble, managed to dodge the attacks and retaliate moments later. With Luffy's reduced speed, he became more vulnerable, while Mihawk's sword strikes cut through the space with millimeter precision. Despite her own injuries, Yamato continued to intervene strategically, attempting to balance the fight. The next 5 minutes unfolded in this manner. Luffy, marked by cuts that regenerated in real time, displayed the unique resilience that characterized him. Yamato, who had previously remained unscathed, now bore some visible wounds on her body. Mihawk's formidable ability continued to manifest in that intense sword dance. Each movement was a risky dance between the three combatants, with the glow of flames and ice creating a unique visual spectacle. Spectators, still at a safe distance, watched in awe the battle unfolding between beings whose powers transcended common understanding. The scene, now marked by debris and mystical elements, was the visible reflection of the clash between extraordinary forces. He's no joke, it's almost like fighting with the old bastard. Yamato grumbled in the midst of the fight, referring to the devastating strength as fighting her own father. That was quite intriguing, but I believe it's time to end this fight. Mihawk calmly uttered his words, and in the next instant, Luffy and Yamato tightened their guards, preparing for what would come next. With almost supernatural speed, Mihawk disappeared and suddenly stood before Luffy, covering his legs with armament haki. Luffy's straw hat flew to the ground, breaking the ice formed by Yamato on the water's surface. Surprisingly, instead of cutting as any blade would, Mihawk used his sword to launch the opponent into the air. Crayak asterisk. Luffy! Yamato's anguished cry echoed as she witnessed the scene. However, before she could fully process what had just happened, Mihawk directed another attack in her direction. Wielding her kanabo, Yamato faced the imminent collision, feeling the pressure between the weapons as they clashed and being propelled upward, disadvantaged by the opposing forces in the confrontation. Mihawk didn't grant Yamato even a moment to catch her breath. As she began to regain her senses, still floating in the air, the swordsman appeared before her, ready to deliver another slashing blow. However, Luffy, once again, intervened to prevent his companion from taking the hit. He emerged from the icy wreckage and positioned himself between the two, allowing the strike to hit him, without the protection of the hardness he had used before because he utilized his fruit for speed to reach Yamato. This time, he didn't have the chance to switch to the last-minute application of speed for hardness and had to take the blow relying solely on his enhanced physical body. The impact was overwhelming, sending him hurtling toward the ground. The strike destroyed the remaining ice covering the surface and caused Luffy to sink directly into the sea. Yamato was taken aback by this, but without time to react, Yoru descended upon her shortly afterward, and she could only collide with the weapon, flying to the opposite side where Luffy had fallen. Boom! Asterisk. The water's roar raised an explosion of foam and splashes around Yamato's body, sinking into the depths of the sea along with her captain. The water churned, devouring the shattered ice debris. Meanwhile, the effects of Luffy's devil fruit began to fade in the restaurant. Shirahoshi and Megalo, once reduced in size, started to grow rapidly. The environment witnessed the surprising transformation as the duo regained their original stature. Sharky. A giant mermaid. A giant shark. A collective cry echoed among the staff as they witnessed the true form of the mermaid princess and her companion. Zeph, Reiju, and even Mihawk were shocked by the magnitude of this revelation. "What's happening?" exclaimed Usopp, alarmed, as he was unaware of the true size of the ship's mermaid. "It's because Luffy is in the sea," explained Kuina, connecting the dots and realizing it was an effect resulting from the captain's defeat. Mihawk, even able to sense presence through his haki upon arrival at the scene, was also surprised by the giant mermaid, as he was unaware of her true size. The scenario now was one of bewilderment in the face of this immense transformation. In the vast ocean, Luffy, who had returned to his human form, suddenly felt something expanding in his pocket. Quickly, he retrieved two tiny ship models, one of the marine ship and the other of the Going Merry, now named Black Pearl. Watching them grow at a surprising speed before his eyes, the ships emerged majestically but, due to the amount of water accumulated in Luffy's pocket, sank instantly. "Damn, this can't get worse," Luffy muttered to himself. While remaining submerged, the situation didn't pose an imminent threat, not only because he could breathe underwater but also because he had used his power to enlarge the oxygen molecules in his body, thanks to the Moa Moa no Mi. This adaptation would ensure his survival for a safe amount of time as he descended into the depths. Upon noticing a new disturbance in the water, he turned his face upward and saw Yamato plummeting like an uncontrolled rocket. Luffy knew she couldn't breathe underwater like him, and concern overcame him. Even under the pressure of the sea, he decided to use his fruit power on a 10% scale, which was his limit in the sea's effect, seeking a way to help Yamato. Moa Moa no Mi, weight, applies 0.1 times. Becoming 10 times lighter, Luffy slowed down his speed, allowing Yamato to catch up as both sank like stones in the sea. However, Yamato was facing a desperate struggle to breathe, her imposing transformed form was unraveling, and the lack of oxygen became an imminent challenge. In a moment of despair beneath the sea, Yamato struggled to breathe. Suddenly, she felt an unexpected sensation, her lips being pressed. With surprise, her eyes opened in the aquatic darkness. Exclamation point! She finally noticed that Luffy was kissing her at that tense moment. The realization that Luffy was kissing her in that moment slowly hit her. Under the depths of the ocean, their lips met in an unusual gesture of seeking oxygen, an instinctive and surprising act that broke the barriers of despair. The kiss unfolded amid the struggle for survival, an intense and unexpected moment in the depths of the sea. She blushed intensely like a pepper when she realized what was happening, but quickly noticed that seawater in her throat was being sucked by Luffy. He withdrew his lips from hers and spat the water to the other side in a swift motion. Without wasting time, Luffy kissed her again, leaving Yamato extremely flustered. Impatiently, Luffy looked at her as she grew increasingly red and tried to resist him, even with their lips still connected. "Really? I'm trying to get the water out so you don't drown, and all that goes through your head is how embarrassing it is for me to do mouth-to-mouth respiration." Irritated, Luffy contemplated Yamato's reaction while their lips remained intertwined. Regardless of Yamato's thoughts, Luffy pressed his lips to remove the remaining water from her. Once he completed this task, he pressed his lips again, but this time to provide oxygen. He began transferring enhanced oxygen molecules to Yamato's lips. The human respiratory system shouldn't receive this type of molecule, but Yamato possessed an enhanced body, much like her father. As Luffy passed oxygen to Yamato through his mouth, she finally began to calm down a bit. Despite the extreme embarrassment Yamato felt, given the context, she calmed down upon realizing oxygen flowing from Luffy's lips to hers, providing a welcome relief to her lungs. Thus, a man and a woman, the latter slightly taller, sank in the sea, appearing to be kissing while exchanging oxygen amid the aquatic depths. Mihawk, who was on the surface, observed carefully not only with his haki but also with his exceptional eyes that captured details. This brat has a slew of tricks. Shanks, how did you discover this monster? Mihawk couldn't help but comment internally. Hey, you guys! Your friends are sinking in the sea, you'd better rescue them, he exclaimed loudly, addressing the boat approaching the restaurant. The crew members were eager to retrieve Luffy and Yamato but exercised caution, uncertain if Mihawk would attack as they approached. I'm leaving now. Tell these kids that I'll be waiting for them in the new world. I expect a more interesting challenge next time. He prepared to depart after these words. Wait. Mihawk stopped upon hearing a voice shouting from the restaurant. It was Zoro, now conscious. Listen well, Dracula Mihawk. I will defeat you next time we fight. Wait. One day, I will come to you to claim your title. Zoro shouted with determination. Who said it will be you, idiot? I will be the greatest swordsman in the world. Kuina muttered beside him, keeping her voice only to herself. Then I'll be waiting, Roronoa Zoro. You're too young to die now. Discover yourself, discover this world, become strong. No matter how long it takes, I'll be waiting for you. I'll hold on to this title in the best way until you come to me. Surpass this sword, surpass me, Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk spoke eloquently and departed again. You bet I will. Zoro shouted in response. Everyone was surprised by these words, and a moment of silence took over the atmosphere as they watched Mihawk distance himself from the ship and return to the Grand Line. That was inspiring. Yasaku murmured. Hey, Luffy and Yamato are still in the water. Nami suddenly exclaimed, remembering their friends. They're fruit users, so they can die, Zeph said. Shirahoshi quickly prepared to dive into the water, but a shadow appeared in front of her. Leave it to me. Reija spat out her cigarette and jumped directly into the sea. It didn't take her long to find the two, her legs swam quickly as she approached. They seem to be fine, but why are they kissing? Shirahoshi exclaimed, surprised. Damn it, Luffy, you're the kind of man who takes advantage of women, she growled as she approached them. In anger, she interrupted the kiss, grabbing both and swimming quickly to the surface. It didn't take long for them to reach the ship's deck. Ha 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 ha. That was amazing. Luffy said, referring to the fight. I enjoyed it too, it was good. Yamato said, quite embarrassed, unable to face Luffy, not realizing he was referring to something else. Ha! You horny couple, you were dying and wanted to kiss at the bottom of the sea. Reija shouted, hearing these comments. Soon, everyone surrounded the two. Are you guys okay? Usopp asked quickly. We are, my injuries will heal quickly, but Yamato will take some time. Luffy said and turned his gaze to the place where they had fought before falling into the water. Where's Mihawk? Luffy asked, seeing only some ice debris in the water, with no sign of the swordsman. He laughed. He said he would wait for a better challenge next time. Kuina said, crossing her arms and wondering why Yamato seemed so embarrassed beside her. Anyway, it was a great fight. Let's check on Zoro and the others, Luffy said, eager to assess the condition of his swordsman. Chapter 46, Baratai 09. Third-person POV. Baratai, East Blue. Where's Mihawk? Luffy asked, seeing only some ice debris in the water, with no sign of the swordsman. He laughed. He said he would wait for a better challenge next time. Kuina said, crossing her arms, wondering why Yamato seemed as red as a pepper beside her. Anyway, it was a great fight. Let's check on Zoro and the others, Luffy said, eager to assess the condition of his swordsman. But before that, why is Shirahoshi like this? And I'm not talking about her current size, which returned to normal. Luffy said as he walked toward Zoro and saw the princess crying. Duo. I'm useless, I can't even rescue Luffy-sama. Luffy raised his eyebrows hearing her cry in this strange reason. She wanted to rescue you in the sea, but Reiju was faster, and as you can see, that seemed to upset her, telling herself that she doesn't help at all. Kuina explained beside him. Luffy sighed, deciding to deal with Zoro first before calming the princess. Alive? Luffy asked, opening a smile as he observed the swordsman, covered in bandages, on the deck. Of course, Captain, Zoro grumbled with a touch of annoyance. I'm glad about that, Zoro. You even surprised the greatest swordsman in the world. Don't disappoint him in the future then, Luffy commented. Of course, I impressed him. I'll surpass him one day. Zoro declared confidently. Ha 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 ha. That's great. But anyway, Shirahoshi and Megalo are gigantic now. It's time to conceal their true sizes, but before that. Luffy turned to the huge mermaid beside the ship, still drawing shocked glances from those who didn't know her. A mermaid of this size was a unique sight in the world, and almost no one had seen her before Luffy summoned her with a card, as she was kept in his room. Shirahoshi, can you swim down and retrieve the boats from the seafloor? Luffy asked, making her stop crying and look at him with some kind of hope. Shirahoshi can be useful? Of course. I can, Luffy-sama, so I'll go get them. She answered confidently and joyfully, eager to have the chance to be useful to her captain. Take Megalo along, I believe it might be quite heavy for you to do it alone, and do it one ship at a time. Luffy commented. Sharky. 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 Megalo quickly confirmed his willingness to help. As Shirahoshi and Megalo dove into the water, creating a large amount of foam, Luffy turned back to the restaurant. Besides his crew, only Zeph and Mihawk's employees had the chance to witness the true form of the mermaid princess. Krieg was dead, and Jin, present at the scene, had fainted when the impact of Yamato and Mihawk's attacks collided, causing him to recoil and hit his head on one of the walls. I hope there won't be rumors of a giant mermaid on my ship after I leave here. Luffy said in front of Zeph and the others, but everyone understood the implied threat in his words. How dare you threaten us? Patty shouted angrily at Luffy. Quiet, Patty. The boy has his reasons for that. Mermaids are not seen frequently on the surface of the sea, especially one of this size, and disclosing this information would certainly bring many problems. But don't worry, kid. Among my employees, not a word about what they saw today will be spoken. Zeph spoke frankly to Luffy, who nodded satisfied. That's good. I care about my comrades, Luffy declared calmly. I hope you'll take care of the smelly brat here in the same way, Zeph said, pointing to Reiju, who was a bit wet after rescuing Luffy and Yamato. I never said I was leaving, old man. She shouted back angrily. Of course, I'll never allow my cook to be harmed, Luffy replied to Zeph as if it were the most obvious thing. I didn't say I wouldn't go with you anywhere. Reiju shouted even more furiously, being ignored. That's good, then I'll leave her in your hands. I hope she won't cause too much trouble. Old man. Don't worry, you'll receive news about her soon. It won't be long before she's in the newspapers. Some people looked admirably at this scene. Brother Luffy knows how to recruit someone. Johnny and Yasaku shouted with admiration, watching the scene. That's not how you invite someone. Nami shouted, giving 2 punches to each of the idiotic bounty hunters, who fell unconscious to the ground right after. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the deck. Yamato, pull yourself together. Kuina said to Yamato, who was still in a corner with a red face. It's just that, it was my first kiss. She said embarrassed. What the hell happened down there? Kuina exclaimed. Abritzos people Gimigan Skorkadoso Najat Emagon Ia Lot Hen Kirims, Nike Hope Easy Ia Jehikagri Future, the strange woman said. I agree, dear. Said her husband beside her. Oh. Are you also wondering what's happening with them, Chaochu? It doesn't even seem like they had some inhuman fights just moments ago. Usopp said, lost. Everything seemed to be returning to normal for these strange people, interacting with each other with their different personalities. Boom, asterisk. At that moment, the water suddenly rose with Shirahoshi and Megalo bringing the marine boat from the seafloor in front of the restaurant. She descended again and brought up the poor old Going Merry, now named Black Pearl, despite having the same appearance. Let's drain the water from the ships first to continue our journey, Luffy declared as soon as he saw the ship. My clothes. Nami couldn't help but complain since her wardrobe was covered in water at that moment. Luffy just nodded but noticed something looking around amid various debris from Don Krieg's old battleship. You guys are in charge of cleaning the water. Unfortunately, I can't use my powers for that, so I'll delegate this task to you. Meanwhile, I'll hunt down the remaining Krieg pirates. Lami should be here soon, and we'll make sure she brings more money with Krieg and his gang. Luffy said, smiling. Yes. Nami couldn't help but swap her bad mood for enthusiasm, displaying large sparkling $sign eyes. You take care of getting the water out of the boat, I'll deal with the pirates, then. Luffy determined because he was the only one capable of performing such a task by flying. Without wasting time, his wings and hair grew, and in the next moment, he disappeared, utilizing the 30 times greater speed provided by the Moa Moa no Mi. Luffy flew towards the scattered wreckage in the sea around the area, where Krieg's lackeys still awaited news from their captain, unaware that he had been dead all along. Some were beginning to suspect it and tried to flee to avoid further trouble, but Luffy surprised them quickly, capturing them before they could react. He turned them into miniatures and placed them inside a cage that he quickly improvised in the restaurant. Ah. Ka disappeared. What's happening? Screams were heard, and pirates vanished one after another, leaving the place in silence. It didn't take long for Luffy to catch everyone, and he returned to the restaurant, putting Jin with Krieg's body together. As soon as he did that, he went to Shirahoshi and Megalo, returning them to their reduced sizes. Once he finished, everyone else seemed to have finished draining the accumulated water inside the marine ship. When Luffy regrouped with his crew, Zeph approached them. Today seemed like a very strange day, but I'm glad we're still alive, even after everything we've seen. Come, I believe you want to eat a bit and rest before continuing your journey. Our restaurant will provide some meals on the house, especially because we wouldn't know what would happen if you hadn't shown up, Zeph announced as things seemed to have calmed down for Luffy and the others. We won't reject your kindness, then, Luffy declared shamelessly, as he was quite hungry after fighting so much, especially since his stamina, after using the regeneration of the icons, consumed most of his strength. He entered, and everyone followed him back into the restaurant. Luffy didn't even care about being delicate because he had almost died a while ago, all he wanted was to eat and drink freely to replenish his energy thanks to Zeph's kindness. Luffy, do you think that cook will go with us? Usopp asked next to him as they returned to the routine of eating a lot like before, but unlike before, all these dishes were free. Of course, I don't even plan on leaving until she leaves with us. Luffy said, earning a skeptical look from some of the group who didn't believe Reiju would leave with them. Meanwhile, in the kitchen. Reiju, you brat, your crew is eating too much. Zeph complained, beginning to regret proposing something like this since the losses were enormous now. They're not my crew. The woman shouted. No matter how you deny it, in that man's eyes, you're already one of his comrades. Zeph said calmly, surprising Reiju. What? How can you be sure of that? She said suspiciously without the tone of anger. The moment I saw him, I knew you were destined to leave with them. Zeph said, crossing his arms. But I said no, I still have my debt to you, old man. She growled. Silly girl, you would never stay here for long. Your life is at sea, and I'm sure you found your right companions for that. And screw that debt, I consider it paid a long time ago. I am your father, am I not? He said, smiling, and the kitchen fell silent at that moment. Old man. Reiju murmured, surprised and touched by the revelation. A pause settled in the kitchen as she absorbed the magnitude of what she had just heard. What, do you think of staying your whole life in this restaurant? Don't you have your own dreams and goals? He questioned, maintaining the same smile and challenging her to refute those words. Come on, Reiju, you want to go with them, admit it. Patty taunted her with a mocking smile beside him. Miss Reiju, I believe you should follow your heart. Another cook said, and others also gave their words of encouragement. I don't know, she said, sounding unsure. Come on, Reiju, he has decided even if you deny it. You will leave by the end of the day on that stolen marine ship, I'm sure of it, Zeph said. I must ask him again first. Reiju said and turned, leaving the kitchen and heading to the now empty restaurant with a single table filled. Monkey D. Luffy, she said, approaching, gaining the attention of Luffy and the others, as they didn't expect her here, let alone in such a manner. Reiju, did you finally decide to join us at the table? It's boring with you in the kitchen while we're all gathered here, eating, Luffy declared with a smile. Let me ask. Do you really want me to go with you? Do you really want me as your comrade and the cook of your ship? She asked with a serious tone. Luffy stared at her after those words, and his smile grew even wider. Of course, you've been my companion since the moment I laid eyes on you, there's no escaping that, he said, crossing his arms. Alright, I'll go with you, but I have my own goals. I hope you don't expect me to accomplish them. I'll talk about them later, she said with the same serious tone and continued. Now, I'll finish my things and see with the old man what I still need to do before boarding with you. Before Luffy could speak, she turned and walked away from them. He really did it. Nami said with unbelievable eyes. Luffy-sama is very charismatic. Shirahoshi celebrated. There's no way that's just charisma. Kuina complained. But brother Luffy is so cool, the bounty hunters shouted with shining eyes. Tisk. Zoro grunted. This is unexpected. Usopp murmured. I always knew she was our future cook, so it was just a matter of time until she accepted my invitation, Luffy declared, not caring about the suspicious looks he was getting. Chapter 47, Mysterious Island 01. Third-person POV. Baratai, East Blue. Somewhere at sea, East Blue. Alright, I'll go with you guys, but I have my own objectives. I hope you don't expect me to fulfill them. I'll talk about them later, Reiju said with the same serious tone and continued speaking. Now, I'll finish up my things and check with the old man about what I still need to do before boarding with you. Before Luffy could even speak, she turned around and walked away from them. System, crew, Reiju has joined as a member of your crew. He really did it. Nami said with unbelieving eyes. Luffy-sama is so charismatic. Shirahoshi celebrated. There's no way this is just charisma. Kuina complained. Brother Luffy is so cool. The bounty hunters shouted with shining eyes. Tisk. Zoro grunted. This is unexpected. Usopp muttered. I always knew she was our future cook, so it was just a matter of time until she accepted my invitation, Luffy declared, unconcerned with the suspicious looks he was receiving. System, crew, Reiju is now an official member of your crew. Luffy displayed a radiant smile as he observed the system screen in front of him. Meanwhile, Reiju gathered her belongings at the restaurant and jumped back onto the ship, returning to the people who watched her with teary eyes. They shared a meal throughout the day, ending the night as the restaurant illuminated the part of the sea where they were, and the crowd gathered on the deck, many restaurant members crying for Reiju as she bid them farewell. Luffy shifted his gaze from Reiju to focus on the two people in front of him, who were conversing at the moment, marking a farewell. So, you're really staying here? Luffy asked the man in front of him. Yes, I believe this is the best stop for us to part ways. I plan to start new businesses in Log Town. I talked to Zeph and found out that I can form a partnership with him, providing food and supplies to the restaurant at below market prices, given my experience from my old businesses in the South Blue, he declared, and Luffy nodded. I understand. I can only wish you good luck and until next time we meet, perhaps in Log Town when we pass through to the Grand Line. It's a place I intend to visit before the journey. Kirimbos SYT everything, the woman suddenly said. Luffy just stared at her, wondering what the hell she said, but chose to ignore her to continue the conversation with her husband. Anyway, take this. I believe it will help you get back on your feet. It'll be good motivation. Luffy said, taking a package from his pocket and expanding its size to form a huge bag of berries, which appeared in front of the couple along with a mysterious box. This money, the man exclaimed, surprised. Not just that. In the box next to it, there's a devil fruit, a normal zoan of the lizard model. I think it'll be useful in case the world government tries to come after you again. This will provide some power to retaliate if they send someone dangerous. Luffy explained, and the man quickly understood. Yes, I don't know what to say. Thank you very much, young man. This will be quite useful, both for me and my wife. I don't know how to thank you. He expressed his gratitude. Don't worry. I have your map, the strange key, and still 150 million of that money. It's the least I can do, Luffy spoke sincerely. He had already taken a lot from them as a form of reward, so returning a part wouldn't hurt. He wasn't that selfish, especially considering that this couple needed help after losing everything. Thus, Luffy finally bid farewell to the strange couple, who were about to resume their journey and boarded the ship one after the other. Turning to Zeph, he expressed his gratitude. Hey, old man, thanks for everything and for entrusting Reiju to my crew. I'll take care of her. Luffy smiled at the man. Tisk. Reiju grunted beside, hearing this. After saying goodbye to everyone in the restaurant, she boarded the marine ship. You better take care of her, brat. Otherwise, even without a leg, I'll kick you in the future as revenge. You'll find out why I was once called Red Leg Zeph. He said calmly, and Luffy smiled at the threat. That's good. Now, we better go. Luffy declared, after everyone boarded the marine ship and bid farewell to the remaining people in the restaurant. Thus, the ship began to sail towards the horizon of the starry night. It's so beautiful. Shirahoshi, as the only girl who had never seen a starry sky before, never ceased to murmur every time she saw the scenery since Luffy brought her to the surface. So, Luffy, where are we heading? Nami asked beside, as the navigator, she needed to know. It's night at the moment, I want the ship to maintain this course, and tomorrow morning, we'll figure that out. Now, let's rest. So rest. Luffy said, and everyone agreed. While Luffy and the others rested, Usopp and Chaozu remained as lookouts on the mast as they volunteered. The next day, everyone gathered in the naval kitchen with a delicious coffee that Reiju prepared for everyone, which pleased everyone with the quality of food and techniques employed by the cook. So tasty. Thank you, Reiju-sama. Shirahoshi shouted happily. Really, very good. Usopp said surprised. I'm glad you liked it, Reiju said proudly. Meanwhile, Luffy was quiet in a corner with his coffee, holding out a paper he hadn't opened in the past few days. Now, I need your attention here. Luffy stopped looking at the paper and spoke so that everyone quickly looked at him. First, my initial plans were to go to Kokoyasi Islands, get Arlong, as he is the last member among the major pirates of this sea. Luffy said, earning a surprised look from some, especially Nami. Nami didn't know what to say since this was her biggest nightmare, and they were about to face the fishman who cold-bloodedly killed her mother when she was just a child. Come on, Nami, Luffy said he'd win without any problems, trust him. After everything you've seen, do you think Arlong is a threat to them, silly girl? She told herself, trying to gather courage, even though an irrational fear still lingered in her. Some looked at Nami and recognized her internal conflicts, as most knew her past with Arlong. Shirahoshi placed a hand on her shoulder and gave a reassuring look. However, Luffy said and continued. Following this treasure map, if we slightly change our route, we can reach this island faster than Nami's village. Luffy showed the map to everyone that he had been reading until now. It seems to be a great adventure, and there must be many treasures there, not to mention that the destination is close to Kokoyasi Islands too, where Nami's village is. So, are we going to that island, chasing after this treasure? Zoro asked, not as injured as yesterday, as Luffy accelerated his recovery along with Yamato's. Our swordsman here got it right, since my gut feeling tells me it will be a great help for our future journeys, whatever we find there. Luffy declared, and everyone nodded. Here, it might be a puzzle, but you should know where this leads us. Luffy said and handed the map to Nami, who took it and studied it for a while, confirming the location of the treasure, even though it seemed like a puzzle. Yes, I know where the place is, Nami commented, looking at where the island was with a second official map of the East Blue beside her. That's amazing, now finish your meals, because right after, we're going to train. I noticed that everyone is weak after the fight with Mihawk, so let's go outside as soon as you finish breakfast, strengthen your foundations. As he spoke these words, Luffy sent a collective shiver through everyone, as they were well acquainted with this rigorous training, and Luffy seemed extremely excited to exercise after the fight with Mihawk. Only Reiju displayed a questioning look compared to the others, but that would soon change. During the remaining time, Luffy trained them as usual, applying gravitational pressure and challenging them not to falter even as their muscles burned and begged for a break. What kind of training is this? Reiju complained as she felt pain throughout her body, but Luffy didn't allow her to give up. He subjected her to an even more intense training than the others, with heavier weights, as her legs were stronger than the others to resist gravity. Stop complaining and keep going, we need to get stronger, Luffy said without showing humor. Luffy, please. Luffy-sama. Sharky. Luffy. Auuu. Stop complaining, all of you. After a few hours, the deck was covered with fallen bodies, a sight reflecting the crew's extreme exhaustion. They could barely move, their expressions showing the intensity of the training. Luffy remained impassive in the face of his companion's effort, steadfast in his purpose to strengthen them at any cost. They don't look good. Yamato, dressed in various weights, observed the scene beside Luffy, while the rest of the crew lay on the deck, gradually recovering from the rigorous training. They'll survive. We need to get strong, I've said it before, Luffy said in the same tone, emotionless, while he watched his companions crying in front of him, the larger ones at least. He's a demon, Usopp muttered. Did I make the right decision? Reiju, lying down and exhausted, internally questioned if joining the crew had been the right choice after experiencing this training. Luffy. Sama. So hard. Shirahoshi murmured fragmented words about the difficulty of the training. Let's take some time to rest now, we shouldn't be far from the island on that map when I sped up the ship, right, Nami? Luffy asked. Damn. Luffy. But. You're right. The island isn't far. If you speed up the ship, she said, still crying. In the next few hours, the members rested for some more time before returning to their basic routine. Some continued training, including Zoro and Kuina. There were scouts like Usopp cleaning his weapon, Chaochu playing with Johnny and Yasaku. Shirahoshi leaned on the deck, admiring the sea beside Megalo. Nami looked at the map while sitting in a chair to relax, next to Luffy and Yamato, who were sunbathing and enjoying some refreshments that Reiju prepared in the kitchen, joining them shortly after. This is everything I dreamed of. Luffy looked pleased at his pirate crew, as he had always imagined a crew like this, enjoying their lives at sea. He didn't force anyone to do things or shout at them all the time, everyone was free to do what they wanted most of the time, as long as they participated in training. Luffy didn't want a weak crew to face the challenges of the Grand Line. They were always free to pursue their hobbies. Luffy diverted his crew's attention to other matters. I have 192 million berries in the system after spending 50 million on that fruit, but I wish I had at least 2 billion to get the most detailed manual of the world's 6 styles, which even the Marines don't possess. This book has techniques even deeper than those used by the Navy and is intended only for those training to be the elite in defending Mary Geos, which I understand since the world government wants the most powerful as their guards. Luffy thought. But even knowing that there are much cheaper manuals in the store, like some basics for 500 million berries, I want this 2 billion one because I want to have an elite under my command, and this manual will save much more time than the others, not to mention that the techniques must be stronger than those learned by the Marines. Luffy concluded calmly. After having these thoughts, he couldn't help but glance at Nami beside him studying a map. What's up? Nami asked, feeling Luffy's gaze directly on her. I'm beautiful, I know. But I'll charge you if you keep staring at me like that. Nami quickly wanted to take advantage of the situation, while Luffy internally muttered with other thoughts. I could simply destroy Arlong when we get to the island of his village. But that's too boring. Maybe I should let Nami have her revenge by her own hands. If I get a chance to strengthen her, I won't let it pass, as I don't know what we might find on this island indicated by the map we're en route to, but it's treasure, so it could be something very good for her. Luffy finished thinking and looked at the woman who was shouting at him now. Hey, if you're not going to pay, at least answer people when they want to talk to you. Nami was furious since Luffy was lost in his own thoughts, completely ignoring the thieving cat until now, just staring at her. HM? Oh, yeah, you're beautiful as always, Nami. Luffy mumbled and looked forward again, shortly after. Don't compliment people like that and then ignore them. Nami shouted, red with the sudden compliment. But Luffy didn't pay attention to her or Yamato, who was looking at him like a hawk. Don't get jealous, Yamato, they're all beautiful. I'm happy to be surrounded by so much beauty, I consider all of them my future wives. Luffy said in a bored tone and didn't even look at Yamato, but said it to provoke her, just like the other two beside him. Luffy, you idiot. Baka. Playboy. Nami, Yamato, and Araja said immediately afterward, trying to ignore their shameless and idiotic captain. Women. Luffy thought. Land ho. Bark. Johnny and Chaochu's voices interrupted him at that moment. Finally. Luffy couldn't help but celebrate. Great, keep going, I'll take the helm. Nami shouted and ran from her chair to follow the small point appearing on the horizon. Luffy looked at the island and stood up. Ha 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 ha. Listen up, are you ready to find treasures and adventures? Luffy began with his usual ruffian laugh, catching the attention of all the members of the ship. Treasures! Nami shouted loudly on the deck. I'll prove that I'm a brave warrior, facing any danger we encounter. Usopp said, grabbing his rifle, now fixed and cleaned. Will there be pirates worth millions of berries? Johnny and Yasako said simultaneously, wanting to hunt pirates, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they were accompanying another pirate crew. I'll see beautiful new places on the surface. Shirahoshi said dreamily. Will there be powerful opponents? Zoro said, gripping the sword hilt with excitement. I'll have adventures like Odin in his diary? Yamato said, grabbing his book, used as his life's Bible. Bark. Sharky. Tisk. Reiju just sighed at everyone's enthusiasm around her. Ha 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 ha, I don't know, and I don't want to know these answers. I just want to go there to be surprised and discover its mysteries. Luffy said. Then the boat continued at full speed, still with the increased speed from Luffy's power. They could already see the island getting closer and closer. Treasures. 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 While Nami, Yamato, Usopp, Johnny, and Yasako sang these words suddenly with excitement, seeing the island approaching, Luffy held the key he took from the CP5 member, hoping to find great treasures like his friends but remained silent instead of shouting like an idiot. Not that he didn't appreciate their enthusiasm, but it wasn't his style. Chapter 48, Mysterious Island 02. Third-person POV. On an island, East Blue. Somewhere in the sea, East Blue. On a small island, with only a dozen kilometers in length, characterized by dense vegetation seemingly uninhabitable by humans, a medium-sized marine boat approached the coast. As it cut through the beach, the vessel sprayed sand in all directions, and, upon completing its trajectory, it stopped, dropping a plank onto the beach. 9 individuals, each with unique characteristics, and 2 animals promptly disembarked. Luffy dismissed the concern of securing the ship at that moment. After all, it was a deserted island. He left the vessel anchored on the coast and, along with his eclectic crew, prepared to explore the mysteries of the unknown island. The island isn't that impressive. Zoro spoke, seeing that the place was only comprised of forests. Let's explore. According to the map, there's a ruin on the site with the entrance that this key fits. So, I want us to split up to find these ruins. Now that everyone has Vivre cards from everyone, we can meet up later. If you find what we're looking for, come to me. Even if you don't find anything, we'll regroup as well. Luffy said, and the crew split into 3 groups right after that, using a set of sticks that Luffy brought. Those who drew a stick from the pot would identify its color when pulling it out. Shirahoshi and Nami, known for their tendency to fear, expressed immediate joy when they realized that their sticks matched Luffy's, who was accompanied by Megalo, his faithful shark partner. The team was divided into 3 distinct groups. Luffy, Nami, Shirahoshi, and Megalo would head to the center of the island, while Yamato, Usopp, Chachu, and Reiju would explore the west coast. In turn, Zoro, Kuina, Johnny, and Yasaku would take charge of the east coast. Zoro, where are you going? We're going in the opposite direction. Luffy heard Kuina shout at Zoro in the distance and couldn't help but laugh at the situation as he led his group. Come on, treasures are always found at the heart of the island. Nami declared confidently and full of enthusiasm. Luffy-sama, are the forests on the surface always like this? Shirahoshi approached Luffy and clung to his back as she asked. It's relative, princess. It depends on the region's climate. In this sea, forests like these are common. In other places, vegetation and flora can change completely depending on the local atmosphere. However, I believe the inhabitants of this island might be a bit different from what you've seen. Considering the traces left by wildlife around, I wouldn't be surprised if we encounter some giant beasts here. Luffy explained, observing the tracks around that were much more devastating than those left by common animals. Giant beasts? Sharky. His group was startled by these words. What are you saying, Megalo? You're a giant too. Luffy scoffed at the clueless shark, not fully understanding what he was saying but understanding the shark's exaggerated reaction. Sharky. But Luffy, are we going to be okay? Nami commented, still a bit scared. It's fine. I'll punch anything that comes our way. Luffy said confidently, earning a relieved look from his companions. So, they continued to walk calmly toward the center of the island, following the trails left by the giant animals. Luffy wasn't too concerned, after all, they were in East Blue, a sea known for its less powerful threats, and the beast should reflect that. On the other side of the forest, Kuina led her group on the east side. Sister Kuina. Yasaku nervously said as they walked through the forest. What is it? Kuina asked, raising an eyebrow. About Brother Zoro. He hesitated. What happened to Zoro? Kuina asked suspiciously. He disappeared. Johnny answered for his partner, equally nervous. Kuina looked back and realized that only the trio remained at that moment. Zoro, the damn moss head. He managed to get lost on his own. Kuina shouted, frustrated with her friend, who seemed not to have abandoned his old bad habits. Back in the center of the forest. Sharky. Megalo seemed happy as he devoured some fruits found along the way until he drifted away from the group and bumped his head into some strange fur without realizing it. Sharky. Sharky. Luffy walked with bored eyes. Nami by his side searched for any signs of valuable objects along the way, while Shirahoshi still hung on his back, arms wrapped around Luffy's neck, wagging her tail and admiring the surroundings. Sharky. Suddenly, the whole trio turned to a shout from Megalo coming from one side of the woods. Megalo? HM? What a stench! Nami complained as soon as she smelled the shark, putting her hand on her nose the next moment, just like all the companions. Megalo. What happened to you? Why do you smell so bad? Shirahoshi couldn't help but worry about her friend. Sharky, Sharky, Sharky. Megalo spoke anxiously while pointing to the forest path he came from. A strange beast? Shirahoshi said, horrified. Footprint asterisk asterisk footprint asterisk asterisk footprint asterisk asterisk footprint asterisk. Everyone turned to the noise of heavy footsteps approaching with each moment. The expression of horror showed on everyone's face when they saw the 5-meter beast with black and white fur emerge from behind the trees. Even Luffy had his confident face shaken by this beast at that moment. A few moments later. "Keep running!" Nami shouted, desperate. "Luffy-sama, it's catching up to us, hurry!" Shirahoshi cried. "Sharky!" exclaimed while crying too. "Megalo, you stink!" Luffy complained. In the forest, on an open path, a tattooed man ran quickly, holding a girl with orange hair with one arm around her waist and a shark with the other arm, while a mermaid was hanging on his neck, clinging tightly. "Faster, faster!" Nami yelled, with tear-filled eyes, covering her nose due to the smell trapped in Megalo. As they ran, a giant beast chased them. It wasn't a common animal, it was a massive skunk. The beast chasing them was an imposing giant skunk. Its long black and white fur added a touch of ferocity to its figure, contrasting with its massive structure. The incredibly muscular hind legs propelled the animal with surprising agility, while the front legs were armed with sharp claws, ready to attack. Every move of the skunk emanated a sense of wild power, and its eyes, intensely focused on the fleeing group, revealed a fierce determination. The sound of its heavy footsteps echoed through the forest, creating an atmosphere of tension and urgency. But what terrified them the most wasn't the imposing figure of the beast, but the nauseating odor it exuded. The smell, a mixture of wild aroma, damp earth, and the essence of the skunk itself, enveloped the air with an almost unbearable intensity. Each breath became a challenge in the face of the stench spreading rapidly through the atmosphere. As they desperately fled, the group's consciousness was constantly invaded by Megalo's pungent odor, and no one wanted to be in that state, making the situation even more comical. Nami, Shirahoshi, and even the contaminated Megalo, who normally swam in the depths of the ocean, couldn't bear the overwhelming odor impregnating their nostrils. Luffy and the group ran to escape the beast, as no one wanted to confront it. The animal pursued them angrily, as Megalo had awakened it from its sleep in a clearing. "Boo, ha 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 ha." Luffy burst into laughter as he continued to run. The situation, for him, was simply hilarious. Although he was fully confident that he could defeat the beast, he preferred to avoid the confrontation to avoid being impregnated with the peculiar smell of the skunk. Thus, he chose to accompany his companions in the frenzied run, keeping a safe distance from the smelly creature. The skunk's speed was remarkable, and if it were any other human, it would have surely caught up with them by now. However, Luffy, with his superhuman strength, managed to stay ahead of the animal, seizing the opportunity to test the limits of his agility and dexterity. In his mind, he pondered the possibility of using his fruit powers to increase speed even more, but decided to challenge the natural abilities of his body at that moment. Having fun with his companion's desperation, Luffy skillfully managed the situation, taking advantage of the frenzied run to enhance his physical abilities. The only exception was Megalo, whose stench had become an uncomfortable quirk next to the Straw Hat Captain. "Well, that was fun. Now, let's get out of here." "Hold on tight," Luffy announced, and immediately transformed, his wings sprouting between his back. Shirahoshi, who clung to him firmly, was lifted as he leaned, and in the next instant, began to fly upwards, through the treetops. "Ah! Ah! Sharky!" The trio couldn't contain their surprise at the sudden flight. "You could fly all along. Why didn't you do that before?" Nami complained immediately upon realizing Luffy's ability. "It was fun, wasn't it?" "Ha ha ha," Luffy responded, laughing without caring about the companion's reactions. He, now that we're here, it seemed fun." "Mr. Skunk is quite frustrated." Shirahoshi began to laugh too. The skunk seemed visibly frustrated in the forest, watching its prey disappear among the trees and then fly into the sky. "Well, I can't say it wasn't funny to escape like that, but it scared me." Nami spoke grumpily but soon opened a smile. "Sharky." Megalo was the only one not excited or having fun, as he still stank. "Well, let's fly a bit. It's hard to find a place with dense vegetation, but if there's a river, I can find it," Luffy said as he flew over the center of the island. As soon as Luffy saw an opening in the trees due to a stream in the forest, he went towards it with his companions. Meanwhile, Zoro was walking calmly through the forests. Where is everyone? Zoro finally asked, realizing he was alone, looking around, searching for his companions who were with him until a moment ago. They got lost, I'm not surprised. Zoro grumbled. Well, let's find them, he said again, following the path to try to find his friends again. Zoro continued to walk until he came across some strange structures. What a strange place. Zoro commented to himself, looking at a pillar with a strangely shaped hole and a door just behind it. I guess they're not around here. Well, anyway, let's keep going. Zoro said without caring much about the door and continued to search for his friends who, in his mind, got lost in the forest. On the west side, Usopp and Chaochu were standing, looking at the scene in front of them. Boom asterisk. Boom asterisk. Boom asterisk. Boom asterisk. Boom asterisk. HM? Is it over already? Yamato asked, putting her kanabo on her shoulder and looking at the scene in front of her. It seems so, Reija said, kicking her last opponent. In front of them, there was a pile of bodies with giant beasts knocked out, one on top of the other. Oh. Chaochu emitted a small sound, seeing this scene. It seems we are useless, Chaochu. Usopp said regretfully, realizing that he only had his rifle in his hand to show off because he didn't even use it while the girls were beating and kicking the enemy beasts they encountered along the way. How boring, we found nothing but beasts on the way. Yamato said in a monotonous tone. I think we better go back to find the others. There's nothing here besides wildlife. Reiju said as she lit a cigarette. After that, the group decided to find Luffy using his captain's Vivre card, which pointed that he was in the middle of the forest. Meanwhile, in another place. That's strange, I'm sure they came this way. Zoro muttered. Sometime later, Zoro came across his companions while exploring the path through the forest. You guys? Zoro expressed surprise, his eyes widening as he recognized the familiar faces. Zoro! Usopp exclaimed, his jaw dropping slightly, surprised to find Zoro alone in this part of the forest. Yamato, Reiju, Usopp, and Chaochu looked at him with expressions of disbelief. You're asking if it's us who got lost? Usopp shouted with a comical face, widening his eyes and making an exaggerated grimace. We're in the west part, it's you who got lost here. Reija said calmly, releasing a cloud of smoke from her cigarette, with a disapproving look. We're in the west? Zoro was surprised by this, his eyes showing disbelief, as he was sure he was in the east. Where are the others? Yamato asked, noticing that he was alone. They got lost, so I'm looking for them, declared the swordsman. Meanwhile, in another location. Ha 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 ha. You still stink, Megalo. Luffy laughed loudly, displaying a mischievous look that made it clear he was having fun at the poor shark's expense. In front of him, Shirahoshi desperately tried to scrub Megalo with soap and sponge, items hastily acquired by Luffy at a nearby store to help them. Don't laugh, Luffy-sama, he's hurt. Shirahoshi lamented, her soapy hands indicating how serious the situation was for her friend. Sharky. Megalo whimpered, clearly embarrassed by the odor he had acquired from the skunk. What a disgusting creature. I can't believe they exist. Shirahoshi complained tearfully, while trying to clean her friend from the horrible smell. Luffy. There's nothing here. Nami appeared next to Luffy, who watched the mermaid try to rid her shark of the unwanted fragrance. The navigator, with a disgusted expression, had explored the surroundings in search of any clues but without success. So, it's not in the center of the island. I hope the others have better luck. Luffy commented, unaware that perhaps he could resolve this doubt more quickly than he thought. I hope they at least find something useful out there. Nami grumbled, still unhappy with the smell. In the middle of the dense forest, where the sun's rays could barely penetrate through the treetops, a sharp bark cut through the silence. Luffy's ears suddenly sharpened instantly, capturing the peculiar sound echoing among the trees. Oh! The bark came from somewhere nearby, resonating like a unique melody in the quietness of the deserted island. Luffy's eyes lit up with curiosity as he tried to determine the exact direction of the sound. Sharky! Megalo, the shark, reacted immediately, recognizing Chaochu's familiar bark. Chaochu has already found them. Yamato's voice echoed through the trees, bringing a touch of excitement to the silent atmosphere. It seems they've arrived here. Luffy smiled, his face expressing contentment as he moved toward the sound. His senses were sharp, and the expectation of an imminent reunion hung in the air. It didn't take long for the two groups to reunite. The quartet, composed of Zoro, Yamato, Usopp, and Reiju, along with the faithful Chaochu, was surprised to find Shirahoshi by the small stream, dedicated to scrubbing Megalo, whose odor still lingered. What a horrible smell here! Yamato complained immediately. What the hell were you? Usopp began to ask before being interrupted by Nami. Why are you coming from the west with Zoro? Nami questioned, sharing Luffy's confusion. We're as lost as you seem to be. Yamato replied, rubbing the back of his head with a perplexed expression. Meanwhile, Luffy muttered to himself, why am I surprised? He figured out what had happened and, at the same time, wondered about the whereabouts of Kuina, Johnny, and Yasaku. A distant echo was heard in the forest, a macabre symphony composed of the distressing laments of Kuina, Johnny, and Yasaku. Away from the laughter and discoveries of the main group, a dark scene unfolded among the dense trees. Oh whoa wow whoa whoa. 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 Trapped and bound, the trio was at the mercy of a group of cannibals. The atmosphere was permeated with strange chants, resonating like a dark ritual as the natives circled around them. In plain sight, a boiling pot awaited, indicating the nefarious fate that awaited them. A sense of despair hung in the air, enveloping Kuina and her companions. Vivid memories of the surprise attack still haunted their minds as they faced the dreadful prospect of an inescapable fate at the hands of these primitive people. The collective thought echoed like a sinister sigh, we're going to die. Chapter 49, Mysterious Island 03. Third-person POV. On island in the sea, East Blue. In the waters of East Blue, an atmosphere of horror unfolded. Kuina, Johnny, and Yasaku, bound and helpless, found themselves surrounded by a group of cannibals. The natives chanted sinister songs, creating a dark atmosphere as they circled the trio, preparing to lead them to a boiling pot. Anguish was palpable among the prisoners, whose collective thought echoed in despair, we're going to die. Vivid memories of the sudden attack in the forest haunted Kuina and the others. Captured by an overwhelming number of enemies, they were now at the mercy of this primitive people, who were preparing to subject them to a terrible fate in the boiling pot. In a secluded corner of the small island, a hidden tribe rose among the dense trees. There, 3 individuals were tied up, anxiously awaiting a rescue to free them from the grim fate the cannibals plotted, a bubbling cauldron ready to consume them. Brother Luffy! Come save us! Johnny and Yasaku cried desperately, their voices echoing in the tranquility of the jungle. Meanwhile, Kuina remained silent, but her expression revealed palpable fear, yearning for Luffy's presence to rescue them from this terrible situation. Ow wow! Ouch! That hurts! Ow wow ow wow! An annoyed native, disturbed by the foreign language cries, approached and reprimanded the 2 bounty hunters, delivering blows to silence them and expressing irritation at the disturbance. I don't understand a word of what they're saying, but it seems like he didn't like you yelling like that. Kuina commented sarcastically, trying to find some humor in the terrible situation. So, are we going to die here, Sister Kuina? Yusaku lamented. Do you think I want to face this fate again? I don't want to die a second time. Kuina responded angrily, while the surrounding atmosphere conveyed an atmosphere of tension and despair. Second time, what do you mean by that? Johnny exclaimed, displaying surprise next to Yasaku. Ah, it's nothing. Forget about it. Anyway, Luffy won't allow this to happen. Have faith. He has the Vivre cards and will be here soon. Kuina declared, seeking to instill confidence in her companions. She quickly changed the subject, avoiding the mention of her return from the dead, a delicate theme, especially amidst the desperate situation they found themselves in. Ow wow! Ow wow! Ow wow! Ow wow! As they whispered, the natives of the tribe chanted animatedly around them. Comprising old, adult, young, and children of both sexes, that tribe proved to be extremely primitive. They wore only cloths to cover their lower parts, leaving half of their bodies exposed. The women wore a kind of bikini, but all the garments were adorned with human bones, suggesting they came from previous victims. I never imagined being captured by cannibals on a deserted island, Johnny murmured, lamenting the irony of his luck. I don't want to die being devoured by these creatures. I bet they've made many victims with the shipwrecks here, Kuina expressed her discontent, pointing to the objects adorned in their straw and wood houses. There were many belongings that were likely plundered from a tourist boat, among the primitive constructions. If only we could negotiate. Does anyone know what they're saying? No idea. Anyway, I don't see how one can negotiate with cannibals. As they continued to talk, another cannibal approached, armed. Ow wow. Oh whoa wow whoa. Ouch. Johnny cried out as a bone spear hit his belly again, eliciting groans of pain. Ow wow wow. Their small conversation was interrupted by a new thunderous sound within the tribe. One of the cannibals, apparently the leader, shouted, causing everyone to stop talking. Ow wow wow. He continued speaking, opening his arms in a kind of celebration. Oh wow 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 wow. The crowd went into a frenzy, shouting in a strange language. I wouldn't want to know what they're saying because I have a feeling I'd regret it. Kuina was scared when she saw the crowd starting to move excitedly around them. Suddenly, everyone looked at the Tide trio, making them sweat, as it seemed they were about to be thrown into the cauldron. Luffy was heading where the Vivre card was pointing, with the crew right behind him. As they walked through the jungle peacefully after a casual conversation with everyone, a loud noise caught their attention, prompting Luffy to look at Yamato. A beast is approaching. Yamato said simply. Footstep asterisk. A 5-meter beast appeared in front of them after emerging from the trees. It looked furious and, at the same time, happy to reunite with its escaped prey. Ah ha ah. It's the stinky monster. Shirahoshi screamed in fear. Sharky. Megalo, the most traumatized by this monster, ran to stand behind Shirahoshi while crying and trembling in fear, not wanting to face this creature again. What? It's just a beast. Yamato complained about this reaction. It's not just a beast. Reiju said calmly. It's a skunk. Usopp shouted and was already taking steps back. Luffy, seeing his old enemy, debated what he could do. He could simply draw his weapon and shoot the creature's head, but he thought of another solution. Usopp. Luffy came to his marksman's side and put his hand on his shoulder to stop him from leaving, confidently saying with a smile. Usopp, this is the most powerful beast on this island, only a brave man can face it, I'm sure only you can defeat it without suffering damage. Among us, I'm counting on you for that. Luffy said seriously to the long-nosed one, who was stunned after those words. What do you mean, Luffy? I can't face it, it's much more powerful than me. Usopp denied in fear. Usopp, aren't you a brave warrior of the sea? Luffy asked the boy seriously. The rest of the crew was intrigued by this kind of conversation. While the skunk was getting ready to run towards them at any moment, Luffy seemed oblivious to it. I am. I'm a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp shouted after his initial hesitation. He joined the crew because he had to prove to be this warrior that Luffy believes in him. Tell me, Usopp, who is the greatest warrior of this sea? Luffy asked like a general with his army. Of course, it's Captain Usopp. Usopp shouted, motivated. Tell me, Usopp, does the brave warrior of the sea fear this beast? Luffy asked again, ignoring the part where Usopp claimed to be the captain. Of course not. The brave warrior of the sea, Usopp, fears nothing. Usopp shouted confidently. Great, then go and prove it. In case you don't kill it, I'll make you train 5 times harder for a week. Luffy said calmly this time. Yes, sir. Usopp suddenly straightened up and quickly took the lead of the group with his rifle, not wanting to disappoint Luffy after this subtle threat. What the hell is happening here? Everyone else in the crew had this thought as they looked at the scene with raised eyebrows. Usopp, your rifle won't penetrate the animal's skin, you have to find a weak point, you know there's only one part of its body for you to defeat it, right? Luffy said as he watched Usopp grab his weapon and position himself to shoot. The head would be its weakest point and an easy victory, and the eyes are a more vulnerable part. Usopp said with a bit of confidence, as he didn't want Luffy's training and spoke about what he had learned during all his infernal time training since Syrup Village. Luffy made him read beyond the weapons manual he handed him, he made him study anatomy not only of humans but also animals. Exactly, but it's not enough just to hit the eye since your goal is the brain, from this angle, you'll never hit it. What are you going to do, Usopp? Luffy asked, crossing his arms, waiting for a good answer. Everyone in the crew looked at the scene with great interest. Should I change the angle then? Usopp said, already aiming with his rifle and loading a special bullet into the weapon cartridge. Footstep asterisk asterisk footstep asterisk asterisk footstep asterisk asterisk footstep asterisk. The skunk started running toward the group while Usopp calmly aimed at the beast. He's coming! Shirahoshi shouted with an even more frightened Megalo on her back. Focus, Usopp, you can do it. Luffy encouraged him quietly. Usopp cleared his mind and waited for the beast to reach a strategic point. Surveying the environment in front of him, he devised a plan. Once the beast reached the position he wanted, Usopp moved the sight of his weapon and pulled the trigger. Bang, asterisk. The special bullet didn't go directly into the beast but towards its side, where it ricocheted off a rock and went towards the beast faster than it could react, hitting its eye and penetrating its head at an angle that reached its brain. The beast didn't even feel its death, as Usopp's weapon, despite not being able to penetrate the skin, was extremely advanced, so once inside the beast, it penetrated like a fish cutting through the water. Crack asterisk. The beast died mid-sprint, collapsing to the ground and breaking it as it slowed down until it came to a stop. You did it! Luffy said with a satisfied smile. I did it! Not even Usopp believed it but sighed in relief for not having to go through an even heavier training with Luffy. That was a beautiful shot. Reiju commented. Incredible, he hit the rock and then the animal. Yamato was amazed at the skill. TSK. Zoro huffed, expecting to fight the animal, even knowing it might stink. I won? Of course, I did. I'm Usopp, commander of 8 million soldiers. The boy quickly began to inflate his ego as he showed off to the crew. Yamato suddenly frowned. Roar, asterisk. In the midst of Usopp's celebration, another giant skunk emerged from the forest behind Usopp. While he bragged to the crew, he would have been lost at this moment without some help, but Luffy quickly drew his pistol from the holster and raised it, aiming at the beast. Bang, asterisk. Boom, asterisk. Unlike Usopp's weapon, Luffy didn't use a bullet, only his power with purple flames. The shot tore through and burned the air as soon as it hit the head of the animal, which was 5 meters away, almost catching Usopp off guard. The entire area where the bullet hit exploded, leaving only the animal with its body from the neck down. Crack asterisk. Ah! Usopp was startled by this sudden scene. The dead animal stopped on its hind legs, making it look like a rabbit frozen in that moment. Never let your guard down, Usopp, it can cost you your life. But don't worry, I'll increase your training so you can always remember that. Luffy commented calmly. No! Hearing this, Usopp snapped out of his frightened state and cried at those words. Ha 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 ha! Yamato laughed at the situation. Anyway, I want the carcasses. Reiju, can you prepare skunks? Luffy said and asked the cook. Yes, I can remove the part that makes the animal stink and turn it into delicious meat. Reiju said, and Luffy was happy because skunk meat has always been one of his favorites in his past life. With a small box, he took each dead animal and reduced its mass, handing them to Yamato, who would preserve them with her ice power until they reached the ship. Once finished, Luffy wanted to continue the path. Now let's go after the others. Luffy said but stopped at that moment. In his hand, Kuina's Vivre card began to burn, leaving everyone stunned. This, Yamato realized and nervously spoke. "Find me later," said Luffy, his wings appearing instantly before he disappeared, creating a crater in the ground due to the urgency of the situation. Boom! Luffy blasted the ground below him, disappearing into the trees in the air, leaving everyone astonished. He tore through the air quickly, following the direction of Kuina's Vivre card. Soon, he arrived at a small open area, revealing a village of a local tribe, quite primitive in his opinion. However, he barely had time to consider this, as he flew at full speed toward the center of the village, where a crowd was gathering. Boom! He explosively landed in the middle of the group, raising dust and debris. The tribe, who was preparing to execute their prisoners, stopped in astonishment. The sudden explosion threw the crowd away, destroying a significant part of the village in the process. Ow wow wow. Ow wow wow. Ow. Ow wow. Oh wow wow. The natives panicked, interrupting the execution of the prisoners and waiting for the dust to settle. They searched for enemies in the surroundings and within the explosion. Suddenly, as the dust clouds dissipated, a man emerged from the wreckage, flanked by the fallen bodies of the cannibal tribe warriors caught in the impact. Kuina and the others finally seemed relieved to recognize him, while the natives felt a shiver run down their spines at the sight of Luffy. This man didn't even care about stepping on the dead bodies, displaying a frightening expression, his eyes burning with fury. Luffy's wrath transcended any known limit. His normally calm countenance was now overshadowed by a storm of anger. His eyes, sparkling with intensity, reflected the incandescent fury burning within him. The mere thought of his comrade almost losing his life at the hands of cannibals was the catalyst for this overwhelming rage. Every step Luffy took was imbued with fierce determination, a silent promise of justice echoing throughout the village. Since arriving in this world, he had never been so enraged, ready to unleash an unstoppable force against any threat that stood in his way. Chapter 50, Mysterious Island 04. Third-person POV. On island in the sea, East Blue. Ow wow wow. Ow wow wow. Ow. Ow wow. Oh wow wow. All the natives panicked, halting the execution of prisoners and waiting for the dust to settle, scanning for enemies nearby or within the explosion. Suddenly, as the dust clouds cleared, a man was seen amidst the wreckage and some bodies of the cannibal tribe warriors. While Kuina and the others seemed relieved after identifying him, the natives felt a chill run down their spines as Luffy appeared with furious eyes. Since coming to this world, he had never been as angry as he was now. Luffy! The trio, on the verge of falling into the boiling cauldron in a trance pushed by the cannibals, shouted upon realizing that Luffy caused the explosion. Luffy! Kuina couldn't help but murmur again, now looking at the expression of fury on the man with the straw hat's face, a sight she had never seen before, and even she felt a fear in her heart. Ow wow wow! One of the men from the tribe, the one who seemed to be the leader, suddenly brandished his spear at Luffy. Despite the gleam of fear in his eyes, he was still ready to face the man who fell from the sky. Ow! OWOW! Ow! More and more members of the cannibal tribe assumed combat positions against Luffy, who continued to stare at them with the same furious expression, unaffected by being surrounded. You don't seem to speak my language. Anyway, you've captured my comrades and were about to kill them, so don't expect any mercy from me. For me, someone who eats their own kind is the kind of being that has fallen among the lowest in this world. Cannibals and hypocrites are the types I don't care whether they live or die. Luffy muttered. Luffy always despised these kinds of people. Of course, the hatred for hypocrites is not for those who tell you to work while they are lazy but for those like Morgan, Rat, Akainu, and the celestial dragons who commit crimes behind a banner of justice or think they are born with some entitlement. Moa Moa no Mi, gravity, applies 0.001 times. Some rocks began to levitate from the ground and continued to rise around Luffy without him making any movements. When they reached a certain height, Luffy raised his hand and flicked the small stones. As he was already using the power of gravity, he couldn't increase the speed of the stone, but his body was powerful enough to execute his plan. The stone thrown with the snap of his fingers flew toward the cannibal leader, who was running towards him with a spear, hoping to kill Luffy. It wasn't as powerful as what he did with Krieg using that coin, but it hit the head of the cannibal, piercing through without reaching the other side before he could react. Ow! Their leader fell dead in the next moment, under the gaze of everyone. Seeing this scene, the cannibals were immediately shocked, wondering how the rocks around this man were flying and how he killed the other in the next moment just by raising his hand, as they couldn't see the stone being thrown. They seemed to be facing a figure they usually venerated, wondering how a god appeared here and was apparently unleashing his wrath on them. Ow-wow. O-W-O-W? Ow-wow. Luffy didn't let go of his fury. He began flicking more stones flying around him, aiming them at the tribe. First, he hit all the men near Kuina, Johnny, and Yasaku, keeping them away from any possible danger. The crowd that had been thrown by Luffy before was in a panic, seeking shelter, while more members of their tribe fell. Ow-wow. All the members of the cannibal tribe panicked at this moment. The elderly and women hid in their tents with the children, while the men continued with their spears pointed at them, at least those who were left because Luffy had already killed more than 20 members by now. You don't seem so brave anymore, do you, cannibals? Luffy asked with indifference, not expecting any response from those who remained as he saw fear in their eyes. They all trembled in fear of Luffy, who started walking, and the stones fell to the ground after he cancelled his power. He declared that he wanted to settle this personally in hand-to-hand combat now. Don't worry, I'll kill all of you, Luffy said indifferently, walking toward the remaining members, who began stumbling backward. Luffy didn't care about their fear, he didn't care if he was a monster to them. All he wanted was to unleash his anger for almost losing his friends. Luffy! A hand suddenly stopped on Luffy's shoulder, making him halt at that moment. It was Yamato, who had just arrived but immediately learned about the entire situation. Luffy stopped because Yamato had a worried tone in her voice. Luffy, stop. There's no need to do this anymore, our friends are already safe, Yamato said, looking nervous and concerned. They were going to kill them. Why should I spare them? Luffy growled. Luffy, I know this isn't you. You've already saved our friends. There's no need to shed more blood. They might deserve it, but you are better than that, Yamato said, squeezing Luffy's shoulder. Luffy, you're the man I chose to follow. I don't want you to lose yourself and become a beast that only knows how to kill and kill, Yamato said, thinking of her father at that moment, the man who never fit that role, being that kind of beast that easily killed anyone for anything. Yamato didn't want Luffy to become like that bastard. Sigh asterisk. I guess you're right. Luffy sighed. Luffy looked at the remaining members of the tribe and then turned his gaze to his friends, who were freeing themselves from this situation as they moved away from that platform. I think we better go, Luffy murmured and turned with the others following him out of the tribe. No other cannibal approached them, the fear of seeing half of their tribe dead was too impactful for them to attempt anything more. Luffy looked at Kuina and the others approaching and decided to leave before anger got the better of him again, leading to a massacre. Sorry for this. I wasn't at my best, Luffy spoke calmly as they distanced themselves. He could see the fear in their eyes, it wasn't what he wanted to portray as a captain. He always wanted his crew to have nothing but confidence in him. I understand, brother Luffy. I would have been extremely angry in your place too, Johnny said, trying to break the horrible mood. Luffy was about to change the subject but was interrupted by a new sound, which he welcomed as it would also change the atmosphere. We found you, Nami shouted from a considerable distance. They were running toward the group as fast as they could. Are you okay? The Vivre card indicated that you were going to die. Shirahoshi couldn't help but worry. We are. If Luffy hadn't arrived in time, I'm sure we would be getting cooked, Yasaku said regretfully. I still wonder how you guys managed to get lost, Zoro mocked. Pa, asterisk. Pa, asterisk. Zoro took 2 punches without being able to react and was on the ground in the next moment with purple eyes. How dare you say something like that? Kuina and Nami shouted angrily at the swordsman. I can't say I'm satisfied that Zoro distanced himself from them, but there's not much to say. Zoro will always be like that. I just have to be more careful, placing someone more reliable among the weaker ones. Luffy thought, not wanting to have this kind of situation in the future. Anyway, let's keep going. I doubt that tribe will come near us again, but we need to find the entrance to the key. Did anyone succeed in their search? Luffy asked everyone. Almost everyone shook their heads. Nothing. Just animals, cannibals, and trees. Almost everyone agreed with that, but Zoro suddenly spoke, surprising everyone. Could this place be an ancient ruin? Zoro asked calmly. What? You found it? You? Nami exclaimed incredulously. I don't know. I was looking for Kuina and the others when I found a strange pillar with a door behind it. On the pillar, there was a hole in the stone in the shape of a triangle. Zoro said, making Luffy open his eyes pleasantly as it was the shape of the key in his hands. Good job, Zoro. Can you tell me where you found this place? Luffy asked. Are you sure he's reliable? Reiju asked suspiciously, as this guy was quite clueless when it came to directions. I believe it's that way. Zoro ignored Reiju and thought, giving as an answer, pointing his finger in a direction in the forest. Great, everyone go the opposite way of where Zoro pointed. Luffy announced, making Zoro bewildered with this again. Hey! He said, but no one paid much attention. Now that they were following Luffy in that direction, he began to walk. It didn't take long. After clearing some paths through the dense forest and defeating some giant animals, they reached the pillar and the door described by Zoro. So, these are the ruins? Kuina asked. It seems so. Here, Luffy. The key should fit here. Nami signaled to Luffy, who arrived next to her, looking at the entrance of the pillar. However, the captain approached the gate, wanting to study it before putting the key. This is made of strange material. Luffy muttered. He went to the door and tried to punch it. Boom, asterisk. Moa Moa no Mi, strength, apply 30 times. Boom, asterisk. The explosion from the punch startled the people around, but Luffy was surprised that it didn't even scratch the structure. Yamato, try striking here too. Luffy said, and Yamato approached. Her weapon turned black with haki, and she delivered a blow. Boom, asterisk. Using a significant portion of her strength, not even a scratch appeared on the surface where her weapon hit. Incredible. She murmured. As I thought, this must be as indestructible as the poneglyphs. Luffy said in admiration. Luffy decided to go to the pillar. Let's see what happens when I put this in. Luffy said, placing the triangular-shaped key into the spot on the stone, sinking it immediately. With a snapping sound, a small light appeared from the key, tracing a line across the pillar. Crack, asterisk. A lock sound came from the door, and it began to move slowly, but with a sound indicating how heavy they were as they opened. Finally, treasures. Nami shouted as they began to walk toward the entrance, which opened before them. Chapter 51, Mysterious Island 05. Third-person POV. On island in the sea, East Blue. Crack, asterisk. The sound of a lock echoed from the door, and it began to move slowly, but with a sound revealing its weight as it opened. Finally, treasures. Nami exclaimed as they started walking towards the entrance, unfolding in front of them. As the doors opened, Nami was ready to rush inside at her highest speed. Wait, Nami, we don't know what we might find in there. Be careful, it's better if everyone stays together. Luffy warned her with a stern look at the cat burglar. He didn't want to have to keep saving her from any trap in this place due to her recklessness. I guess you're right. Nami sighed and admitted, approaching the group again. Let's stick together. If anything unusual happens, let us know. Luffy said and went ahead, leading the group. The first thing they saw after passing the doors was a dark corridor. Luffy raised the palm of his hand, and a purple flame emerged from it in the form of a fireball, floating and fixing above his head, providing light to his surroundings. The now illuminated corridor proved to be made of the same material as the gate, making Luffy even more intrigued about what lay inside this place. But the place had no secrets beyond being hidden on a random island and requiring a key to open, as they hadn't encountered any traps so far. The group continued to the end of the corridor without problems. Once they reached the end, Luffy began to see what looked like a large hall opening in front of the crew, with a staircase leading down to a slightly lower level. Luffy's surprise came when he increased the intensity of his flame, quickly illuminating the entire place. He threw other flames at the ceiling, which was 15 meters high. It was a spacious area with at least 50 meters, a kind of ancient cave or grotto. This time, without all that external material, only natural stone structures and rocks were found here, but Luffy wouldn't be surprised if there was a layer around this chamber, protecting it from any external invaders. As the intensity of Luffy's flame increased, the location revealed its secrets with extraordinary splendor. The light danced on the walls of a vast cave, highlighting the marks of an ancient battle echoing in the atmosphere. Natural stone formations and majestic rock structures composed the environment, giving it a sacred aura. In the center of this monumental chamber, two poneglyphs rested silently, silent witnesses of a long-buried history. Next to them, a pillar stood with dignity, supporting a box that seemed to guard mysteries yet to be revealed. Distant, almost like a vision from another time, was an old and broken ship, whose remnants resembled the legendary Flying Dutchman, evoking an atmosphere of myth and antiquity. With this thought, Luffy turned his face and instinctively looked at Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi is now out of the clutches of Vanderdecken 9, but I'll make sure to kill him when we go to the New World. Luffy thought and returned his attention to the ship. The golden glow escaping from a hole in the side of the ship, a result of centuries of decay, captured the group's attention. The shining gold, now illuminated by Luffy's light, cascaded into a dazzling shower of sparkling sparks, dazzling everyone. The discoveries in the heart of the cave triggered a feeling of awe, as the group found themselves facing an unexplored chapter of history, waiting to be unveiled. That, Kuina said. Gold, a lot of gold. Usopp murmured beside her. Sharky. No, you can't eat that, Megalo. Shirahoshi warned her friend. I've never seen such a quantity before. Yamato argued, but she didn't seem very interested. Are we dreaming, brother? Johnny asked his companion. We must be, brother, Yusaku replied. I never imagined that so much gold could be in just one place. Reiju said with quite a surprise as well. TSK. Is it just gold? Zoro mocked, uninterested. Oh. Chaochu agrees with you, Zoro. But I'm surprised too. I expected this on the Sky Island, but I never thought we'd find so much gold in the East Blue, Luffy said. People didn't even wonder about what he said about the Sky Island, as their sole focus was on the gold reflecting the purple fireballs on the ceiling. However, Luffy didn't mind and turned his face to see the reaction of the person among them who loves gold the most, with interest. Isn't that right, Nami? Luffy smiled at Inami, who stared at all that gold with lifeless eyes. Luffy. Is this real? Nami asked calmly, with the same eyes, and continued. Aren't we dead and come to some kind of heaven for our good deeds? She continued to muse in a trance. Nonsense, silly girl. Go ahead and pick out some pieces for yourself, take whatever you can. Luffy said. He was quite surprised by the gold, but he was more curious about the mysterious box and poneglyphs. He took his first steps towards the chest on the pillar and the stone with ancient inscriptions. Luffy didn't care about the gold anymore beyond his initial surprise. Of course, it was a very pleasant surprise, it would greatly accelerate his plans with something like this, but he had his thoughts on the contents of that part, as they seemed more important than the treasures. Yamato decided to follow Luffy instead of the majority of the crew, who chose to run for the gold. Luffy approached and stood in front of the pillar chest, next to the poneglyphs. Let's see what's inside this box, because I'm almost sure that this box must be the most important thing in this chamber. They seem to have died a long time ago. Yamato commented beside them. In the nearby area, they noticed that there were 6 long decomposed skeletons. They wore samurai armor, and there was a complete sword among them. It looks like they built this place a long time ago, then fled from something and fought in the same chamber to protect their items, especially this box. Luffy analyzed the place. There are also signs of a fight. They could have locked themselves in with the enemy, but how does that explain the ship with gold appearing here, buried in the middle of an island practically? Yamato asked curiously. The place had many holes, even the ship looked like it came out of a war before coming here, only adding to the mystery of this place. Luffy couldn't imagine how it ended up in this place, perfectly understanding Yamato's logical thinking. Yes, there was a battle in this place. Strange. And no, I have no idea how that ship appeared here. Luffy murmured with all this mystery. Anyway, let's see what's in this box. Unfortunately, I don't know what to do with these stones with a strange language. Luffy said, approaching the chest. As soon as he opened it, he was surprised by the content inside. The box was fancy and had something peculiar inside, carefully placed. A fruit? What kind of devil fruit could it be? Yamato asked beside him, sounding somewhat surprised as soon as she saw what was inside the box. Strange. I don't recognize this fruit, and I don't remember it in the encyclopedia here, Luffy murmured. Luffy said, taking the book from his pocket and flipping through it to make sure of his doubts. The fruit was shaped like a canine paw with 3 colors, red on the right, blue in the middle, and white on the left, something quite intriguing for Luffy and Yamato. Anyway, I'll save it for later. Luffy took the box after closing it and shrank its size, putting it in his pocket. His attention turned to the poneglyphs now. These stones are quite hard. Yamato commented, touching one of them. Yes, your father has one of them in particular, somewhere on Onigashima. Luffy commented. Really? What are they for? Yamato asked, a bit curious about their purpose. She didn't know them yet. As far as I know, they seem to have 3 functions in my opinion. 1. Narrate history. 2. Tell about prophecies and ancient weapons, and 3. The red stones give the location of the One Piece. Luffy commented, leaving Yamato wide-eyed, knowing the value of these stones, especially the last use that Luffy mentioned. Really? She couldn't help but be surprised now, making Luffy look strangely at her. Don't you know? These are called poneglyphs. I'm sure Odin used to read them in his time. Luffy spoke. Are these things poneglyphs? Then I must read them too. She said with determination after realizing that these are the stones described in Odin's diary that he used to report in his journal. Still, she had never seen one before, so she didn't recognize them. I doubt you can, only one person could do that. I really hope she comes to my ship soon. Luffy commented, thinking of Robin. Of all the characters in One Piece, Robin was the woman he most wanted by his side. He had always been captivated by her for some reason. Her story was quite sad, and that made him very eager to protect her. He stopped summoning her when he had the cards because he knew she wouldn't simply trust him at that moment. So he decided to recruit people more easily and would wait to talk to Robin in Alabasta once they reached the Grand Line. I see. Yamato nodded with Luffy, seeing that she couldn't understand anything about those symbols, no matter how hard she tried. Luffy touched the poneglyphs, thinking that his best chances of gaining knowledge were to copy them on paper, but he didn't stop trying to use his fruit to run a test. To his surprise, it really worked. One of the poneglyphs he touched began to shrink, getting smaller and smaller. Ow! You got one. Yamato said next to him. Zoro approached them with interest, especially in the sword that Luffy was holding now, as he had no interest in gold and was with Chaochu by his side. It seems so, although this is a big surprise to me since I thought my devil fruit abilities wouldn't work on them. Luffy commented, still incredulous, as he couldn't even scratch them, but somehow managed to shrink their size. Now he looked at the small stone in his hand. This is really a surprise, but it makes things much easier, giving me the ability to collect the stones. I'm sure the 5 elders would go crazy if they knew someone could do this. Luffy had a new happy thought with this. Luffy, opening a satisfying smile, went to the next poneglyph and shrank it like the last one. Well, this part is done, let's see the gold now. Luffy said, approaching most of the crew, who were circling that whole mountain of gold. looking for something that interested them everywhere. He could see Nami adorned with jewels all over her body, carrying 3 huge bags behind her, still searching for something valuable. I bet it's only 3 bags because that's all she has. I wouldn't be surprised if she built another mountain of bags to take from here, Luffy muttered to himself. Most were happy, putting jewelry on their arms, earrings, and even crowns. Kuina! Luffy called. Kuina looked surprised at Luffy and saw him smile at the sight of her, after she adorned herself with gold, putting on bracelets, necklaces, and earrings. Don't look at me like that, I'm a girl. Kuina shouted at Luffy's teasing glances. Feel free, you look beautiful like this. Luffy showed appreciation for the girl and continued to speak. But I intend to interrupt you because I have something for you, he said, showing the sword he found among the skeletons. Zoro next to Luffy couldn't help but be surprised by this, just like Kuina. This? What kind of sword is it? Kuina couldn't help but be surprised as she hurried towards Luffy. It's Tensa Zangetsu, a sword on the same level as your old Wado Ikemanji. It's cursed, so its rank isn't higher, but it could be among the top 12. Its last user appeared 300 years ago, and it was lost since then. Now it's yours. I believe it will help, and if you master it, it will be among the main legendary weapons. Luffy said the description he read in the weapons encyclopedia as soon as he saw the weapon and smiled at Kuina, who looked strangely at him. You should have this weapon, your saber was destroyed by my hawk. Kuina commented, trying to deny. That's not important to me, I'll soon have my own sword shortly after we reach the Grand Line, so I'll simply discard any weapon I have on hand. That's why I prefer to give you the sword. Luffy spoke sincerely, gaining some admiration from the people around him who heard it. I don't know what to say. Thank you, but this won't make me join your crew for this reason. Kuina stuck her tongue out at Luffy and took the sword from his hands but thanked him with a look to the man in the straw hat. She wasted no time and pulled the blade out of the sheath to admire the sharpness of the blade, which didn't seem to be affected despite centuries locked in a cave. Luffy smiled at this, he didn't expect anything more from Kuina, but he always liked the way the girl acted tough. He left her with the sword and went to the gold right after. He looked at the whole group dressed in gold and found it amusing. Shiahoshi seemed to be adorning Megalo while laughing at him with amusement, and Megalo didn't seem to like it much. Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku thought they were in a pool of gold as they swam among the treasures with happiness. Reiju was next to them, patiently choosing an earring and a kitchen knife made of gold. Have you taken what interested you? I'll take the rest of the gold, Luffy simply said, approaching. Luffy-sama? No. 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 Nami, seeing what Luffy was going to do, had a premonition that appeared even in the worst nightmares. Stop him. Don't let him touch the gold for anything in this world. Nami shouted, running to Luffy, trying to prevent him from making that witchcraft of making money in gold disappear. But it was too late, the gold began to be sucked as soon as he touched it with his hands, like a black hole, and only large amounts of gold were pulled into Luffy's hand as if he had opened a portal, leaving everyone who had the gold unharmed and unaffected as they watched the gold flow into Luffy's hand. Everyone was surprised by this because tons of gold disappeared into Luffy's hands in a few seconds under everyone's gaze, leaving only the gold that everyone was carrying and adorning themselves with. Shop money, 7,920,000,000 berries. Luffy looked with satisfaction at the nearly 8 billion he now possessed. Nami's scream was so loud that it passed through the camera barrier and even startled the cannibals in their tribe at that moment, wondering what kind of creature had been hurt so much to let out such a lamentable scream. Chapter 52, Mysterious Island 06. Third-person POV. On island in the sea, East Blue. Luffy noted his gains. An unknown devil fruit, shaped like an apple with 3 colors, red, blue, and white. Last but not least, 2 poneglyphs that he somehow managed to shrink for compactness. Luffy was sure that he could describe what that strange fruit was and its story of how it ended up there, along with some mysterious history, but that would have to wait. I'll have to ask Robin when we get to Alabasta. For now, it's better not to consume the fruit since it's not described in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. But it's clear that it's special, otherwise, the government wouldn't have been searching for it for centuries. I'll have to figure out what it does and then give it to whoever is most suitable for this fruit before having someone from the crew eat it, Luffy concluded and moved on to the next treasure. An enormous amount of gold that he absorbed into the system. Shop money, 7,920,000,000 berries. That's a lot, a whole lot of money. Luffy was in awe of the immense wealth he had acquired on this ship inside the cave. Nami still wept for all those mountains of money disappearing from one moment to the next, thanks to Luffy and his sorcery. I don't want to waste any more time here. We've explored the whole place, now let's move forward because I know you all have questions, and I want to explain some things to you, Luffy said, prompting everyone to follow quickly. There were many questions, but he promised to answer them all, so everyone waited. Soon, they exited the cave. With Luffy removing the key, the doors began to close, and they continued through the forest toward the beach. Looks like Lamy is here too, Yamato said after a while as everyone approached the beach. They were already at the last trees, and soon they spotted the marine ship with a boat beside it and a massive empty raft. Lamy and Beepo were waiting for them. As the group approached them, Lamy broke the silence first. I was ready to go after you, it was quite boring here. Lamy lamented and looked at the group, not recognizing Johnny, Yasaku, and Reiju. You guys seem to have left some behind, but still, the group has increased even more, Lamy said with a smile, as the strange couple was nowhere to be found, but the number of people did not decrease. New companions! Beepo exclaimed beside her. A talking bear! Johnny and Yasaku said simultaneously, surprised. What a strange group! Reiju found these people increasingly peculiar, and their numbers seemed to be growing even more. Lamy looked at the woman she didn't know, and somehow, when their eyes met, it seemed like sparks flew between them. It looked like, from that moment on, they would be sworn enemies. Luffy looked at that a bit worried, but before he could say anything, someone shouted, "Wait! You're that woman with the bear from the newspaper." Johnny shouted strangely, recognizing Lamy now along with Beepo. You guys are the new bounty hunters from the East Blue. We're your fans after you took down Buggy the Clown. They shouted in unison. They're not our companions, right? Lamy asked with a grimace at this strange duo that was screaming in admiration for her, ignoring her words. No, they're just accompanying us like Kuina, Luffy said, smiling. I see. Anyway, it looks like you guys have been through some things, Lamy commented, observing the remaining excitement of some with gold adorning everything they could, while others seemed to be in a state of depression, like Nami in a corner with tears since they left that cave, even though she had 3 bags of gold behind her. Oh, and did you get the money for Kuro and his crew? Luffy asked. Yes, 16 million for the captain and his crew. But the Marines were bothering us this time, especially the base commander, as he wanted me to join under his command, and Morgan's newspaper wanted to schedule an interview. Like, I'm just handing over pirates, I don't know why I'm getting so much attention. Lamy complained to Luffy. It doesn't seem like much, really. Reiju scoffed in a mocking tone. What did you say? Lamy didn't like what the pink-haired woman said, even though she seemed to have some logic in her words. For some reason, Lamy didn't like it when it came out of her mouth. Meanwhile, Beepo took a bag of berries from the boat and placed it in front of Luffy. There are 25 million, Captain. Beepo said. That's good, even more than Buggy, Luffy commented, making the money disappear, and Nami, seeing this, cried even more. Kuro? You captured Kuro? Is he still alive? Yasaku said admirably, now recognizing the conversation between them. You're amazing, Sister Lamy. Johnny said, causing Lamy to grimace again. It wasn't Lamy who caught him. He was killed by Usopp, Luffy clarified. Brother Usopp? Both bounty hunters exclaimed in surprise. Of course, it was me. Usopp said proudly, not wanting to dwell on the fact that he almost died on that occasion. Wait a minute. Lamy is handing over a pirate crew you captured? Johnny asked strangely. Even that old clown, Luffy-sama beat him, and Lamy-sama traded him for berries, Shirahoshi said. Why are you all looking at me like that? Lami is a crew member, Luffy said calmly, making the bounty hunters understand the situation, but they were still no less surprised, as it was quite shocking. Lami was someone they had come to admire as the best in the area in this sea when it came to hunting pirates. Even though the first capture was buggy, it was unprecedented for someone to hand over a pirate to the Marines with more than 10 million in many years. Anyway, is there anyone else to hand over? You mentioned there would be 2 more pirate groups before we go to the Grand Line, Lami asked, and Luffy confirmed. Yes, but before that, let's talk. We have a crew meeting now, and with you, it would save me time to explain things later. Luffy said, looking at everyone after they paid attention to him when he said those words. As you know, we got this devil fruit, Luffy announced, holding up the fruit for everyone to see as it increased in size in front of them. Do you know what its effect is? Lami asked curiously. No, there are no records in the encyclopedia, and it seems that it hasn't had a user for a few hundred years or maybe more than that, Luffy said, raising many eyebrows. And who's going to eat it? Or are we going to sell it? Reiju asked. The only clue is the poneglyph. Here, Luffy showed the miniatures of the stones to everyone. This language is forbidden. No one knows it, and the government would hunt us down like dogs if they knew you have it in your hands, Lami warned severely as soon as she noticed the gravity of the situation. We'll be hunted by the world government? What? Sharky. This is too dangerous, Captain. I'm sorry. There's no way the government doesn't know about this is with us, and even if they did, we won't be afraid of them. Luffy spoke confidently and continued. Regarding what's written here, there must be many people who know this language, but the vast majority must be scholars under the control of the world government to read these words. However, there is one person outside their control who has this kind of knowledge, and her name is Nico Robin, whom I intend to find in Alabasta to discover something real about the fruit and the story behind it before deciding who should eat it, Luffy said, and everyone understood. Although some doubts arose in the minds of those who had known the woman known as the Devil's Child for over 20 years, about how Luffy knew her whereabouts, no one raised more questions about it. Now, about the treasure, about the pile of gold we found, there were almost 8 billion berries in that place. The place fell silent after these words. No one could believe what they heard or were still trying to process this information in the wake of Luffy's words moments ago. They knew it was a lot of gold, but hearing this was too shocking. Are you saying there was more than 7 billion in gold in that place? Kuina said, looking lost. 7 billion, almost 8 billion. Nami said, looking like a dead fish. It's just gold. Zoro scoffed. He never cared much for money, no more than he needed, of course. Oh? It's just gold, he says. Usopp commented, looking lost. Sharky? Papa never talked about money, so I don't know, Megalo, but it seems like a lot of money, I guess, Shirahoshi said. Almost 8 billion. The collective scream was heard throughout the island again. Even Lami and Beepo were stunned, wondering how the crew managed to get so much money while they were away. They knew there was a lot of money, but this amount was so absurd that while Lami, Reiju, and Kuina seemed stunned, Nami, Usopp, Johnny, Yasaku, and Beepo had looks as if life no longer existed. Shirahoshi, Megalo, and Yamato just looked curiously, and Zoro and Chaochu didn't seem to care. There was this money, but I've already spent all the money while we were coming to the beach. Luffy announced, earning even more astonished looks. Luffy, how did you spend almost 8 billion on this path from the cave to the beach, which lasted only an hour? Nami asked in a lifeless tone. She seemed unable to bear it anymore and flew at Luffy with so much anger that it didn't even seem like her captain was a monster. The punches hit Luffy with all the force of the girl, but it only made Nami cry as she tried to alleviate the pain in her fists after connecting them with Luffy's tough skin. Ha 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 ha. Let me explain first. Luffy ignored the fact that Nami tried to hit him and continued with a cheerful laugh. I have a special ability, which everyone deserves to know. I have a power that can exchange berries for other items at market prices. Luffy said, and extending his hand, a white devil fruit with green stripes appeared in the shape of an orange with wings. I traded most of the money for this fruit. Luffy said, showing the fruit. Everyone, without exception, looked curiously at this devil fruit. What kind of fruit is it? Lami asked. It's not one you know or is in the encyclopedia, but it's more expensive than Europope no Mi. Luffy smiled. What, is it worth more than 4.5 billion? Lami exclaimed in amazement now. 4.5 billion? Luffy, you spent more than that on this fruit? Nami shouted at Luffy, but didn't try to hit him this time, as it didn't yield much result last time, but she had no less desire to do so. Yes, I bought it because I know it will be useful, since this fruit will be yours. Luffy said, turning to Nami, who still held his hand in pain, and showed her the fruit, leaving her stunned. What are you saying? Are you going to give it to me? Nami was speechless after that question. Yes, I was thinking of the best way to deal with Arlong. I came to the conclusion that you should do it with your own hands, so I spent 5 billion on this fruit. I already intended to give it to you anyway when I had the money, so it just came earlier than I imagined. With it, you will be one of the most powerful in the group once you consume it. Luffy spoke. 5 billion Luffy, you can't give me this. It's too much money. Nami may love money, but she knows her place when she needs to. 5 billion is an amount she never dreamed of having in her life, but now, this man she decided to call captain said he would free her land with something so valuable, he was giving her such a precious gift. I've already decided, it's yours. Luffy smiled. But what about the others? Why give me this power when others might be more useful than me? Nami insisted. Don't worry, I have this book, which I bought for another 2 billion. It's a manual of the 6 styles of the Navy, and it's not just any, but the best in the world, used only by the elite of the world government. Luffy said, showing a decorated and protected book cover. 2 billion? What are these 6 styles? Kuino was the first to ask, making Luffy earn more curious looks. Incredible Luffy, you got that. Lami said with an admiring look, as she knows a bit about these techniques, just as Reiju knows a bit from the time of Germa. Is it that amazing? Zoro asked with curiosity. These 6 styles are powerful techniques used by the elite of the Navy and world government. There are many useful techniques, one of them is that you can step on the air as if it were solid ground. You can practically fly with your jumps. Reiju said. Now, eat this, Nami. Luffy said, handing the fruit to Nami. Just eat, no one will complain. Don't you want the power to avenge your mother? Luffy asked. He knew that no one would mind all that treasure being invested in a fruit in Nami's hands, and even if someone complained, he wouldn't care, as he is the captain and decided so. Yes, you're right. Nami finally said, reaching out and eating the fruit at that moment. Exclamation point. What a terrible taste. Nami almost spat out everything she put in her mouth, but seeing that she was eating 5 billion berries, she quickly put the whole fruit in her mouth and tried not to vomit in the next moment. Her captain smiled at this and announced. Congratulations, Nami, you ate the icon no Mi model, Garuda. Luffy said happily and looked at Nami's status in the system. Nami, Navigator. Devil Fruit, Nun icon no Mi model, Garuda E. Vitality, EC. Strength, EC. Defense, EC. Speed, EB. Spirit, CB. As a member of his crew, all of her talents increase by 100%. System rules: the ranking level of the system works from the letter E to EX, this is the mortal limit, which is understood within this classification from lowest to highest, just below. ED, CBA, SSSSSSX. Chapter 53, Mysterious Island 07. Third-person POV. On island in the sea, East Blue. Congratulations, Nami, you ate the icon no Mi model, Garuda. Luffy said happily and looked at Nami's status in the system. Nami, Navigator. Devil Fruit, Nun icon no Mi model, Garuda E. Vitality, EC. Strength, EC. Defense, EC. Speed, EB. Spirit, CB. As a member of your crew, all your talents increase by 100%. What? Nami exclaimed, feeling the changes in her body like never before in her entire life. She seemed to be experiencing immediate transformations upon consuming the fruit. Are you feeling the effects already? Ha 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 ha. That's good. Luffy commented, watching Nami look at her hands in disbelief as some lines of green energy appeared and disappeared rapidly, as she didn't have much control. Everyone around was curious about these changes the navigator and the captain were talking about because Nami didn't seem to have changed physically in the eyes of the group. Luffy, I feel much stronger for some reason, it's like I'm overflowing with energy. Nami forgot about the fact that she had depression after seeing billions of berries disappear before her eyes for a new feeling of ecstasy at this moment, feeling the changes in her body. Ha 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 ha. That's how it is, let's do a test. Punch me now. I want to see what you're capable of right now. Luffy spoke excitedly, and Nami agreed with the captain. Approaching him, under the gaze of everyone, she leaned back with her arm and punched Luffy in the chest, who was using no support other than his own physical strength to withstand the blow. Boom, asterisk. Nami punched Luffy point blank, causing him to recoil 10 meters with the impact in the next moment, while his feet were dragged by the beach sand. The expression of surprise was collective because they saw her try to punch Luffy a moment ago without even scratching his body. Even Luffy looked at her with some amusement. Now she had much stronger strength, even though, despite everything, she only made him retreat a few meters. But this was a surprising change in the captain's opinion, as she used to be the weakest in the group until a moment ago. Ha ha ha. Luffy began to laugh while massaging the part hit by her punch. I can say I felt that, Nami. Good job, but your potential is much more than that. Luffy was getting more and more excited. One thing is to be a strong captain and have to do everything for the crew while being practically a babysitter in the group. Another is to have capable and reliable companions that Luffy could trust for tasks too dangerous for most people. He wanted a crew like that. Luffy, how did I become so strong? Nami knew she had changed, but her punch was so powerful that it surprised her to the core. She would have killed a normal person with that. She still had difficulty absorbing this information. Nami. Don't underestimate yourself, this is just an initial strength. As far as I know, the physical specialty of your fruit is agility and mobility, as you control the wind and can fly with wings. Not to mention, you can create giant claws and control them within a certain range, making the versatility of your abilities very powerful, even more versatile than my icon. I can fly? Control the wind and even create those claws? Nami was incredulous at this information, becoming more and more stunned as she realized how powerful her devil fruit was. Do you think 5 billion were just for you to increase your physical abilities? Luffy teased her. Thank you. She looked at Luffy for a while and thanked him, going to him and giving him a sincere, strong hug. No one had ever done something so grand for her before, there was no way she couldn't be moved. Thank you. I don't know what else to say, but no one has ever done something like this for me before. She admitted in the midst of the hug with these very words, showing her true gratitude as tears began to run down her cheeks and a content smile appeared. Luffy returned the hug as his arms enveloped her back and waist. Nami. Don't worry, I always saw potential in you, as someone reliable from the moment I laid eyes on you in that buggy's cage, Luffy said sincerely. But you turned me into a servant and made me clean your ship. She complained as she leaned back and punched Luffy's chest with feigned anger. Well. Someone wanted to take all my treasures at the time, I had to punish that person in a certain way, Luffy smiled, looking at a raised eyebrow Nami. Fair enough. Nami admitted in the end. Could you two stop flirting in front of the group? Nami scoffed, interrupting Luffy and Nami from continuing this kind of conversation as they embraced so intimately in front of them. This time, I have to agree with the emo here. Rages said. Who are you calling emo, curly eyebrows? Nami expressed her anger. Call me that again, and I'll kick your butt. Reiju hadn't liked this woman from the beginning. Wanna try? I'll be happy to cut someone like you. Nami growled. Could you stop fighting too? Where did this come from? Kuina complained from the side. Luffy sighed at this too, foreseeing that this fight would be a recurring event during their journeys in the next years or decades together. Stop this, I want to celebrate with the group right now. We have 2 giant prawns to eat and plenty of drinks in stock, so I want to have a feast here, not see idiots fighting. Luffy stepped away from Nami and went to them with the navigator in tow. Feast. Johnny, Yusaku, and Usopp cheered immediately, knowing the experience of the parties made in the last few days on the ship. They could indulge in food and drink to their heart's content. It didn't take long, and the beach quickly filled with utensils that Luffy took from the ship. Using his fruit, he enlarged the size and reduced the weight to facilitate Rage's work with the food. So Luffy, you mentioned the ability to exchange berries for things, you just skimmed over something like that. How exactly is that? No one should do that just like that. Lami looked suspiciously at Luffy, who was now drinking sake with Zoro by his side, as they seemed to be the people who loved this type of alcoholic beverage the most in the crew. It's true, I didn't explain that properly. As I said, I can buy anything that no one has claimed. Luffy looked at the doubtful faces around him, as the question attracted everyone's attention. Even Rage stopped cooking and seasoning the prawn meat to listen at this moment. The concept isn't difficult, but explaining what a system is complicated for them. Luffy murmured and continued his reasoning with the group. The money I touch and make disappear isn't the power of my fruit shrinking its size. Instead, it's transferred to a space where I can no longer withdraw it as berries. But I can exchange the amount of money for other things. As I mentioned before, I can't take things that others already have. For example, I can't take Mihawk's Yoru, but I can take Gold D. Roger's sword, the former Pirate King, if I have the money, since it's not in anyone's possession at the moment. Luffy didn't speak about the system itself, but it seemed that the smarter members of the group understood the concept. That's incredible. Are you saying you can buy most things in this world? That explains the manual of those techniques, but didn't it belong to someone already? Kuina said, surprised, and asked curiously. As long as it's not a weapon or a fruit with a person, things like that manual, locked in deposits, I can take. Luffy clarified. And where does this money go? It can't just cease to exist when you buy something, right? Nami asked, alarmed and concerned about the idea of gold ceasing to exist. That is very concerning, Captain. With this, the value of gold would skyrocket due to scarcity, creating chaos in the world economy and making significant changes in monetary prices. With this kind of global crisis, many countries will be wiped off the map. Bippo shouted, making everyone, without exception, look at him with a shocked expression. How can this mink bear understand economic concepts? Luffy couldn't help but be surprised by this. The others looked at Bippo with various expressions, some trying to understand what was behind his words, others had shocked expressions like Luffy, as they had some idea of the concepts and logic behind this theory, as the captain was thinking. However, for everyone, it was surprising that it was Bippo who said this before anyone else, in this situation. Well, actually, this doesn't affect the world. Luffy said, a little embarrassed still, but continued. Gold and money simply don't disappear from the world. They are sent as far away as possible, so I can't access them again. Since that wouldn't be fair, even with a cheat like this, it wouldn't be cool for me to have infinite money while acquiring all the valuable items in the world, right? Now some lucky person should come across some part of this hidden gold, probably on the other side of the world right now. Luffy clarified. I understand, but it's still great to be able to do this. Usopp muttered. Luffy, you've already spent 7 billion on the manual and Nami's fruit. Do we need to have Lami catch more pirates and take them to the Marines? Kuina posed a logical question. You have a good point, Kuina, but I want to handle it the same way. There's still 920 million left in the system. Money isn't a more significant problem for us right now, but even so, I want to clean this sea of those with higher bounties. Either we hand them over to the Marines or exterminate them all, but I don't think we become a cruel crew that kills in cold blood, right? So let's hand them over to the Marines while we still have the chance. Luffy said, as he wanted to get rid of these people in the East Blue before leaving this sea. As soon as he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lami sitting while drinking a beer. Is everything okay with you? I don't want to take advantage of you, but if you're willing to continue, I'd appreciate it. Luffy spoke to her. If she wasn't satisfied, they could simply go to a base and throw the captured pirates at her. If this gang you caught and one more is missing, there's no reason not to continue doing this since I'm starting to get used to it. Lami scoffed. Great, now let's stop with boring topics and continue our feast. Luffy said, and Reiju already had the meat ready for them to eat as she placed it on a giant plate. Here. Reiju offered, and their group began to eat while drinking their beverages. What delicious meat! Luffy was right, it's so good. Thank you, Mr. Racoon, for the food. Do you know you're talking to a dead being, Shirahoshi? He. After that, darkness took over the sky, but the group didn't seem to mind as they continued their festivities without interruptions. Ha 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 ha. He. Shar. What a bunch of idiots. But you have to admit it's funny. Ha 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 ha. What kind of group is this? Brother Usopp is so funny. Ha 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 ha. While the feast continued, the antics between Usopp and the others were created with many of the crew already drunk. This kind of atmosphere continued until they lost consciousness in the middle of the night. The next day. What a hellish hangover. Luffy woke up with a strong headache the next day. He found himself in the middle of the beach area with Lami and Reiju on each of his arms. They hadn't slept together, as everyone was still clothed, but it didn't stop him from being surprised by it. They seemed like water and oil, to the point where I thought they would hate each other from that first contact yesterday. But it seems I was wrong since they seem to be in harmony. That's good. Luffy smiled satisfied at the two women, who slept peacefully in his arms. As much as I like being between two beauties, I have things to do this morning. Luffy complained to himself and carefully removed his arms from the girls and got up without waking them. As soon as he got up, he saw the state of his crew. They were scattered all over the beach quite stupidly. Nami and Kuina were hugging in a corner of the sand, Shirahoshi was with Megalo, Johnny and Yasaku were lying side by side in a corner, Usopp used Chachu as a stuffed toy, Yamato was in a corner near where Luffy was with the girls, alone while snoring on her back. The funniest was Beepo, who slept on top of a rock. This is going to give him a hell of a backache. Luffy felt for his companion. But to Luffy's surprise, when he looked for the swordsman of the group, wondering if he had lost again, he noticed Zoro drinking in front of yesterday's old bonfire. You woke up, Captain. He greeted Luffy, smiling. Damn, Zoro, you can sometimes drink more than me. Aren't you hungover? Luffy spoke a bit surprised. I guess not. Zoro shrugged. Whatever, I'm going to do some things, don't bother me right now. Luffy said and went to the beach, where there were the marine boats and the boat Lami used. Luffy went to a more secluded corner and took a box from his pocket containing his official ship, the Black Pearl, a name he had decided on a few days ago. He took it out of the box and resized it to its normal size in front of him. Seeing the comical boat, he didn't need any effort to open the system the next moment. System, open. Shop, points, 920 million. Selecting the ship in front of him. Upgrade a ship to level 2. Price, 500 million berries. This option does not include furniture and equipment, they must be purchased separately. Yes, /no. Yes. A new screen appeared before Luffy, showing the modifications that would happen to the ship. With this, he could choose the color, flag, and several other options for the ship without changing its soul. This is better than I thought. It won't be a worse ship than the Thousand Sunny from the original story. It might even undergo another evolution. Luffy celebrated internally. After spending a few minutes shaping the ship model in the 3D system, a confirmation question appeared again once he finished. Upgrade level 2 plus equipment for the ship, 700 million. Yes. Sure of his choices, he confirmed. That's 700 million, so I expect a ship even superior to the Thousand Sunny, which the original Luffy spent 300 million on without labor. As soon as he clicked yes, his money dropped to 220 million, and the ship in front of him with a goat's head began to dismantle. Luffy quickly used his power to muffle the sound, intending not to wake anyone up. He wanted to see the stunned looks on everyone's faces when they saw the ship in front of them for the first time. The ship silently started to disassemble, with the pieces floating in the space around it, as it unraveled and remodeled, with other pieces appearing out of nowhere. A massive atom would emerged, forming the skeleton and base of the ship, a sight to behold as the ship magically assembled in front of him. Zoro looked incredulous at this scene, as he was the only one awake, wondering what his captain was doing a little away from the ship on his own. He couldn't help but drop his drink when he saw the scene before him. Zoro saw Luffy take out the ship he received from Kaya, and soon after, the ship began to disassemble by some strange force and was being reconstructed as something new, something black and powerful, much larger in size. How is this possible? He asked with disbelief, watching the ship being reformed in front of him, transforming into something new, something formidable. A moment later, Luffy looked at the ship in front of him, satisfied. It may not be a battleship the size of Krieg's, but it's certainly like a Navy warship, much better than those of the Buster Call. Not to mention the difference between this and the ones they've been using so far is staggering. What are you doing here, so close? I don't like you. Luffy heard Reiju's voice growling from the beach, and his eyes went directly to the duo fighting early in the morning. It seems I was hasty in thinking they would get along, Luffy said mentally, feeling a bit tired. What did you say, curly eyebrows? Do you think I want to be by your side? I'll cut your feathers and put them on your back. Lami growled. Threaten me one more time, and I'll kick you straight into the sea. Reiju gritted her teeth. I don't want you near me. Get out of here. Both said at the same time and then stared at each other with sparks crossing their eyes. What is this early in the morning? Nami complained as she got up next to Kuina. These two are fighting again. Kuina said beside her. What a headache. Johnny complained. This noise doesn't help at all. Yasaku said beside him. Sharky. You're right, Lama-sama and Reiju-sama are so scary this morning. Shirahoshi cried next to Megalo. HM? What is this noise early in the morning? Yamato got up, yawning. Bark! Bark! Chaochu complained, while Usopp quietly got up next to him. Zoro was still standing, looking at the new ship now next to the Marines, wondering if he had drunk too much or if he was still sleeping and dreaming. Hey, Luffy! HM? Where did this ship come from? Nami shouted in surprise at Luffy on the beach. She went to find the captain to resolve the situation between the girls and saw him standing in front of a black warship with the same Holly Roger as Luffy's cloak, a skull with crossed bones, wearing a straw hat. HM? You guys finally woke up. Look, isn't it obvious? This is our official ship, the Black Pearl. Luffy announced, earning incredulous looks. Even Lami and Reiju stopped fighting to look at that monster, much larger than the medium-sized marine ship next to it. Chapter 54, Attacking Marine Base 16 Part 01. Third-person POV. Somewhere at sea, East Blue. So we'll meet later. Lami announced on the marine ship, securing it to the dinghy with Krieg's prisoners, who looked annoying as they cried for freedom. Luffy didn't even feed them properly, so the group could only cry when their sizes returned to normal. Yeah, I decreased the temporary weight of the ship to make it easier to take it to the next naval base. Don't forget to say that you took this ship from us after a confrontation. Maybe the Marines will reward you with some gold, and I don't want to miss that opportunity, Luffy told Lami. Wait, Luffy, why is she leaving? Isn't there a base near Kokoyashi Village Island? Wouldn't Base Naval 16 be faster for Lami? Nami asked, even making Lami look at Luffy with questioning eyes, expecting him to clarify this. Well, it's the same base that should take care of Arlong, but for some strange and very corrupt reason, in my opinion, the pirate has been dominating that area for almost 10 years without the Marines interfering, right? Luffy asked Nami, who quickly understood what the captain was talking about, as she knew how corrupt the Marines of that base were and had strong connections with Arlong. I understand. Lamy also understood. And more importantly, why would I deliver pirates to a base that I plan to rob at the next stop? Luffy smiled, earning raised eyebrows from those who heard it. What do you mean, Luffy? Kuina asked a bit cautiously. Our first stop before Arlong is Base Naval 16, I plan to loot that place before moving on. Luffy had a sadistic smile as he spoke these words. The Marines will be very angry about this. Zoro commented. It's not like we haven't attacked a base before, right, Zoro? Luffy retorted. Whatever, I hope to find someone to fight. Zoro muttered. Anyway, let's say our goodbyes. I hope to see you later. Maybe delivering Arlong after our crew destroys a marine base will raise a lot of suspicions for you, so I believe this is the last time you deliver any pirate as a supposed rising pirate hunter. Luffy said, and Lamy nodded. Saying goodbye to everyone, Lamy started her dinghy and moved away from Luffy, pulling the marine ship behind her. Now let's set this beautiful new ship on course and continue our journey. Luffy, asking Nami to start navigating it. Cutting through the stormy waters, the Black Pearl emerges from the shadows of the horizon, a sight that would be feared by all seas in the future. Its hull, bathed in a deep ebony, absorbs the sunlight, giving the vessel a sinister and majestic appearance. At the front, the bow is crowned by an Ifrit head carved in obsidian, roaring towards the horizon with imaginary flames dancing in its fiery eyes. The masts, tall like black spires piercing the sky, support black sails that seem to absorb light rather than reflect it. Each sail is adorned with ancient runes, a mystical touch that adds an aura of dark magic to the ship. The cruise flag, a skull symbol with a straw hat crossed over two crossed bones, fiercely flutters at the top of the main mast. The main deck of the Black Pearl is a choreography of movement orchestrated by the skilled crew. Black cannons, embedded on the sides, give the vessel an intimidating and menacing air, just like at the front and rear, making the ship retaliate from all sides against attacks at sea. The polished wood, carved with intricate patterns, bears witness to the craftsmanship that shaped this naval masterpiece. The captain's cabin, strategically located in the heart of the ship, is a marvel of dark engineering. The massive door, adorned with carvings that tell stories of victorious battles, opens to reveal a sanctuary of dark leather and golden details. In the center, an obsidian throne serves as the captain's seat, surrounded by star maps and mysterious artifacts. The giant figure of the Ifrit head at the bow seems to guide the Black Pearl through the turbulent waters, a mythological entity bringing with it the fire of destruction. As it cuts through the waves, the vessel leaves a trail of black foam, adding a touch of mysticism to its passage. The legend of the Black Pearl would echo through ports and taverns, inspiring fear and respect. Its destinations are unknown, its origins shrouded in mystery. It is a dark threat that will loom over the seas, a force that defies natural entities, commanded by a powerful crew that would make the world tremble one day. As he sailed, all the crew members began to explore the new ship with curiosity. The space was much larger for them to train outdoors, and there was even a garden for them to plant trees and plants. This initially shocked him, and they quickly moved inside the Black Pearl to explore the interior. Incredible! There's a room exclusively for me. There's even a tank to swim with Megalo. Shirahoshi shouted from somewhere. The kitchen is so large. Reiju couldn't help but comment. There are so many useful things in it, the refrigerator can fit a sea king. She concluded as they looked around with curiosity, getting familiar with the place where they would spend a good part of their time. Look at these cannons. They can even point to the front of the ship. Usopp said on the side of the ship, inspecting the weapons and the depot. There's a front cannon with a special weapon too. Luffy said, making Usopp's eyes gleam as he ran to see this weapon. The ship had a laser cannon in the front and an emergency nitro, like the Thousand Sunny, however, the energy was different, using Frankie's cola. Luffy could add his heat to recharge the batteries. Incredible! Luffy could hear his excited marksman shout seeing the weapon. The captain was quite satisfied with his new ship, it was black and fierce as he always imagined for his own ship. He placed a mold of the Ifrit head at the front of the ship to represent his own identity. Luffy, how did you do this? Kuina approached Luffy at this moment, while getting closer to the ship. As I said, I can exchange berries for items, including ships. In this case, I refurbished that ship from Kaya and turned it into this big warship, spending 500 million berries plus 200 on accessories that I placed in the right places.
That's amazing, you spent all the money, didn't you? She questioned.
Yes, I only have 220 million left, adding the 25 Lamy brought from the last delivery. I have 245 million now, Luffy said, and Kuina nodded. I can't say it's not incredible, so I guess it was money well spent, even though I think it was a large amount. Nami joined the conversation after setting the ship on course. There's a room especially for you to map out your maps, so start getting familiar with your new room and workspace, Luffy told Nami.
Really? I'll check it out. Nami got excited and ran into the interior of the ship. Kuina! Look at these weights! Zoro drew Kuina's attention in the training area as he picked up giant dumbbells. Oh!
Chaochu barked happily, seeing a little house in the open space for him, where he couldn't complain, as he asked Luffy for something like this a few days ago. He never liked staying inside the ship, preferring to sleep on the mast like a lookout. While everyone familiarized themselves with the ship, choosing the best room for them and seeing different structures on the ship to meet their needs, Luffy stood at the bow while looking at the horizon. He was happy to finally have his own ship with a reliable crew that he already considered great. Everyone, I think you've taken too much time getting to know the ship. I want everyone gathered for training in the next 10 minutes. Luffy announced, amplifying his voice so everyone could hear. It didn't take long for everyone to gather in the middle of the ship, as Luffy wanted to train them before their confrontation with the Navy. I've set up the weights for you to do your basic training, so no gravity today, but you'll follow the training program.
Are we not going to train that manual?
Reiju asked with some interest, as there was a skill about flying in the sky, something that interested her a lot.
Not yet.
I plan to start doing that after passing through Nami's homeland. Anyway, you need to strengthen your bodies before that training. I'll be with Nami today since she still has no idea how to use her mythical Zoan.
Luffy announced.
And without much secrecy, everyone went to their positions in this new training field, which was much superior to the previous one. There was a board where he wrote the training list. With them following this training regimen, it made the captain's job much easier, allowing him to pay more attention to Nami without worrying about the others.
Luffy, what can I do?
I'm much stronger now, but you seem to recognize that my powers are more than the physical strength I gained.
Nami said in front of Luffy.
First, you now have the ability to fly. Try to create wings like me, Luffy said, as wings grew on his back, making his mantle move as they grew within it.
Nami looked attentively at Luffy's beautiful black wings, making him look like some kind of dark angel with those red eyes. He's so handsome, both in this form or when he's normal.
Nami couldn't help but have this thought as she looked at Luffy staring at her, who raised an eyebrow as Nami's expression seemed strange to him.
Nami, focus. Concentrate on the wings.
Imagine wings growing on your back like new limbs, Luffy scolded her, and Nami quickly did so to escape her embarrassment with slightly naughty thoughts. Nami made a mental effort, creating the image of wings growing like Luffy's. A green glow began to emanate from that place, and white wings began to form, but halfway through, they dissipated with another glow, and Nami knelt exhausted from the sudden effort. It's hard, it's as if all the energy in my body is spent on this, but I felt it. Nami said happily, seeing that there were indeed wings growing on her back as Luffy instructed.
Breathe, this is your first attempt. I know you're excited to fly, but let's take it easy, even if you have to face Arlong tomorrow. Luffy said, surprising Nami a bit. Tomorrow?
I thought we would arrive today with the speed of the ship. It's much faster than the Navy's, and with your devil fruit, that wouldn't be a problem. Nami complained, wanting to reach her village as soon as possible.
Hold on there, miss.
I want to arrive tomorrow for a reason. I want you to be ready to fight that fishman, otherwise, you'll lose if you're not yet accustomed to your body. I know your new powers have made you confident, but you must be familiar with them first before this fight.
Luffy gave her a lecture. I understand. Nami acknowledged Luffy's reasoning and stood up for another attempt.
She tried to create the wings 3 times. With each attempt, she improved, and on the last one, she created a huge white wing with a 2-meter span, completing this phase 1 of her transformation.
I have wings. Nami jumped for joy, seeing the result of her efforts. That's good, now let's get you used to them before we start flying. Luffy said, and they trained without Nami being able to undo her wings, something that impressed Luffy with apparently a natural talent from the girl, who was getting used to the transformation quickly. Great, let's stop here. You seem to be getting used to the wings. Now let's start your first flight. These wings are like any limb of your body, it's something like running, putting force into your legs, you gain speed. Use this concept, because at least for me, it works. Luffy crossed his arms and waited for Nami to try taking flight. Nami began to get used to the movements and control of these wings as she moved them. She started flapping them to gain strength to lift off the ground. After starting to flap with the wings rapidly, forming a wind on the ship's deck, she began to move away from the ship's wood. I'm doing it! Nami shouted excitedly as she ascended in front of Luffy, who let his hair get messy after receiving the wind from those wings. Well done! Luffy smiled. Look at this, Luffy! I can fly. I'm flying, huh? Ah. Nami was so excited that she caught the attention of the entire crew in the air, who were watching her demonstration, but soon, excitement turned into fear as she was falling 15 meters from the ground, screaming as she fell. Luffy! Help me! She shouted as she approached the deck in despair. Could Luffy catch her like a princess? Could he? He just watched her falling. Boom, asterisk. She fell from the deck with a strong impact, starting to get up with some difficulty. Ouch! Why didn't you catch me? A man should be a gentleman when a lady is in danger. Nami growled at Luffy as soon as she got up. Nami, your body is strong enough not to feel the impact. I'm your captain, not your babysitter. Luffy spoke honestly. He wouldn't help anyone unless it was a matter of life and death. They had to solve most of their problems themselves. Did you feel the impact, Nami? Luffy asked, breaking the silence that Nami had as she heard his words. No. She admitted. Well, then don't expect my help for trivial things. I like you, Nami, but you'll never grow and become strong if I do everything for you. Luffy said seriously. I guess you're right. Nami admitted a bit embarrassed. Now let's continue, I'll fly with you to train in the sky. Hold on tight. Luffy grabbed a stunned Nami by the waist and took off into the sky with her screaming, as Luffy's actions were quite sudden. Aha! After flying more than 2 kilometers in the air, Nami held on to Luffy like a cat not wanting to let go. Luffy, this is not a joke. I'm scared, take me down. Please. She screamed and cried at the same time. Calm down, silly girl. I put negative gravity on you, try to fly. I'll catch you if you fall, but you'll only fall slowly, and the wind here won't bother you with that, this will be your training. Luffy said, making her look suspiciously at him, as there was still fear in her eyes. Release slowly. Trust me, when I say I won't let you fall here, it's because I won't let that happen. Luffy spoke, he could be very tough, but he always did what he said. Okay. She said, releasing him. He caught her by the waist, lifting her in front of him, and asked her to flap her wings. As she did so, he released his grip on her waist, and she began to fly. I'm doing it! She said excitedly, even though she was afraid to look down miles away from the Black Pearl. Very good, keep it up. Luffy smiled at her. Luffy, I'm falling. Nami panicked a moment later. Calm down, you'll fall slowly due to the gravity I put here. Luffy clarified and saw her realization in the next moment. Ha! It's true, this is amazing. Nami couldn't help but be surprised when she saw herself falling slowly, just as Luffy said. Rest for a bit and resume practicing and ascending when you recover. Let's continue with these exercises for the rest of the day. Luffy said, and Nami nodded. 1.5 days later. At a marine base stationed in the middle of the sea on a small island, sailors were at the edge of it, carrying out their daily tasks, mainly monitoring the sea. Despite being a mundane activity, they reported any approaching marine or civilian ships, a routine duty at this base. The base gets so boring when Captain Nezumi leaves for his business,
complained one sailor with a spyglass. Yeah, it seems he went to meet Arlong, said his colleague, showing a malicious smile.
Did you hear that Arlong had a proposal for the captain to earn a lot of money? The other asked.
Yeah, I wish I had gone with him, but the captain didn't choose me to go. I hope to get some share of that money because staying here at the base is so horrible and boring, he grumbled.
Give me your spyglass.
There's something coming from the horizon.
His colleague didn't wait for an answer. He snatched the equipment from his hand and looked at the dark spot at least 10 kilometers away.
A ship, but I still can't see who it is, he analyzed.
It can't be Captain Nezumi.
It must be a trader or even one of ours from another base.
Or a pirate. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. That was good.
As if a pirate would attack us, not even Arlong and Krieg have that courage.
True.
They continued with their chores while chatting and ignored the approaching ship. Hey, that ship is already so close, it looks so strange, don't you think?
True, but wait, isn't that a warship and still with a pirate flag? Look at that flag, let me see it through the spyglass.
What?
It's a pirate ship.
That flag is Straw Hat Pirate with a bounty of 10 million.
Sound the alarm. Alarm asterisk. Alarm asterisk. Alarm asterisk. Alarm asterisk.
The sound stirred the entire base. Meanwhile, Luffy looked at the bow of the ship standing on the head of Ifrit that he placed in front of the ship. He looked forward with crossed arms, and his cloak lifted with the wind from the ship's speed.
HM?
They finally saw us, but they took so long that we're only 1.5 kilometers away from them.
What a bunch of idiots and slackers.
Luffy snorted at this, as they had managed to approach so closely without drawing much attention so far. Luffy looked at the base in chaos, with sirens blaring everywhere, while sailors ran back and forth carrying weapons, and some prepared cannons. He raised his hand as he instructed his crewmates as they approached the base.
Now! Fire!
Luffy lowered his hand, and Usopp and Shirahoshi, who were on the cannons, pulled the ropes of the weapons immediately.
Bang, asterisk. Bang, asterisk.
The shots initiated a small war on this sea, with the Straw Hat Pirates openly firing on the base along with the naval base, attracting the attention of everyone in the next few days since no pirate had attacked a marine base so openly in years in this sea.
Chapter 55. Attacking Marine Base 16 Part 02. Third-person POV. Somewhere at sea, East Blue. Marine Headquarters, 16, East Blue. Bang, asterisk. Bang, asterisk. Boom, asterisk. Boom, asterisk. Ah! They're hitting us even from this distance.
A marine shouted, his voice filled with fear, as the outer courtyard of the base was pounded by cannon projectiles fired from a pirate ship located more than 1 kilometer away. The impact was terrifying, as the base's weapons had an effective range of only 800 meters, leaving them at a considerable disadvantage.
Man the warships. We need to confront them at sea.
The order was quickly given, and the Marines acted promptly, launching warships to face the audacious pirate ship that lay beyond their effective reach.
Command! Command, are you there?
A Marine ran to the communication tower seeking assistance. Without Captain Nezumo present, direct communication with High Command was impossible. The number for direct contact with the base admiral was restricted information, reserved only for the highest echelons of the base hierarchy. Instead, they opted to call a base located in Log Town, where they could establish contact through the Den Den Mushi.
*KATCH*, Captain Smoker here, what can I do for Base 16?
A rough voice was heard from the other side of the Den Den Mushi.
Captain Smoker, this is the lieutenant from Base 16, we are under attack while Captain Nezumi is away.
The pirates have a ship that can reach a distance our cannons cannot, and they are bombarding our entire base.
The lieutenant cried. Who is attacking you?
Smoker had a serious tone at this moment, recognizing the gravity of the situation.
They are the Straw Hat Pirates, crack,
Before the man could finish, the communication tower received a cannonball, causing it to explode its walls and collapse in large part, falling on top of the man.
Meanwhile, on the head of Ifrit. Whistle asterisk. Nice shot, Usopp.
Luffy said to himself, observing the destruction caused by his ship's weapons. Captain, these weapons are quite dangerous, even the Marines are in despair.
Reiju commented while smoking and observing the destruction at the naval base. Let's advance, shooting at the Marines from this distance is boring.
And they seem to want to greet us while pulling those 3 ships out of the harbor. Luffy spoke, and the ship gained speed again, shifting from negative speed to 30 times faster.
The warships are getting closer, Luffy.
Kuina warned, with 3 warships approaching theirs. In fact, it was more them approaching the enemy ships than the other way around.
Zoro, Reiju, Yamato, and Nami, protect the ship so it won't be hit by the shots. Luffy gave the orders, and they quickly assumed their positions.
When within range of the Marines, they finally had a moment of realization, and many cannonballs were fired at that moment, both from the base and the warships.
Dozens of bullets were heading directly for the ship.
As the bullets approached them, Zoro began cutting them while jumping in the air. Reiju effortlessly kicked away any attacks. Yamato countered with her weapon, sending the bullets back to their original owners, causing explosions among the enemies. Still, the most surprising was Nami, creating green claws in the air that stopped the incoming bullets by just lifting her hands from the deck. She also raised whirlwinds in front of the ship, taking on the primary role of protecting it.
You're getting really good at this, Nami.
Luffy praised her sincerely. Nami had shown a lot of talent with her devil fruit powers since yesterday under Luffy's guidance.
Thank you.
With this strength, I might not need to run anymore and can be useful and strong, Nami said with some confidence.
She no longer needed to run from any danger. Bang, asterisk. Crack asterisk. Boom, asterisk.
Luffy's attention turned to one of the marine ships at sea, which exploded from a shot fired by the Black Pearl a moment earlier.
Ow! I hit one.
Shirahoshi's voice was heard joyfully from one of the cannons. The cannon system Luffy installed on the ship had an immediate reload feature, eliminating the need for someone to load bullets into the gun every time someone fired. This made Shirahoshi and Usopp's lives much easier, as they only needed to aim and press the analog stick button that moved the cannon's aim.
I'll take down the other one then. Usopp joined the competition. Bang, asterisk. Crack asterisk. Boom, asterisk.
Hitting the side of one of the ships, Usopp managed to bring it down with a shot. As it struck the weak hull, and seawater began to flood the ship, and they could hear the desperation of the crew.
Boom, asterisk. Boom, asterisk. Boom, asterisk. Boom, asterisk. Feeling challenged, Shirahoshi began firing at the same ship she hit before.
After hitting it with 4 more shots, the warship started to crumble. The last marine ship seemed to be in a panic, as their bullets, combined with the base's bullets, seemed to have no effect on the pirate ship. Seeing 2 of their ships being bombarded next to them scared them a lot, making them try to escape.
Do they want to escape? I won't let them.
Usopp said, turning his cannon towards the ship, and Shirahoshi did the same. Even though she didn't have precise aim like her companion, she still managed to target that last ship.
Bang, asterisk. Bang, asterisk. Bang, asterisk. Bang, asterisk. Boom, asterisk. Boom, asterisk. Boom, asterisk. Boom, asterisk.
For explosions destroyed the last ship in the next moment, while the Marines screamed in despair. The pirate ship was already passing through the wreckage as they approached the island.
Bang, asterisk. Bang, asterisk.
Usopp and Shirahoshi spared no effort in continuing to bombard the naval base now. When Luffy approached, he could see fear in the eyes of the Marines, pointing guns at them on the dock, but failing to show much courage. They had unsuccessfully tried to prevent this pirate ship from approaching the small island. When they didn't make a scratch on the Black Pearl, the pirates took down 3 warships and demolished half of the naval base.
Their morale couldn't be any lower. That was too easy. Luffy couldn't express it more tediously.
He had expected more of a challenge, but looking at the Marines, it was clear they had lost the fighting spirit.
You're the Straw Hat Pirates. Do you have any idea what you've done today? The Marines will hunt you to the ends of this world.
One of them, seemingly the current leader, said angrily, with at least 200 Marines behind him.
You're not Captain Nezumi. I expected to find him here. Did he die from the cannon shots?
Luffy casually asked the man as he descended from his ship. Captain Nezumi is away, but even so, you won't get away with this, pirate, he growled.
That's not important.
You should worry about your own life rather than the consequences of me attacking the Navy, Luffy mocked in front of his ship. The Black Pearl was in front of the port, at least the part that was still intact, as half of the base had been hit by his 2 marksmen, the port was no exception. Luffy wasted no more time and began walking directly in front of the Marines. What do you want, Monkey D. Luffy, pirate scum, the man snarled with some confidence as he prepared to shoot.
Isn't it obvious?
I'm here to plunder this base, Luffy said, flashing a greedy smile.
What did you say? This left everyone stunned. They expected pirates to plunder villages and towns, but a marine base in the middle of the sea?
It wasn't a very common activity, especially for newcomers in such a weak sea. You're doomed, listen to what I'm saying. Justice will always prevail.
Yamato, can you use your conqueror's haki?
Take down these annoying men, quickly, Luffy requested Yamato, who promptly positioned herself beside him, releasing her intimidating aura. Yamato's expression became determined, her eyes shone with an indomitable energy. Although not a master of Conqueror's haki, knocking out 200 low-ranking soldiers, along with some hidden within a 300-meter area, was an easy task for her. The energy permeated the entire place before everyone's eyes rolled back, and they foamed at the mouth.
A moment later, all of them fell to the ground unconscious. Incredible, how did she do that?
Kuina exclaimed, amazed, as she approached with the rest of the crew. Yamato's impressive aura, reinforced by Conqueror's haki, left everyone in awe of the display of power.
Exclamation point. Yamato is so strong. Nami couldn't help but comment.
That will be explained later with the 6 styles. For now, I want to plunder this base before heading to Kokoyashi village as fast as possible, Luffy shrugged, not wanting to explain something like that in the middle of robbing the Marines. Kuina, Johnny, and Yasaku will stay on the ship since they are not part of the crew, and we don't need their images associated with us, so it's better not to involve them.
Nami and Yamato will go to the naval vault, grab all the money and valuable items from the Marines.
Zoro, Usopp, and Reiju will go to the dungeons.
If I'm correct, this base is involved in the black market with human trafficking.
I want you to free anyone who looks like a slave, Luffy said with a hint of anger at the end, surprising everyone. As he always says, he hates hypocrites who commit crimes behind a flag, shouting justice. This base has always been one of the worst examples with this concept that he has seen in the original work and even in some fanfics. Meanwhile, Shirahoshi and I will check the documents in the command post. Chaochu will take care of our ship.
Luffy announced his orders, and everyone began to separate with their own tasks. Kuina and the bounty hunters couldn't complain about these orders since they were not part of the crew.
It didn't take long for Luffy to hear Zoro being kicked by Reiju.
Where are you going? It's better not to happen what happened on the last island.
Reiju kicked Zoro, who complained with a stern look, while Usopp sighed beside them. Luffy, Shirahoshi, and Megalo arrived at the command room. Luffy began to quickly sift through the documents on the shelves and the desk. Shirahoshi, try to find anything we can use as evidence of the crimes these Marines must be committing here, Luffy announced beside the mermaid.
Me, Luffy-sama?
I'm not very smart.
She didn't seem very confident for the task.
Come on, Shirahoshi, you're a princess. Even though you've been trapped in a room almost your entire life, I'm sure you received an aristocratic education. Luffy didn't believe she hadn't had any teachers over the years.
I'll try,
she said, gaining a bit of confidence. Thus, Luffy sifted through all the documents in the main office with the princess. This took 20 minutes when Luffy increased his reading speed by 30 times. arms smuggling, illegal sale of Navy equipment, bribery, blackmail, human trafficking, and dealings with certain pirate groups beyond Arlong, their main sponsor.
Captain Nezumi even has connections to the black market of the New World. So many things here, and the idiot signed many documents and kept many things addressed to this base and his own name.
Perhaps years of committing crimes with his sponsors made him quite bold, not caring about leaving evidence. Luffy commented as he looked at the stack of papers that would incriminate all the Marines in this base.
Can the Navy be so evil, Luffy-sama?
Shirahoshi asked, horrified as she read so many horrible things. Marines or pirates, in the end, they're just people fighting for their own goals and what they believe in. They can be good or bad, although most pirates are bad, and most Marines fight for justice, but there's always one or another exception, Luffy said more calmly. He felt disgusted by the Marines in this base, but he wouldn't dwell on it now, as they would be condemned in the coming days.
I understand. Shirahoshi commented beside Megalo.
But I'm surprised, even though he's involved in such a small layer of the black market, he still had some connections leading to the Joker of the New World black market.
Well, it's better not to care about Don Quixote da Flamingo at all now.
In the end, he's just a dog of Kaido, someone who will be eliminated in the future by Lamy. Luffy murmured to himself as he picked up the documents and stored them to leave the base.
Megalo, get that Den mushy.
Luffy asked him to grab a larger device hidden in one of Captain Nezumi's hideous paintings. The darn guy was a narcissist, and a hole in the wall seemed to be used for emergencies, but Luffy would steal it for some uses.
Sharky. Megalo quickly bit the bag that held the equipment and followed Luffy and his friend, carrying the documents.
When Luffy left the main building, he came across 50 people brought by Zoro, Usopp, and Reiju from the dungeons. Their chains were already broken, but their condition was quite lamentable.
That. Shirahoshi couldn't help but cover her mouth, frightened. Luffy understood everything as well.
There were children and even girls the same age as the mermaid, malnourished, many of them with lifeless eyes, a consequence of almost becoming slaves in the black market. Captain Nezumi was deeply involved with this market, something that not even Arlong would agree with his partner, as he must hate slavery after everything his race went through. Luffy believed that Arlong wouldn't even stoop so low as to enslave his enemies, since the fishman likely considered such a practice beneath only inferior humans. The fishman preferred killing and massacring over putting chains on his victims.
You guys had your hands full, Luffy said with little emotion. Yeah, it was pretty unsettling, Usopp said disheartened. It wasn't easy to convince them to leave, it was quite sad. Reiju lit a cigarette while speaking those words.
Even Nami seemed disheartened by the side, despite some gold she obtained from Yamato. Seeing these people only worsened her mood.
Can the Navy be this bad? Yamato spoke with little humor. It wasn't a pretty sight, but she had seen a lot of it in Wano when some people were brought to Onigashima. Most of them aren't, and we shouldn't classify them that way. But there are exceptions to the rules. Don't worry, we'll make them pay for this.
Luffy approached them and went to the former captives, who still looked at them suspiciously and fear in their eyes.
I know it wasn't easy for you to be here, locked up like a slave. If you want to leave, you can go, and you're free. We're heading to Kokoyashi Village Island. If you want a ride, I can give you one. If you don't, as I said, you're free to do whatever you want. Luffy said simply and turned to walk away. Wait. Can I come along?
A captive, slightly larger than the others, spoke up. Luffy turned to him in surprise and kept his gaze on the man. He was 2.5 meters tall, had very short white hair with tan skin, and had a strong build. Luffy could tell he was quite powerful, even though he appeared to be around 30 years old.
You can come, we're pulling a Navy ship behind ours.
Anyone who wants to join, come aboard, said Luffy, and many captive people decided to follow the large man.
However, some former slaves chose to take different paths. Thank you. May I know who you are?
My name is Hugo. The strange man quickly introduced himself to Luffy, eliciting a suspicious look from the captain. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the one who will dominate the seas, Luffy asserted, reciting his characteristic introduction.
Dominate the seas? That sounds so cool, even though I don't believe it.
Hugo murmured, casting an admiring look at Luffy. Luffy tried to ignore the man's smug smile as they boarded the ship, taking all the rescued individuals with them. With everything ready to set sail, the Black Pearl left the port and headed straight for Nami's hometown island. The Marines were still unconscious on the ground, and Yamato released a second wave of Conqueror's Haki to ensure none of them would hinder the escape of the former captives. Chapter 56. The Power That Can Destroy the World. Third-person POV. Kokoyashi Island, East Blue. Somewhere in the sea, East Blue. Captain, we've lost contact with the base. A sailor reported beside Nezumi. Don't bother me with that now. I'm in the middle of a deal, and I don't want to be interrupted by a technical communication issue, Captain Nezumi growled at the sailor, who shrank back to his position after the scolding. Shahahaha. You humans are so impatient, a man with blue skin and a shark-like appearance laughed, observing the group of inferior humans before him. Sorry about that, Lord Arlong. Where were we? About a large amount of gold buried somewhere on this island. The captain became quite excited about it. That's right. I want you to retrieve that gold in the name of the Navy. Since I made a deal with the owner of that gold, I can't lay my hands on that money directly, so I'm counting on you for that. Arlong said, as all the fishmen surrounding him displayed malicious smiles at these words. Nami won't be able to do anything in the end, one of the fishmen mocked. I almost feel sorry for her, despite being an inferior human. I'd love to see the girl's expression when she realizes her gold has been taken. Shahahaha. So Nezumi, can you handle this? Arlong asked with a big smile. Yes. Lord Arlong, I'll do it, considering my 30% share of the loot, he said maliciously. It didn't take long for the men to set sail with the Navy ship to the other side of the island. Meanwhile, out at sea, the Black Pearl was sailing at high speed, being pursued by a Navy ship with a steel cable trailing behind. We won't be far with this speed, Nami said, but Luffy could sense the anxiety in her voice. Worried? We'll settle this soon, don't worry, Luffy said, trying to reassure her. Yeah, you're right, Luffy. I'll handle this, she said. Luffy had warned that this would be her fight, and no one should interfere. Luffy, something big is coming from the depths of the sea. Yamato suddenly exclaimed, sensing the movement beneath the ship using observation haki. A sea king? Usopp asked, alarmed. Yeah, looks like it, Luffy said calmly, knowing whom Nami was thinking of and why she was concerned. Before long, water splashed ahead of the ship, revealing a giant sea cow with fierce eyes. I'll go, Nami declared with newfound determination, seeing Arlong's pet appearing. She wanted to prove her strength by defeating this creature. Wait, someone else is going to handle this, Nami, Luffy said, holding Nami's shoulder before she could take off to confront the sea monster. I'm counting on you, Luffy said confidently towards their rear. Yes. A young voice was heard, and everyone was surprised when Shirahoshi flew directly towards the sea cow. Momu spotted prey on the surface when he saw their shadows above him. He had been wanting to eat human flesh, so he was surprised when human boats appeared here. As Momu emerged from the water, he saw two human ships. On the second ship behind, humans seemed to panic, but on the first one, they conversed calmly. Even though he displayed his majestic size, there was no fear in most of them. Suddenly, he saw something he didn't expect to find here, a mermaid, something he hadn't seen since he left the Fishman Island with Arlong and the others. He expressed surprise when the mermaid opened her arms protectively, preventing him from approaching the ship. Meanwhile, Shirahoshi looked at the small sea king with determination, despite some fear. She wanted to prove herself after having a conversation with Luffy a few hours ago. Start of flashback *. Shirahoshi. Luffy's voice echoed from behind, interrupting the mermaid's thoughts. Megalo, by her side, shared a worried expression. Luffy. Sama. She replied, a tone of discouragement in her voice. It seems seeing the people from that ship at the base in that state affected you deeply, didn't it? Luffy spoke calmly, as if trying to understand the whirlwind of emotions that plagued the mermaid's mind. I'm just quite shaken. The world on the surface is as beautiful as I've heard and read in books, but there are such ugly sights too.
Humans can be so cruel, capable of enslaving fishmen and even their own kind?
Shirahoshi lamented, her voice laden with sadness and disbelief in the cruelty of humans. Luffy sighed as he absorbed Shirahoshi's words. It's hard to explain, but all of us, regardless of species, humans, fishmen, minks, or anything else, we are mortal beings. There will always be both good and bad sides everywhere, Luffy said, trying to convey a broad view of his perspective.
But Luffy-sama is good, isn't he?
You saved those humans and faced various other bad humans, she said, tears starting to flow down her face.
I'm not a good person, princess. I just do what I want and believe in.
Some may call me a hero, but others will condemn me as a demon. The only thing that keeps me headstrong, indifferent to others' opinions, is the desire to live a life without regrets and achieve my dreams.
For example, now you are my people, and I will protect you. Even if I have to burn half the world or the whole world for it.
I would do it if it meant you would be safe, Luffy asserted, expressing his determination sincerely. Shirahoshi remained silent, reflecting on Luffy's words. I know you must be thinking how cruel the world is and that everyone should live in peace. I met a girl a long time ago who believed in that. She wanted to change the world, make it better, Luffy shared, his thoughts drifting to the old Luffy.
What happened to her, Luffy-sama?
Shirahoshi asked, a glint of curiosity lighting up her eyes.
There was an incident.
It wasn't her fault, but horrible things happened, and I believe she's been eaten away by guilt all these years.
Luffy gazed at the sea, sighing as he thought of Yuta.
I hope to reach her before she completely loses herself and does things she'll regret.
Luffy murmured, anticipating future events. You'll save her, Luffy-sama. I'm sure of it.
Shirahoshi declared suddenly, expressing her confidence in the captain.
Thank you, Shirahoshi.
A peace where all beings can live without the dark side of this world is very difficult, almost impossible, I would say. But two things are necessary for that, Luffy said, returning to the main topic.
And what would those be, Luffy-sama?
Shirahoshi asked with great curiosity. First, never give up, no matter how many times you fall.
You must always get up and keep pursuing your goals. However, remember that death is the end, so you must be careful with your life too. The second thing is to be strong enough to achieve your goals.
The world is a jungle where the strongest intimidate the weaker ones and control the world.
You see those people on the other boat, their fate is like that because they are not strong enough.
I know it's cruel for me to say something like this, but the world is like that, and we can't pretend otherwise.
That's why I care about strengthening you every day. I want you to be strong enough because I alone can't change this world. I need reliable companions by my side. Do you understand that, Shirahoshi? Luffy said sincerely. Reliable companions by your side, Luffy-sama?
But I am so weak to achieve my dreams of protecting the island and the race of fishmen, like my mother's wishes.
I still don't know why Luffy-sama chose me.
Even though I miss my father and brothers on the Fishman Island, and despite witnessing horrible things, you freed me from the shackles of that room, where I couldn't leave. Now I can appreciate the beauty of the surface without worrying about being hit by an axe from that evil being.
But I still wonder why Luffy-sama chose me. Shirahoshi cried, still not feeling worthy to be there, by Luffy's side. I believe in you, Shirahoshi, and I always will. You should do the same for yourself. No matter how weak you are now, I believe it's just a temporary state. There's no doubt you will become a woman who will stand by my side for many years.
Luffy, by choosing these specific words, inadvertently caused a different reaction in Shirahoshi than he intended.
He wants me as his woman to stand by his side for many years? Is this what they call husband and wife, like mommy and daddy? Is Luffy-sama proposing to me?
But this is too sudden. I have to talk to Daddy, and we've only known each other for a few weeks. Shirahoshi blushed with these thoughts.
Sharky? Are you okay, princess? Megalo and Luffy noticed this and asked with some concern in their voices. No. I mean, it's okay, Luffy-sama.
Shirahoshi practically shouted, like a startled cat, waving her hands to express that everything was fine. As she uttered these words, her face remained red, avoiding direct eye contact with Luffy.
I hope so.
Anyway, I trust you, silly girl. I know you'll become strong, not just to be a solid foundation on this ship, but also to protect your people in the future, so they can experience the same good things you're experiencing here. Luffy declared, and this made Shirahoshi look at him stunned, no longer as embarrassed as before.
Do you believe I'll be strong? She had to ask to make sure.
Yes, you have great power within you, waiting to be unleashed one day.
I'm sure I'll entrust my life to you in the future, Princess. That's why I want you to be strong. I'll never regret bringing you here. Luffy opened a large charismatic smile. Thank you, Luffy-sama, for trusting me.
I want to be strong, to protect my people on the Fishman Island and help build a better world.
Shirahoshi expressed with newfound determination.
That's good, Shirahoshi. When we get close to Arlong Park, a creature will approach us. I want you to use that moment to control your hidden power.
Then, you should. End of flashback *.
Looking at the small Sea King, Shirahoshi could still hear Luffy's memories in her head. You have the ability to control all marine life, Princess.
Your power is something that could even destroy the world.
Use it to protect your people. Just by getting strong, you'll achieve your goals, and no one will dare to enslave another fishman or mermaid again.
Luffy warned in her mind, and she looked at the opponent with determination.
Lord Sea King, I ask you to step aside,
she declared, revealing a newfound determination never seen in her life.
Mamu looked strangely at the mermaid and did not like her demand. He didn't want to hurt her, but that wouldn't stop him from kicking her to be able to devour the other humans on the boat. You are powerful, and you have the right to command all marine life, Shirahoshi.
Never forget that.
You were born with that right. Use it to your advantage to build a better world, where no one else has to go through what you've been through for so many years. Replace your fear with determination and courage. With that, practically no one in this world will oppose you in the future. Luffy's voice echoed once again, and Shirahoshi realized that the Sea King merely snorted at her previous declaration. This filled her with a bit of anger, and she felt the need to be firm.
I told you to get out of the way.
With this shout, as she closed her eyes with determination, 2 shockwaves emanated from the mouth of the mermaid, now reduced to 10 times her original size, advancing relentlessly, hitting everything around.
Boom *. Boom *.
The first wave, charged with Conqueror's haki, was pure willpower, an invisible pressure that swept in all directions. It was as if the mermaid's imposing presence demanded respect and submission, making everyone around feel the intensity of her dominion over the sea. The second wave, the result of Poseidon's power, was an elemental force, a manifestation of the control she exerted over the ocean. This wave swept like a furious torrent, creating a sense of turmoil and unrest in the surrounding waters. It was a demonstration of the mermaid's innate power over the seas and all creatures inhabiting it. Both waves collided and interlaced, creating an impressive display of energy that extended to the far reaches of the horizon. The impact of this combined power not only knocked some of those present unconscious but also left everyone stunned by the magnitude of the force Shirahoshi could invoke. Luffy looked surprised at the scene. It wasn't just the power of Poseidon. The king's haki was also present there.
What is this? Johnny and Yasaku fell unconscious, Megalo, Chaochu, and Usopp too. Nami shouted a bit alarmed as she went to check their conditions.
Johnny and Yasaku were sprawled on the deck, unconscious, with peaceful expressions after being affected by the shockwaves. Their bodies indicated that they hadn't suffered any visible damage, but they were completely out of commission. Megalo, the shark, floated motionless, falling onto the ship's wood, his glazed eyes reflecting the state of unconsciousness. Chaochu, the dog, lay on the deck, tongue out, indicating that he too succumbed to the impact of the waves. Usopp, on the other hand, lay beside Chaochu, a bewildered look on his face. He seemed surprised and perplexed, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened.
What was that? What did she do? Zoro asked alarmed, realizing that it was caused by the mermaid and had some effect on him too. She did the same thing Yamato did to the Marines. What kind of power is this? Reiju couldn't help but be intrigued, feeling her knees almost giving way in the face of the event's impact. She has Conqueror's Haki too. Yamato expressed her surprise in her tone, being less affected than everyone else. Conqueror's Haki? What is that? Kuina asked. She almost fainted, but her determination was stronger than most, even though she still had the mental age of 11. That will be explained later, but she didn't unlock it, just released it unconsciously. Luffy commented while crossing his arms. Darn, she released it before me, I don't even know how to do that yet. Luffy commented mentally, as he was being left behind in this area by his companion. Things calmed down after the wave passed through them, but then it came. Boom! Asterisk. A thunderous roar echoed, making everything tremble and frightening everyone who was still conscious. Luffy, looking around, witnessed the sea being stirred up as if responding to Shirahoshi's demand with a massive seaquake. The imminent occurrence of this phenomenon made him wonder if a group of giant sea kings would appear at any moment. The ocean began to get even more turbulent, creating a breathtaking sight that shook all who were still conscious. What is this? Nami shouted, her eyes fixed on the tsunami forming on all horizons. It was as if the sea gained a life of its own, and its fury was evident. None of them could contain their surprise at this. Even Luffy, usually fearless, looked stunned at the spectacle before them. The sea, which was calm just seconds before, now churned in a chaotic scene, like a storm that had arisen on a sunny day, something that seemed impossible to happen suddenly without something extraordinary. What did she do? Yamato was equally astonished, and this situation was no joke even for Kaido's daughter. I don't know, and it doesn't matter now. Just be careful not to be caught by the waves that are forming around us. Luffy quickly ordered. Although he expected to see colossal creatures emerging from the sea since this event was triggered by something dormant that must have been called by the mermaid's demand, in the end, nothing happened. Luffy's gaze checked if everyone was okay, including the former slaves on the marine ship. Almost everyone was knocked out on the other ship, but one was still conscious. This man looked dazed as he remained on his knees, watching the princess floating in the air in front of the Sea King. He resisted the princess's conqueror's haki? What kind of determination could he have? That's interesting. Luffy commented, watching the man intrigued. Meanwhile, in front of the mermaid herself, Mamu stood still for a moment. He felt a fury in the mermaid's voice like he had never felt in any other being. Her voice exuded authority, and the sea responded to her demand to the point that he couldn't go against that voice. His body couldn't disobey that command, even though he was on the verge of fainting with another unknown power. He had to struggle to remain conscious, and soon, he rushed into the water, so scared that he wished to return to the island of the Tritons at that moment, no longer caring about Arlong and the others. As Mamu swam into the depths of the sea, the surroundings took on the contours of an intimidating aura. The water, once calm and serene, now became turbulent and dark. Rays of sunlight, penetrating the depths, cast a sinister shadow over the underwater scene. As he advanced, the fierce gazes of the Sea Kings, gigantic and imposing, fixed upon him. These majestic and terrifying creatures, with eyes that seemed to penetrate the soul, were 10, 50, and 100 times larger than Mamu. Their colossal forms floated at the bottom of the ocean, shrouded in mystery and unquestionable authority. The presence of these Sea Kings conveyed overwhelming power, as if nature itself responded to the mermaid's command. Mamu felt small and vulnerable in the face of the magnitude of these marine entities as he cut through the water with desperation, eager to escape from that imposing and terrifying environment as quickly as possible. Chapter 57 Hugo. Third-person POV. Somewhere at sea, East Blue. The waters, which had always been synonymous with serenity, now acted as a stage for a chaotic spectacle. The once calm and imposing ocean was in a state of unusual turmoil. The horizon, which used to be a tranquil line between the sky and the water, was now a turbulent sight of roiling waves. The unrest was not only superficial, it was as if the very depths of the sea were in tumult. Giant waves rose and fell, defying the logic and tranquility expected from the vast blue expanse. The constant and deep roar of the ocean echoed like a distant lament.
Boats daring to sail in these turbulent waters rocked violently, struggling to maintain balance against the unknown forces now ruling the surface. Sea-birds, once masters of the maritime skies, now circled uncertainly, disturbed by the intensity of the turmoil below. Even non-kingly marine creatures, natural inhabitants of these depths, seemed confused and apprehensive. Schools of fish scattered in disarray, while more imposing creatures like whales and dolphins swam in erratic movements, trying to comprehend the sudden change in their kingdom, despite seeing giant shadows passing through the sea. It was as if the very heart of the ocean was pulsing with an unknown energy, sending waves of disturbance throughout the expanse of the sea. In this tumultuous state, even distant islands, which had never before felt the agitation of the event, were touched by maritime unrest. This was not just an ordinary chapter in the vast history of the ocean. It was a deep echo, a call that reverberated through the waters, leaving an indelible mark on the fabric of the marine world. The sea, normally a silent witness to the ages, now told a story of turmoil and mystery that challenged the understanding of those who ventured into its depths. Somewhere in the vast turbulent sea of the East Blue, surprise painted Shirahoshi's face as her eyes were fixed on the turbulent horizon. Incredulous at what had just occurred before her, she questioned her own accomplishment. Why is the sea so agitated? The tumultuous change in the waters did not go unnoticed by the princess of the Tritons. The moment she shouted in anger, closing her eyes in an emotional impulse, coincided with the sight of the retreating Sea King, avoiding her as if its own existence were threatened. Despite the sudden chaos unleashed in the ocean, Shirahoshi delved into deep thoughts about what she had just accomplished with the sea creature. A torrent of reflections flooded her mind. I could feel its fear, it obeyed my words, even though I am weak. The princess's eyes watched the spot where the immense sea monster had retreated, leaving only the trail of roiling waves indicating its escape. The scene before her witnessed the magnitude of the newly discovered power residing within her. She turned her face toward Luffy, ready to share the success, but her contentment was replaced by shock as she noticed half of the crew lying on the ground. Everyone? Megalo. What happened to you? Her desperate cry echoed, and she ran towards her oldest friend. You did this, didn't you feel the shockwave release? Zoro inquired, curiously watching the mermaid grab her friend while shaking him, trying to wake him up. Ha 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 ha. He's fine, just passed out like the others. Now, we need to worry about the giant waves, Luffy laughed, trying to reassure Shirahoshi. Are they okay? Did I do this, with the others too? She asked, still frightened. They're all fine. You unleashed something even I didn't expect. I'm proud, very well done. You did much more than I initially imagined. Congratulations, Shirahoshi, praised Luffy, smiling enthusiastically at his companion, impressed with the manifested power of Poseidon. Wait, but Luffy, can this thing called Conqueror's Haki make the sea tremble for a moment? Did it cause this? Rager raised her eyebrow, intrigued. One thing was making others faint, another was making the sea act as if undergoing a global earthquake. She was unaware that Shirahoshi's shout had awakened beings thousands of meters deep in the sea, almost emerging in response to the call. However, as it was a quick and unconscious call, there was no need to bring these creatures out of the water. Still, this movement shook everything from one horizon to another, raising questions even in Luffy's mind about the possible consequences for the islands in the region. No, Conqueror's Haki shouldn't have this effect, Yamato confidently asserted. That's a matter for another time. Let's focus on getting out of this chaos first. Nami, take care of the giant waves, Luffy ordered, instructing her to use her wind power to prevent the sea from hitting the ship. Nami created white wings behind her and took off into the air, using the power of the wind to fend off the large waves forming. Now, let's wake up the others. We're almost at the destination. Meanwhile, I'll have a chat with that Hugo, said Luffy, jumping onto the marine ship amid the maritime chaos. Meanwhile, at Arlong Park, they were content after the Marines left to retrieve Nami's gold. However, while they smiled and made jokes, something unimaginable happened. Everything suddenly fell silent, and all the fishmen looked at the sea immediately, ending their momentary fun. What is this? Everything went silent. This isn't normal. They murmured, witnessing the sudden unrest, feeling something big approaching them. Then a shockwave came from the open sea, making the fishmen feel the greatest kind of fear possible they had ever experienced in their lives, as if something powerful wanted all sea creatures to bow before this thing. Everyone without exception became scared, including Arlong. "What was that?" One of the fishmen stuttered, seeing that everything calmed down shortly afterward. Everyone had their eyes on the horizon, wondering what that was. Roar! Asterisk. The tremor not only affected the sea but even the island shook with it. But the major chaos was the sea getting agitated at that moment. Countless waves erupted from the depths of the sea, as if the sea came to life, creating turmoil like never seen before in their lives. "What is this, Arlong-san? The sea seems furious. What could cause something like this? Didn't you feel it?" I felt a powerful shockwave suddenly, as if something much more powerful than anything I've ever felt before wanted me to bend my knees in reverence. Yes, it was a horrible sensation. "What the hell is happening?" Arlong said, alarmed. He was also scared, and seeing the sea act like this, something unimaginable must have happened where that wave of power came from. "Hachi! Call Mamu, he must have the answer," someone said. "Nay, yes," Hachi said and ran to beat the drum and call Momo. Drum asterisk. Drum asterisk. Drum asterisk. Drum asterisk. Where is Mamu? Why isn't he responding to the call? Arlong demanded. Nay, I don't know, Arlong. Something must have happened to him. This turmoil is too recurring, Hachi said with a bit of fear of the unknown. Seeing the waves hitting on all sides, where it was a calm sea just moments ago, all the fishmen had a little fear in their hearts. Hachi, dive and look for Mamu, Arlong ordered. Nay, yes, Arlong, Hachi said and quickly jumped into the water amid the giant waves. While these shock events echoed through distant islands, thousands of kilometers from the Black Pearl, the power unleashed by the world's largest creatures generated maritime chaos that transcended common understanding. The immediate result was an oceanic whirlpool, a small tsunami that spread relentlessly, reaching half of the East Blue and even invading a portion of the Grand Line. This phenomenon left entire kingdoms in a state of apprehension, a palpable anxiety that spread like an epidemic. Leaders and citizens, equally perplexed, gazed at the skies, seeking answers they could not find. Chaotic waves hit ports and shores, triggering widespread panic among those who had never witnessed nature rebelling with such intensity. Concern spread like wildfire, fueled by the uncertainty of the unknown. Distant realms, united by common fear, wondered if this maritime disturbance was a harbinger of imminent disaster or simply a momentary whim of Mother Nature. Even the most skeptical, who had never witnessed anything so extraordinary, were forced to reconsider their notions of stability, as the ocean, for a brief moment, revealed its unquestionable power and mystery. Smoker, the marine captain in Lode Town, watched with a stern expression as chaos unfolded before his eyes. What was once a serene and calm harbor had now turned into a naval battlefield, with the violent waves crashing against the docks and ships, challenging the skill of the local sailors. He stood on the deck of his ship, the smoke from his cigar playing with the stirred sea breeze. The smoke dissipated into the air, echoing the tension he felt as he watched the sea revolt against its own nature. What the hell is happening? Smoker grumbled. He could feel the abnormality of the situation. The sea didn't usually act this way, as if it were in disagreement with the laws of nature. The waves, now towering like hills, crashed against the hulls of ships, testing the resilience of the anchored vessels. Local fishermen, desperate, cried for help as their small boats were tossed back and forth like leaves in the wind. Captain Smoker, we can't venture into the sea in this state. Toshiji looked with concern at the sea, where 5-meter waves were hitting the port of Lode Town. Many seafaring fishermen were asking for help, and the Marines were trying to assist them in this chaos. TSK. Yeah, damn sudden event. It will be too late by the time we reach the distress call from Naval Base 16. Smoker growled, frustrated with the situation. Captain Smoker, what should we do? Asked Toshiji, his subordinate, holding her sword firmly amid the turmoil. The sailors around were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend the origin of this maritime phenomenon. Smoker clenched his jaw, looking at the choppy waves with a serious expression.
This is not natural. It seems we're dealing with something out of the ordinary.
Prepare to evacuate the fishermen and ensure the vessels are securely anchored.
We can't allow any more damage.
As Smoker gave his orders, he couldn't help but wonder about the cause of this maritime unrest.
Something significant was happening, something that transcended Logtown's everyday concerns.
He wondered if this was a harbinger of an imminent threat or just a momentary whim of the ocean, but his intuition told him that the sea was about to reveal its deepest secrets. Meanwhile, the main instigator of the event that could be the greatest disaster of this era was happily singing like an excited little girl.
I did it, I did it. I commanded a sea king. Sharky, sharky, sharky. I did it, I did it. I commanded a sea king. Sharky, sharky, sharky. I did it, I did it. I commanded a sea king. Sharky, sharky, sharky.
The crew couldn't help but smile at a scene where Shirahoshi sang along with Megalo after he woke up and celebrated with her friend for her accomplishment.
Meanwhile, Luffy headed towards the marine ship in search of the Black Pearl.
You held up well against that. Luffy smiled at the man, who was panting, trying to maintain composure. The man just stared at Luffy, exhausted, his eyes revealing the fatigue of an intense confrontation.
I wonder what's the reason for you not succumbing to the Conqueror's haki?
Luffy examined the man's eyes and, for a moment, was surprised by what he found.
Your determination is hatred?
Luffy commented, narrowing his eyes, trying to decipher the intensity of the emotion emanating from the man's eyes.
Shut up. You know nothing about me.
Hugo suddenly growled. Although the man seemed grateful for his comrades freeing him from the cells, the mention of his inner self seemed to touch a sensitive point, turning his normally cheerful expression into a sudden coldness.
I guess you're right. It's not my problem, although I'm inclined to want to know. Well, anyway, goodbye.
Luffy, realizing it was a personal and sensitive matter, chose to leave the man alone. His curiosity was piqued, but he respected boundaries when it came to personal and emotion-laden matters like this.
Seeing Luffy walking away, Hugo suddenly spoke. You wouldn't understand. No one would. Hugo stares at Luffy, sighs deeply. Try explaining it to me then. Sometimes, it's good to share.
Luffy asked with curiosity, he's always interested in people with powerful wills.
Do you think I haven't tried? People just don't want to listen.
Hugo said, frustrated.
I want to listen. If we don't try to understand each other, how can we hope to change the world?
It's a long story, Hugo spoke reluctantly.
I have time. And if it helps, telling the story can be a weight off your shoulders. Luffy said, smiling. You know, I lost everything. My family, my home. All because of an injustice I couldn't prevent.
The man said, looking at the ground.
Luffy, with empathy, I'm sorry to hear that. Anger took over me. Every time I think of that moment, it feels like my heart is about to explode. He said, taking a deep breath.
Luffy remained silent. They came to our town like a black storm, our king quickly kneeled before their arrival.
We were a simple kingdom made up of simple people, farmers and fishermen, with nothing that could interest them.
But they wanted to come to our humble land. They wanted our souls, our submission. The man paused, his voice choked with the weight of resurfacing memories. Luffy, with a serious gaze, silently encouraged him to continue.
They came to our town, and we couldn't do anything to prevent it.
We tried not to get involved. I lived in a small neighborhood, but one of them wanted to come to us to see people like the people they considered trash live their lives. Tears began to stream down the man's face, a torrent of accumulated pain. The salty sea breeze seemed to mingle with the salt of his tears. When one of them saw us, even kneeling in respect and fear, he didn't seem satisfied. He came to my family and started humiliating us, had the audacity to want to take my daughter as a new slave right after, saying all kinds of horrible things that would happen. I couldn't allow that to happen, so I ran to attack that man. I tried, but I was stopped by his guards, strong enough to not even let me get close. Amidst the words, tears continued to flow down the man's face, releasing a burden he had carried for a long time. It was as if, by telling his story to a stranger who had helped him, he could finally share the weight of his deepest and darkest secret in life. Hugo didn't know why, but when he saw Luffy walking away, he couldn't control his mouth and began to talk about the darkest moment of his life, something he had kept to himself for months. His tears fell like a weeping man, and he continued his story, while Luffy just looked at him without showing any emotion. He was dissatisfied that I had dirted his clothes in the middle of my fight. He said that as his punishment, he would kill my daughter, and he did, killed her with a shot eye in front of me. My daughter died like a beast slaughtered. And I couldn't do anything. I saw her die, and my wife went into despair, which resulted in another shot for her. She joined my daughter faster than I could react. It felt like I was in a terrible nightmare. I just wanted to wake up. The man cried in despair, and Luffy continued to calmly look at him, but he didn't know what to say after hearing all of this. Can you imagine seeing your own daughter and wife die in front of you like animals just because someone decided it? I wanted to die in that moment. I wanted to kill him, torture him, I wanted to burn the whole world. He shouted, not caring about the cascade falling from his eyes. His yelling drew the attention of people on Luffy's ship as well. Even some former captives woke up at that moment, looking scared at the man screaming, wondering why there were so many people unconscious around them. What happened to you? Luffy asked calmly, curious about how these events unfolded afterward. I tried to kill him. I looked like a raging animal at that moment. I just wanted to tear the damned demon apart, but I never had a chance. I was beaten by his guards. No matter how many times I got up, he laughed at me every time I tried to kill him. He called me an inferior being and shot me in the chest right after. He continued with the shouting. I thought I would die right away, but he never gave me that mercy. He wanted me to die slowly and left me there, bleeding to death, saying I should be thinking about how I shouldn't fight against the gods of this world in my last moments of life. Hugo yelled like an animal. Even Luffy felt a bit disturbed by this story. How did you end up in that naval base as a slave? Luffy asked curiously. I was saved, left to die bleeding in the mud, but some slave traders saw value in my strong body. They pulled me off the street and healed me, but sold me shortly after. I traveled for 2 months before reaching that base you guys attacked. He answered, but he seemed calmer now. Luffy never imagined someone harboring so much anger against that people before. Do you hate them? I mean, the world nobles? Do you want revenge? Luffy wondered what the man would answer. There were many like him, but not many would show discontent so openly to a stranger. Of course I do. I want to kill them all, exterminate every last one of them. His voice had a great fury, which left Luffy with raised eyebrows. Ha 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 ha. Luffy started laughing at this response. What are you laughing at? Hugo became furious, almost wanting to run towards Luffy after hearing his story. He was completely beside himself when this man seemed to mock the death of his daughter and wife. Ah! Boom! Asterisk. Before Hugo could get close to Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates kicked the large man, sending him crashing directly into the deck's wall. Don't get me wrong, Hugo, I'm not laughing at the death of your daughter and wife. I'm truly sorry for that. But people like you are rare. Most would keep their thoughts to themselves, others would try to forget the past, but you seem to have the determination to even resist a haki that not even some of my crew members did. What do you mean? He demanded, his anger bubbling. What I mean is that you're interesting. To the point where I'm tempted to invite you to join my crew. I plan to punch a lot of celestial dragons, and I need people who want to gain strength and power, who are reliable and not afraid to go to war with those people up there on the red line. Luffy smiled at the man with genuine interest, his offer hanging like a storm about to unleash. Celestial dragons? Did you really just say that? Who do you think you are to utter those words? What do you know about them? Do you think you can face them? You're just a naive kid playing pirate, soon they will kill you. Hugo growled at Luffy, fury pulsating in his words. Well, I've already said it. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will rule the seas. Even if I have to create a mountain of corpses with the celestial dragons and have to destroy Marie Goyes one day, I'll do it to achieve my goals. Luffy spoke sincerely, his voice laden with determination that echoed like thunder in a stormy sky. The former captives couldn't believe these words, wondering if this pirate man was some kind of madman. Hugo didn't say anything, just looked at Luffy, trying to detect any deceit in his voice, but the seriousness in the eyes of the Straw Hat Pirates captain was undeniable. Anyway, we're reaching Kokoyashi village. I plan to deal with some local pirates and leave a day later. I'm inclined to invite you to my crew, so come to me before we leave. If you want to embark on a journey that may cause a world war, feel free to do as you please. If you don't want to, you can even leave right now, I don't care. Luffy turned his back and left the marine ship, returning to the Black Pearl. His invitation hung in the air like a promise of a storm forming on the horizon, leaving Hugo in a whirlwind of thoughts and choices. Chapter 58, Kokoyashi Village 01. Third-person POV. Kokoyashi Island, East Blue. The sea has finally calmed. Nami said, relieved. She was tired of destroying giant waves with the power of the wind until just recently. Time passed, and they found themselves getting closer and closer to the island. What's that in the sea? Yamato suddenly asked. Everyone was going about their normal routines as they waited to reach Nami's island. What did you see, Yamato? Luffy asked beside her. I think it's a fishman, he's circling our ship right now, she said. So, it's one of Arlong's scouts. Luffy thought for a moment. Yamato, Nami, and I are devil fruit users, and we're the strongest here. I don't think Reiju or Zoro could fight a fishman in the middle of the sea. I have to get him out of the water. I might have a plan for that, remembering how arrogant they are, I believe this will work. Luffy smiled with a possibility, his eyes shining with the excitement of a cunning strategist. Shirahoshi, my princess, come here. I want to tell you something. Luffy's call echoed, and Shirahoshi, curious, went to him. That simple title, my princess, attracted many suspicious looks. It was a rare display of formality from Luffy, making everyone alert, anticipating something unusual. Whisper asterisk. Whisper asterisk. Whisper asterisk. Are you sure, Luffy-sama? Someone's whispering voice in the crowd echoed with surprise and doubt. Of course. Ha ha ha, I think it's a good plan, can you do it? Luffy asked, smiling at the princess. His eyes conveyed unwavering confidence as Shirahoshi looked at Luffy with a mix of uncertainty and curiosity. The air was charged with expectation as the plan began to unfold, involving not only physical challenge but also intrigue and strategy. Alright, I can do it, Luffy-sama. She said, determined, clenching a fist, the sea bubbles around her seeming to tremble with the intensity of her decision. That's great, be ready. Luffy spoke with contagious enthusiasm, as if about to reveal the most amazing trick in the world. What do you think they're going to do? Usopp asked, curious, his observant eyes sharp for any twists in the situation. Honestly, I think I'd regret hearing the answer. Reiju muttered with a touch of concern, her mind trying to anticipate the next events. Luffy, you better not do anything that harms the integrity of that mermaid. Nami growled, casting a warning glance at the captain, knowing that his ideas didn't always follow the conventional script. A moment later. Ha 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 ha, this beautiful mermaid is mine. I've captured the most beautiful mermaid in the world. Luffy shouted, laughing uproariously at the bow of his ship, balanced on Ifrit's head, while holding Shirahoshi, who was tied in front of him, as if displaying a trophy in a marine comedy parade. The crew members looked at this scene with stunned eyes, their minds calculating how to retrieve the fishman at the bottom of the ship in this strange and embarrassing way. It was a mix of surprise and confusion, making the situation even more hilarious. Luffy-sama, bad, don't say so many embarrassing things. Shirahoshi couldn't help but complain, her voice mixing with the collective laughter that took over the ship. What do you think you're doing? Yamato had shark-tooth eyes and a bewildered expression when she saw this scene, her face a mix of surprise and confusion. Is she blushing? Reiju said, letting the cigarette fall from her mouth, her eyes watching the scene with a mix of amusement and curiosity. She looks happy. What's going on between those two, huh? Kuina was angry, her brows furrowed as she tried to understand what was happening.
Was it supposed to be a trap, or an opportunity for them to flirt with each other? Nami was angry too, crossing her arms in indignation. No woman can escape the charms of Brother Luffy, he's so cool. Johnny and Yasaku exclaimed in admiration, their eyes shining with a mix of surprise and envy. What do you mean, no woman? Nami shouted and used her powers.
Two enormous claws appeared in the air and threw the bounty hunters away, a gesture of pure frustration.
Ha 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 ha.
Try to be a little more convincing, Shirahoshi, that fishman will think we're setting a trap for him if you speak like that. Luffy said into the ears of a blushing Shirahoshi, his voice full of mischief.
I think Luffy-sama is right, I want to help him,
she said with more determination, a gleam of resolve in her eyes as she tried to get used to the unusual situation.
Luffy smiled at the mermaid's response and, unable to contain himself, shouted again.
Now that I have my own mermaid, I'm going to make her marry me, filling her with love and filling the house with little humans and fishmen in a house on some hill on a small island.
Ha 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 ha. I'm so evil,
Luffy shouted, his laughter echoing theatrically and exaggeratedly, turning the situation into a comedic spectacle for everyone on board.
Sharky eye.
Megalo choked on this, his fish eyes widened, expressing total disbelief at the absurdity of the situation.
This is so over the top. Rager shouted indignantly, her face twisted in a mix of confusion and amusement. How can he say something like that?
Yamato was boiling with anger, gripping her weapon even tighter, wishing to strike Luffy at that moment.
Luffy is so relentless, Usopp murmured, watching the scene with a mix of shock and admiration.
Why are we here wasting time when we could jump into the water and easily deal with that fishman? Zoro scoffed, his serious expression contrasting with the absurdity of the situation.
I agree with you, Zoro. I'd rather be in the water fighting a fishman than listening to these things,
Kuina said with a lifeless look, as if Luffy's comedy was simply too much for her to bear. Nami slapped her own face, an expression of disbelief spreading across her face as she witnessed the absurd situation. The bounty hunters were unconscious, sprawled on the deck after being thrown by Nami and her powers, like pieces on a board of crazy comedy.
Ouch!
Chaochu tried to wake them up, licking their faces with a mix of canine confusion and concern. Meanwhile, Hugo and the others on board could hear some commotion coming from the front ship, but no one could access it to see what was happening.
Curiosity grew like a wave, leaving everyone impatient. Exclamation point. Luffy-sama, don't say so many embarrassing things, I have to ask Daddy before I marry you,
Shirahoshi cried in embarrassment, her words echoing in a tone that mixed surprise and embarrassment. Hearing those words, the entire crew fell to the ground, stunned, as if they had been struck by an unexpected lightning bolt of humor.
Well, that's something we should discuss in the future, Princess. First, let's focus on taunting that fishman.
Luffy was stunned, trying to compose himself in the face of the unexpected turn of events.
But Luffy-sama, say something less embarrassing,
Shirahoshi cried, her face blushing even more.
All right, I will.
Luffy yielded to the girl's demand, but before he could continue, they were interrupted by the sound of water, and a strangely dressed figure landed on the ship the next moment. The new character, unusual and peculiar, seemed to have stepped straight out of a water-themed comedy play. Hachi was furious, his mood already shaken by the fruitless search for any sign of Mamu in the choppy waters. To his surprise, amidst the search, he spotted two ships approaching the island, an imposing pirate warship and another from the navy. However, what surprised him the most was the sight of a mermaid being captured by a human, displayed at the ship's prow like a trophy.
What is this mermaid doing here? She looks familiar, but I can't remember her.
Who is she, and how does this inferior human dare to touch her? Hachi was furious but contained his anger, thinking it best to report to Arlong before taking any action. As he prepared to leave, he heard the provocative insinuations of that human about his plans with the innocent mermaid. Hachi could no longer stand hearing that and went straight toward the ship. Upon landing on the vessel, he was faced with a crowd of humans, some with a strange appearance, including one who stood out at almost 3 meters tall.
However, Hachi ignored the others, focusing his anger on Luffy and Shirahoshi. Hey, inferior human! How dare you take one of ours? I'll kill you!
Hachi drew his swords from their sheaths and positioned them with his 6 arms quickly.
Boom, asterisk.
Without giving the fishman time to react, Yamato, already in a bad mood after getting irritated with Luffy and his antics, delivered a punch to the fish with such anger and impatience that it broke the wood beneath him. This, despite the warship being significantly sturdier than any they had faced before.
Did you kill him? Luffy asked, visibly alarmed by the strength of the blow. And what if I did? I don't care.
Yamato huffed, distancing herself from them with an expression still laden with anger.
She seems to be in a bad mood,
Shirahoshi said, feeling a shiver of fear at the intensity of Yamato at that moment.
She'll be fine. Must be that time of the month, Luffy muttered, shrugging as if the explanation were enough to justify the young woman's behavior.
This is Hachi, one of Arlong's most trusted. Nami expressed her surprise as she introduced the fishman, her gaze denoting a mix of recognition and distrust.
He's still alive?
Luffy asked, displaying his characteristic surprise, tinged with a hint of disbelief, as he observed the fishman in front of him.
I hope he is. Yamato didn't even give me a chance to fight him. I wanted to see that 6-sword style.
Zoro complained, his expression indicating a tinge of frustration at the missed opportunity. He's alive, but he'll be unconscious for quite some time. Kuina spoke after examining him, her voice laden with medical pragmatism. Hachi could only groan unconsciously, oblivious to everything happening around him as he remained in a state of lethargy induced by the intensity of the blow he received.
Luffy! You can let go of Shirahoshi now.
Nami complained, crossing her arms and casting a reproachful glance toward the captain. All eyes turned to Luffy, who still held the princess by the waist, seemingly oblivious to the discomfort he was causing.
Luffy-sama, do you like these things?
Shirahoshi asked, curious, while people around awaited the response.
What a playboy-sama! I knew our captain was no good. He's a wolf that doesn't even try to hide his claws. Damn womanizer. My Toki is betraying me. The women expressed their discontent with Luffy, throwing accusatory and indignant comments. I haven't slept with anyone since I arrived in this damn world, but these women are already judging me?
At least let me have sex with someone before calling me these things. Luffy thought indignantly, his expression revealing a mix of surprise and frustration at the women's misunderstanding of his intentions. As time passed and the Black Pearl, the Straw Hatch ship, approached Kokoyasi Island, the exuberant and vibrant atmosphere of the region gradually unfolded. The majestic outline of the Black Pearl stood out against the horizon, its sails billowing in the wind as the polished hull cut through the waters with grace. The tall mast, adorned with Luffy's characteristic flag, fluttered with determination, announcing the presence of the pirates in the area. As they neared the island, the tropical landscape unfolded before them. The colorful buildings of Kokoyasi village emerged among the lush tree canopies on that side of the island, creating a picturesque and welcoming sight. Palm trees rose along the beaches, swaying gently in the sea breeze. The nearby waterfall echoed with the gentle sound of water, adding a natural soundtrack to the pirates' arrival. Local flowers exuded sweet fragrances, blending with the salty sea air. Fishing boats, painted in vibrant colors, were anchored along the coast, witnessing the island's everyday tranquility. The locals began to notice the arrival of the Black Pearl, curious about the newcomers. The sky, now tinted with light shades of early evening, indicated that sunset was approaching, casting a soft light over the island. Kokoyasi awaited the arrival of the Straw Hats, ready to witness the events that would unfold in Nami's homeland. The Straw Hats decided not to anchor in the village but to head directly to Nami's house, situated on a hill overlooking the ocean. The pirate ship maneuvered skillfully, navigating the island's coast until reaching a more secluded cove. The Black Pearl headed for the beach to dock the ship on solid ground. As Black Pearl approached Kokoyasi Island, they glimpsed an unexpected scene on the beach. A formidable marine ship was anchored, its tall masts standing out against the blue sky. The marine flag fluttered in the wind, clearly indicating the presence of naval forces on the island. A marine ship? Nami exclaimed at the ship's edge, looking at it with considerable surprise.
Nami.
It's possible that Arlong betrayed you and sent the Marines to take your money without interference. Luffy commented beside her.
What? No, he can't do that. She shouted angrily. Upon seeing the Marine ship, Nami felt a mix of anger and apprehension.
Her eyes filled with tears, not just for the possible betrayal by Arlong but also for the uncertainty about her sister's safety and the village. As tears began to flow around her eyes and winds started to swirl, gaining some green marks traversing her body.
Calm down, Nami, you're not the same anymore.
It must be Captain Nozumi, that's why we didn't find him at the base.
Come on, let's go, I want to see his face right now.
I want you to bombard that ship now, announced Luffy, determined. He could simply blow up the ship but chose to announce the presence of the enemy ship rather than attribute the action to a devil fruit power.
Come on, Nami, let's see if your sister is safe.
Without hesitation, Luffy picked up Nami in his arms and jumped off the ship, flying towards the coast, determined to face whatever was coming and ensure Nami's sister's safety. The Black Pearl continued heading for the beach, but Usopp and Shirahoshi soon went to the ship's gun cabins, ready to destroy the ship with some Marines guarding it at the moment.
In a distant scene, amid the tension surrounding the arrival of the Marine ship, a fearless young woman with flowing blue hair, Nojiko, raised her voice against the naval officers.
You can't do this, she shouted, defying the maritime authorities now involved in the island's affairs.
Nozumi, an arrogant Marine, taunted Nojiko, mocking her resistance to the justice of the Marines.
Shut up, civilian. Dare to question the Marines' injustice?
You'll get shot for meddling in marine affairs, he threatened, as tension escalated in the air.
Genzo, an older and more experienced man, tried to intervene, pleading for Nojiko not to get more involved in the situation. He understood the dangers of challenging the Marines and was concerned about the potential consequences for the island's safety.
Nojiko, we need to avoid conflicts.
Fighting against the Marines will only make things worse. I know it's hard, but Nami fought for years to accumulate that money.
We must act wisely to protect our community, Genzo tried to persuade, appealing to reason amid the imminent chaos.
Nojiko, with tears in her eyes and her voice filled with indignation, continued to express her revolt in the face of the situation. But she was doing it for us, risking her life for so many years. All for Arlong and his henchmen to take it away from her right now, she cried, revealing all the frustration and anger built up over the years. Nojiko's words struck Nozumi hard, and the mere insinuation of being called a dog by someone else infuriated him.
Driven by wounded pride, Nozumi ordered his subordinates. What? Who are you calling a dog? Shoot her.
Immediately, one of the Marines stepped forward from the ranks, wielding his weapon and aiming it directly at Nojiko, while the tense atmosphere on the beach reached its peak.
Nojiko. Ah. Bang, asterisk.
The shot went straight to Nojiko's heart. Seeing her death before her eyes, she could only think of her sister, hoping she was safe somewhere, anywhere she might be. A cry of horror echoed on the beach as the shot was fired, ready to pierce Nojiko's heart. A heavy silence followed the gun's explosion, and everyone witnessed the imminent tragedy before them as the girl closed her eyes to avoid seeing her death. However, no pain surged in Nojiko's chest, instead, she felt enveloped by something unexpected.
Was it a hug?
Surprised and confused, Nojiko looked up, finding herself in the arms of an unknown man. He stared at her with a seductive and cheerful smile, as if he were very pleased and relieved with the situation.
Nojiko murmured, still stunned by the unexpected turn of events.
The man, revealing himself as Luffy, looked at her with enthusiasm.
So, you're Nami's sister?
She never told me she had such a beautiful sister, he exclaimed, revealing his relaxed and uninhibited nature amid the dramatic scene.
The contrast between the tense situation and Luffy's laid-back attitude brought an unusual element to the narrative. Chapter 59, Kokoyashi Village 02. Third-person POV. Kokoyashi Island, East Blue. Kokoyashi Village, East Blue. So you're Nami's sister.
She never told me she had such a beautiful sister. Luffy said cheerfully, like a bandit finding something quite attractive. While the Navy had its ship anchored on Kokoyashi Beach, Captain Nezumi led a secret operation to steal the treasure accumulated by Nami over the years. As the Marines kept the local population under control, Nezumi, accompanied by his subordinates, began to search Nami's house and its surroundings for gold. The streets were filled with sailors searching houses, confiscating goods, and instilling widespread fear in the community. However, in the midst of this dishonest operation, the situation escalated when Nojiko, Nami's sister, vehemently protested against the injustice that was happening. Captain Nezumi, irritated by the interference, ordered them to shoot her as a form of punishment. It was in this moment of chaos that Luffy, the fearless captain of the Straw Hats, appeared out of nowhere, dodging the bullet aimed at Nojiko. His unexpected arrival brought an element of surprise to the scene, interrupting the operation planned by Nezumi. While the sailors tried to process Luffy's presence, Nezumi saw his gold-stealing operation being threatened. The Straw Hat Pirates captain, with his relaxed expression and defiant attitude, was about to change the course of events, triggering an imminent confrontation between the pirates and the Navy on the peaceful Kokoyashi Island. An intriguing silence permeated the environment, leaving everyone bewildered by the unexpected arrival. The unknown man, seemingly unharmed after being shot, was now engaged in a conversation with Nojiko, openly flirting as if the previous event were insignificant. "Who are you?" Captain Nezumi inquired, being the first to break the silence, expressing surprise at the man's appearance. "Whom? Can't you see I'm talking to this lady here? Don't bother me." Luffy responded with a displeased look, redirecting his attention back to Nojiko. Luffy's nonchalant response provoked Captain Nezumi's anger, who exploded in indignation at the absurdity of the situation. Captain Nezumi, with his face contorted by surprise and anger, shouted at Luffy, "Tell me who you are and why you're interfering with the Navy's work." "Men, get ready to shoot him." Instantly, all available Marines aimed their guns at Luffy. Others, who were busy digging in the orange groves, abandoned their tools to grab their rifles stored nearby, preparing for the possible imminent conflict. Luffy, in response, maintained his bold and relaxed smile, as if he were just engaging in casual conversation. Ignoring the evident pressure of the moment, he spoke, I see you won't let me spend some time with this lovely woman, huh? So, let me introduce myself. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will rule the seas, the one who doesn't care about the Navy, the world government, celestial pigs, and those old guys known as the Five Elders in Yonkers." The echo of Luffy's words hung in the tense air as the imminent confrontation unfolded on Kokoyashi Island. The silence was broken only by the distant sound of waves breaking on the beach, providing an irregular soundtrack for the scene unfolding between the fearless pirate and the determined Navy. "Captain Nezumi, did I hear correctly? He really said that? He didn't call the celestial dragons heavenly pigs, did he? Where did this madman come from? I don't know what's more bizarre, his first statement or the second." The sailors began to murmur among themselves, astonished and perplexed, exchanging uncertain glances as they tried to process Luffy's bold words. Nezumi, Genzo, and Nojiko were also stunned, unable to hide the surprise stamped on their faces. "Captain Nezumi, do you think we should shoot him?" asked one Marine, looking confused. "Heavenly pigs, seriously," muttered another sailor, shaking his head in disbelief. Luffy, on the other hand, remained unchanged, observing everyone's reaction with a relaxed and confident expression, as if he were enjoying the confusion he had caused. "You're a madman, eliminate him now!" Nezumi shouted, and everyone was ready to pull the trigger. "Wait!" Luffy shouted and let go of Nojiko, who was still speechless with all these sudden events. Everyone stopped stunned for a moment, not expecting this man to shout at them as if he were their commander. Nezumi was stunned before, but this reached an even higher peak, seeing that his men seemed to obey this stranger. "What do you think you're doing?" Nezumi exclaimed, irritated. "Relax, Captain Rat, I'm just making sure this lady doesn't get hurt." "We don't want trouble with a citizen getting hurt, right?" Luffy replied, maintaining a relaxed smile. The sailors exchanged confused looks among themselves, while Nezumi tried to process the situation, his eyebrows furrowed with disbelief at Luffy's audacity. Luffy walked forward and crossed his arms in front of the group facing him. "What are you? I'm not your opponent, you should look up," Luffy announced, cutting off Nozumi's command at the last moment.
"What are you saying? Do you think we'll fall for that, pirate?"
"Let's kill him," said one of the sailors, returning to normalcy. However, something incredible happened among them at that moment.
Boom, **.
Before Nozumi could react or shoot at Luffy, a colossal rock plummeted from the sky, mercilessly crushing at least half a dozen sailors.
Exclamation point. What happened? What is this? They were crushed, like this? What the hell was that? Look to the sky. An angel. Did I die? She's so beautiful.
It looks like she's lifting rocks with those strange claws. She's like those tails where a winged cupid throws love stones.
What are you saying?
They're arrows in those tails, not stones.
And these stones are too big.
They're increasing in size, they're not stones but giant rocks.
Run. Boom, *. She's trying to kill us. I don't want to die twice. Who said you're already dead? She's here to kill you once. Run. Boom, *. Boom, *. Boom, *.
The explosions continued, mercilessly crushing all the marines in the open area, while Nami hurled rocks with her Garuda claws, removing them from the island's coast as she flew. The surreal and chaotic scene transformed into destruction and death, with the apparent avenging angel leaving everyone bewildered, trying to make sense of the absurd situation.
I'm so furious that I'll finish you all.
First, you destroy my orange trees, then try to steal my treasure, and now Luffy flirts with my sister while I have to film him doing that?
I need to vent all my anger.
Nami shouted in the air, relentlessly throwing stones at the marines.
Damn you, Luffy!
She yelled, flapping her wings to descend towards the ground.
Boom, *. Nami? Ha ha ha.
I thought you'd never come down from the sky, you scared all those marines.
You should. Boom, *.
Luffy barely had time to react when he took a punch from Nami, who emerged from the wreckage where she had landed.
The impact echoed like thunder, leaving everyone stunned by the navigator's furious expression.
Crack, *. Luffy flew at high speed towards a nearby rock, which exploded into pieces with the devastating impact.
Nojiko and Genzo watched the scene in shock, as if witnessing a surreal nightmare.
This is for making me see my sister almost dying and flirting with her right after, while I had to film all of this.
Nami shouted angrily, releasing her emotions into the air with intensity. Ha 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 ha. No need to get so mad.
Luffy started laughing, emerging from the wreckage as if he hadn't felt the slightest impact. The area around was marked by destruction, rocks, and dust suspended in the air, evidencing the strength of the collision.
Nami! Nojiko finally snapped out of her stun state.
As she observed her sister, she noticed that she looked a bit different.
The mischievous appearance was still there, but now Nami had enormous wings.
Nojiko witnessed her sister ruthlessly defeat at least 24 marines, tossing a man like a doll against the rocks. The man emerged from the wreckage as if the punch that threw him hadn't caused the slightest damage.
Nami, how did you acquire these powers, and where did you find this creature?
Genzo commented, still processing the surreal situation.
Monster!
Nami, about to respond to her brother, was interrupted by the sound of the remaining marines.
To escape the flying rocks, they took cover in the house and hid under the orange trees. Nami couldn't simply attack these places, and the situation became even more bizarre. They seem to be afraid of you. Luffy commented playfully to the cat thief.
Quiet, I'll have a little chat with you shortly, Nami said to Luffy and turned to the rest of the naval men. She raised her hands, and claws began to materialize in the air and flew directly for the necks of 8 hidden marines, both inside the house and under the orange trees. Quickly, 8 bodies were lifted into the air by their necks in front of the woman with the commands of her hand. They struggled in fear, realizing their necks were being squeezed without being able to react, and they were almost losing consciousness.
So, you wanted to steal from me, huh? Nami growled at the group. Please, don't kill me. Some of them pleaded. It was, Arlong, I can compensate you, if you spare me.
Nezumi said. As one of the survivors of those enormous rocks, he begged for his life, offering everything he could to get out of here in one piece, cursing Arlong for making him try to steal from a monster like this woman.
You want me to let you go? After all the evil you've done? Nami mocked. Wait, Nami.
Nojiko quickly grabbed her sister's shoulder with pleading eyes.
Nami, don't do this.
I know they deserve it, but killing them in cold blood is beneath who you are.
Nojiko didn't want Nami to become a cold-blooded killer in this way.
Nami looked at her sister a bit disturbed. She didn't want Nojiko to be afraid of her.
I guess you're right,
Nami admitted, earning a relieved look from the 8 bodies suspended in the air. If it were me, I wouldn't be too happy about this. My captain will decide your fate when you wake up, Nami said, and with a hand movement, she threw them all to the ground, colliding forcefully and knocking them out the next moment.
Nojiko sighed in relief and looked at Nami. I guess we have a lot to talk about, huh? She said and quickly went into the house with a trio following shortly after. Meanwhile, on the beach,
the thunderous sound of cannon explosions echoed through the air as the Black Pearl unleashed a fierce bombardment against the marine ship anchored on the beach.
Each explosion was like a resounding roar, shaking the surrounding environment.
The deep rumble was accompanied by the sharp whistle of projectiles cutting through the air before hitting their target. The sky was tinted with dark smoke, and the impact of the explosions was visible, creating splashes of water and marine debris that soared into the air. The continuous sound of cannons firing created a chaotic symphony, filling the ears with a cacophony of deafening noises.
With each explosion, the marine ship trembled, creaking and squealing under the relentless attack.
The cannons of the Black Pearl fired in an impressive cadence, creating an atmosphere of chaos and destruction. The metallic sound of bullets hitting the hull of the target ship mixed with the roar of explosions, forming a concert of destruction that echoed across the beach and beyond. A moment later, 4 people were sitting at the kitchen table.
Ha 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 ha. They seem to be having fun at the beach, huh?
Luffy laughed, hearing the sound of cannons.
What are you guys doing? Ganzo asked alarmed, also hearing the explosions but not knowing what was happening. We're blowing up Captain Nezumi's marine ship, Nami answered simply. Nami, where did you find these people? Nojiko asked, bewildered by so many events. By the way, this drink is delicious. Would you like to join my crew by any chance? Luffy ignored her comment and looked at Nojiko, extending the invitation with a smile to the blue-haired woman.
Don't ask my sister something like that out of nowhere,
Nami yelled at Luffy. Ha 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 ha. Nami, where did you really find him? Is he your boyfriend or something?
Nojiko, overcoming so many surprises, laughed when she heard their interaction. I'm the captain and her husband,
Luffy casually responded. What do you mean, husband? Nami had a comical expression on her face. Husband? Who do you think you are to be her husband, brat? The mayor shouted at Luffy indignantly. Is this some kind of union?
Like, we haven't gotten married yet, but it's not like that won't change in the future,
Luffy said calmly. Ha 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 ha. Nami, this is the first man you bring home, and he's so outrageous. Nojiko was having fun after so much tension and death just a moment ago. He's not my husband.
If he wants to marry me, I want 10 billion berries,
Nami shouted, demanding it quickly. So, this is how you repay my love and sacrifice for you, Nami? In the end, you just wanted my money? Luffy seemed to lament. Stop pretending.
Nami released her power, but Luffy didn't move, but Genzo beside her was thrown backward, falling unconscious the next moment.
Nami, how could you do this to him? Nojiko was indignant with Nami's treatment of her husband, completely ignoring Genzo.
Nami was speechless before her sister, believing in her captain's silver tongue so easily. Luffy, with a fake hurt expression, crossed his arms and sighed dramatically as he responded to Nojiko's indignation.
Look, Nojiko, I thought you would reciprocate her love for me. I'm always acting like a knight, a true romantic, but it seems like that's a thing of the past.
Women nowadays don't seem to like that kind of thing much, maybe I should move on and hope someone will love me someday, you know, a broken heart, a lonely soul. Luffy looked at the horizon with a theatrical and sad expression, as if he were starring in a tragic love story. Meanwhile, Nojiko beside him began to look at him with a mixture of compassion and curiosity, captivated by the melodramatic performance of the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates.
Nami was stunned by this. Ah! Poor thing!
Nojiko, next to Luffy, stood up from the chair and approached him with a pitying expression, ready to console him in the fictitious sadness he portrayed. Nami, on the other hand, was stunned by Luffy's theatrical ability. Nojiko, embracing Luffy, seemed to offer genuine comfort, but the captain, with an unexpected move, lifted Nojiko in his arms, adding an even more unusual touch to the scene.
Ah! Nojiko gave a surprised scream when she felt her body being placed over Luffy's. Luffy's unexpected boldness caught her off guard as she nestled into his lap. Thank you, Nojiko.
I didn't know Nami had such a good sister.
Luffy expressed his gratitude while holding Nojiko intimately above him.
Nojiko, still surprised, murmured, "You're so bold, Luffy."
No wonder Nami seems to like you. Only her?
Luffy smiled with his characteristic seductive grin, gazing at Nojiko in a captivating manner.
Nojiko, in turn, was torn between perplexity and a slight blush on her cheeks.
Luffy's theatrical ability surprised her, and his seductive look made the situation even more unusual.
I don't know.
My sister might not like sharing her boyfriend, she said, showing a flirtatious smile.
But as you can see, it seems like she doesn't want me, however. Luffy leaned closer to Nojiko's face.
It gets really complicated for me. On one side, I have my sister's happiness, on the other, I have the man who saved my life like a Prince Charming, and now he's inviting me to be his princess?
It's hard to decide like this. Nojiko, with her usual bold expression, now exhibited an intriguing mix of fascination and uncertainty.
Her usually fearless eyes betrayed a glint of enchantment in the face of Luffy's casual seduction. As his words filled the space between them, she seemed captivated by the peculiar aura of the Straw Hat Pirates captain.
You.
Luffy and Nojiko looked at Nami at this moment, as Nami seemed to have stayed quiet the whole time. She looked at this shameless man and woman while her sister was still on the lap of her womanizing captain, seemingly enjoying that contact, openly flirting as if it were a room, while they pretended she wasn't there the whole time.
Stop flirting with each other.
Nami's furious shout echoed through the house, and she conjured a new claw in the air, unleashing a destructive attack that shattered the table.
Luffy, as quick as ever, grabbing Nojiko by his side, jumped up, skillfully avoiding the impact of Nami's strike.
Outside, debris from the explosion flew out of the house. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat group appeared, led by Yamato, who followed them with his haki.
They seem to have finished here, Kuina muttered, visibly stunned.
Several bodies were scattered, crushed by stones outside the house, while more than half a dozen still breathed, although unconscious.
Luffy! The worried cry echoed through the air as the group approached the tumultuous scene. Boom, asterisk. Ha 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 ha. Stay still. And let go of my sister. Boom, asterisk. Ah, that was close, Nami. I'm going to kill you. Boom, asterisk. Boom, asterisk. Boom, asterisk. Boom, asterisk. The sound of explosions echoed through the area as the clash between Nami and Luffy unfolded. Luffy laughed joyfully, seeming to enjoy the situation, while Nami, visibly furious, continued to launch her claws forcefully. The group outside could hear the screams and explosions, becoming intrigued by the intensity of the fight and wondering if the enraged Nami was the same person they knew. What's happening in there? Usopp asked, a little frightened by the noise and explosions. Namisama looks so scary. Shirahoshi cried, watching the explosions with wide eyes. We better see what's going on, there might be an enemy. Zoro agreed, taking the first steps toward the house. Where are you going? How can you want to go home in front of us, when you walk back the way you came from the beach? Kuina shouted indignantly at Zoro, who might even mistake the way to the house right in front of him. I just made a little mistake. Zoro complained, as the group exchanged curious and concerned looks among themselves.
Suspense hung in the air as everyone wondered what could be happening inside the house.
Let's go in, Yamato said, taking the first steps. Zoro, just follow us, Usopp warned. All right,
the swordsman grumbled.
Chapter 60, Kokoyashi Village 03. Third-person POV. Kokoyashi Island, East Blue.
Nami calmed down after a while, and the group was now gathered.
The interior of the first floor of the house was destroyed, courtesy of the explosions and Nami's rage. So you're Nami's sister, Nojiko-sama, you're so beautiful. Shirahoshi looked at Nojiko with admiration.
She couldn't help but wish for an older sister after hearing Nami's story, even though it was mostly sad. She always had her sister to help her move forward.
Yes, and I can't believe I'm seeing a mermaid.
I remember Belmere talking about them when we were kids. I never imagined seeing one here.
You're so beautiful and innocent. Nojiko seemed quite open with Shirahoshi, who smiled at the blue-haired woman as she heard her. Your sister is so mature, Nami. Kuina couldn't help but comment.
Since Shirahoshi is of the same race as those who destroyed the sisters' lives many years ago, but she didn't seem to have any prejudice against the mermaid princess.
Yes, Nojiko is a very mature woman, but your sister is quite temperamental,
Reija said, looking around. The whole place was devastated where there should have been a living room and kitchen.
Zoro, never let me irritate Nami, leave that just for Luffy, understood? Usopp murmured next to the swordsman, afraid of facing that same fury one day.
Tisk.
Zoro snorted. Did Sister Nami do all this? She's so scary. The pirate hunters, Johnny and Yasaku, spoke with a bit of fear like Usopp. Ow. Sharky. You don't need to be afraid of Nami-sama. She's so nice. Shirahoshi defended Nami from the frightened animals. Luffy, what did you do here? Yamato complained. I didn't do anything. Just avoided the attacks. Luffy said calmly. This part of the house was completely destroyed.
Broken furniture and cracked walls witnessed the havoc caused by Nami, who was trying to hit Luffy while he skillfully dodged with his sister, Nojiko, in his arms. Debris scattered on the floor, creating a chaotic scene that reflected the intensity of the confrontation between the navigator and the Straw Hat Pirates captain.
Anyway, I can't believe Marines could be so rotten. Kuina complained. Have you already forgotten what they did at Base 16 when we destroyed and looted the place? Reiju asked calmly. What? What did you do at Naval Base 16? Nojiko asked a bit indignant.
Nothing much, we just destroyed half the base with our ship cannons. I wanted to wipe it off the map, but that would have led to unnecessary slaughter. Luffy commented a little dissatisfied with having to let go of the idea of blowing up a marine base.
Is this true, Nami? Her sister asked seriously.
Yes, I no longer belong to Arlong. I am a member of this crew, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates.
We attacked the Marines and stole everything we could,
she said confidently, earning many satisfied smiles from her comrades.
So, this is your pirate crew? Well, you can see they are quite unique.
Nojiko couldn't help but be amazed, looking at the humans with each unique personality, a dog, a flying shark, and a beautiful mermaid all together.
You can join too if you want, you know. We need someone to take care of your sister. Luffy smiled and teased Nami. Nojiko, still processing the idea, responded cautiously, That's a sudden invitation, Luffy. I'm not sure if I can just join a pirate crew. Luffy laughed and retorted, Think of it as an offer of exciting adventures and freedom on the seas. Besides, it would be great to have someone like you with us. Give it some thought, Nojiko. About that, I must think,
she said with a small smile, dodging the question but playing along.
You? Nami huffed. Anyway, let's get rid of Arlong.
I want to do it before tonight because I want to have another feast. Luffy shared his thoughts, and Nojiko looked at him as if a second head had grown on his shoulder.
But a feast? Yamato asked.
Of course, we're pirates, feasts are part of a pirate's daily life.
Luffy smiled as he spoke. Wait a moment. Do you want to get rid of Arlong? Nojiko looked astonished at the tall man.
I don't, your sister is going to do that. I'll just make sure she does it right.
Luffy declared, crossing his arms. Nami? You're not thinking.
Nojiko was interrupted by her sister before she could continue.
Don't worry, Nojiko, I'll win. Haven't you seen my strength? Nami said with some confidence. I have, but Arlong. Nojiko tried to argue but was interrupted by Yamato.
Oh, two fishmen outside, looking at the fallen bodies. Yamato said, making Luffy turn in that direction.
Do you want to deal with that, Nami?
He asked, and she nodded seriously. Nami wasted no more time and started walking among the broken furniture that she herself left that way and went out the door. There, two fishmen were trying to wake up the fallen Marines. While the Straw Hat group tried to understand the chaotic situation after the explosions and looked for Hachi, they observed from afar another group of villagers who kept their distance due to the massacre happening. The fight caught the attention of the whole village, but no one dared to approach. Nami approached the other group, casually stating their names after a certain distance. So it's you, Take and Shioyaki, she said, capturing their attention. The villagers turned to Nami, leaving an unconscious Nezumi aside.
Nami? You arrived on the island. What the hell happened here? Who killed them? One of the villagers quickly demanded.
It was me, Nami replied coldly, interrupting her walk to face them.
HM? You? Stop kidding, Nami.
You better spill it, when Arlong finds out, it won't be good for you.
Shioyaki said angrily.
I'd love to see that happen, then, Nami retorted. She raised her hands and sliced the air in front of her. A gust of wind hit them next, catching them off guard and throwing them against some fallen rocks in the area. The shocked expressions on their faces reflected the disbelief in the face of the ability they never expected to witness.
That?
Nami is a devil fruit user, they exclaimed upon the collision, getting up with astonishment and a touch of fear in their eyes. Before they could articulate anything more, it was too late. In the next strike, they were knocked out as Nami threw them again, ensuring their defeat. Yes, I am a devil fruit user, and I intend to destroy you with this power.
Nami murmured, staring at the two Tritons lying on the ground.
The determination in her eyes left no doubt that she was determined to use her abilities to face any threat.
Should we go now, Luffy?
She turned and found the crew looking at her with admiration, especially her stunned sister, who saw Nami defeat two members of Arlong with just a wave of her hands.
Let's first get rid of the Marines.
Let's throw them to the ex-captives on the beach so they can mete out their own justice. Also, I want to check on the Black Pearl and bring it to the ship so it won't be stolen. We might have helped the people trapped in the Marine base, but that doesn't mean they can't try to steal from us at the first opportunity, Luffy said, and they quickly grabbed the 8 Marines and headed to the beach where they landed. The villagers who witnessed Nami taking down the Tritons ran to the village to spread the news. Sometime later, the crew saw that Luffy was right. After the crew left the pirate ship, many ex-captives staged a mutiny and tried to steal the Black Pearl to leave the island. Surprisingly, Hugo prevented this from happening, standing in the way of anyone who tried to do something and taking down many of them.
Luffy appeared and went to talk to the big man first.
Hugo, this is a surprise.
Thanks for defending our ship. Luffy couldn't help but express his gratitude. This is the least I can do.
I'm not the type to take advantage of my saviors, he said.
Even so, you have my thanks. Luffy said to Hugo and turned to the people he had helped once.
With a cold gaze, he spoke as the crowd began to step back, especially those who organized and suggested the mutiny.
We helped you, even though it wasn't our real intention.
I expected at least some respect, but you tried to take our things at the first opportunity you had. Luffy looked with a stern eye at everyone, not everyone, especially the women, as more male slaves were involved in this mutiny. His crew was at a distance from him, observing this scene, also not liking to hear this and seeing the situation of people they had liberated.
I don't intend to be a kind person next time.
If this happens again, I intend to act as we did with the Marines, Luffy said angrily. Another type of person that Luffy doesn't like is those who bite the hand that fed them at some point. It may not be the type he hates the most, but he also has no love for this kind. Luffy not only expressed it in words, but purple flames appeared on his body and exploded with fury circulating around him without burning his clothes.
Flames asterisk.
The sound of flames was violent and heard throughout that part of the beach, causing the crowd to retreat in fear and with the increasing heat. So you better think very well before attacking us next time, because just as you have the freedom to try to steal from us, there are consequences, and we have the freedom to retaliate, and I guarantee it's better not to make me choose that option.
Luffy said amidst the flames like a demon from the abyss.
I'm sorry. We won't do it again, sir, please forgive us. An old man, one of those who joined the mutiny, begged for mercy immediately. They didn't witness the fight against the Marines when they were liberated, so they thought it was a normal group that had a ship to end the Marine base. That's why they wanted the Black Pearl and its treasures to live better. But now, seeing the capabilities of this man, they realized they messed with someone very dangerous. Don't worry, I don't need your words to protect my ship now. I'll take the Black Pearl with me, Luffy said and looked at his crew, accompanied by Nojiko as well. Nami will fight against Arlong. Zoro, you can take Hachi on our ship. Johnny and Yasaku bring the other unconscious fishmen too. I want Shirahoshi to judge them once Nami finishes them off, Luffy said, surprising everyone, especially the mermaid herself.
Me?
Luffy-sama, shouldn't Nami seek revenge? She asked uncertainly. They are her people. Nami has the right to revenge, but if she doesn't want to kill them, which I think she might not, you will have the final decision from there,
Luffy said, and Nami nodded, trusting the mermaid.
As soon as Zoro took Hachi off their black ship, Luffy touched the Black Pearl to shrink its size to the point where he could hold the miniature ship in his hand now.
Let's go to Arlong Park. It's time to end this, Luffy announced, and everyone nodded, following him as he left. And you, Hugo, thank you for your help once again.
If you're still interested in my earlier proposal, look for me until tonight's party because we'll be leaving early in the morning,
Luffy announced and received a nod from Hugo with that and some questioning looks from his crew, unaware of the proposal Luffy made to Hugo.
One more thing, if you cause any more trouble, especially with the village of this island, it won't be me who takes care of you, it will be Nami, a resident here. Trust me, I saw her kill 24 Marines before coming here.
She can be worse than me, Luffy said and turned to leave.
Nami, throw the Marines into the crowd and let them decide what to do with them, Luffy announced, and Nami did exactly that with her claws.
That's brutal, Nojiko couldn't help but comment. Well, they were enslaved by those uniformed people. Let them have the chance to get revenge.
It's better than just killing them, Luffy shrugged. So they set off. The Marines were awakened by an angry crowd surrounding them on the beach. After that, the whole group went to Arlong Park, passing through Nami's village. The citizens who had already heard about the events after those strange noises coming from Nami's hill noticed a large group carrying some unconscious fishmen on their shoulders, alarming them. They asked what was happening here.
Is it true? Nami came back and took down Arlong's people?
Someone shouted, and soon everyone was looking at the group passing through the middle of the village, moving forward without caring about the questioning and stunned looks.
Nojiko, what's happening?
They said there was a conflict at your house with the Marines,
someone shouted. Nami? You're back?
Who are these people? Why did they harm Arlong's men? Nami, hearing this, looked at the citizen who asked directly to her and said confidently, "We are the Straw Hat Pirates, and we are going to end Arlong's reign and his crew,"
Nami announced, leading in front of Luffy. You can't be serious, can you?
A woman trembled with this.
Of course, I promise you that Arlong will never be a problem again after today, she announced.
Come on, this is a good scene for a classical music piece like One Piece's OST, Overtaken. 222222. Luffy smiled, imagining the music playing in his mind as they walked with Nami in the lead. More and more people came to see Nami's strange group and started following them. The entire village followed them as they moved away and approached the domains of the fishmen on one side of the coast.
Is she really going to do this? What happened? Do you believe the story that she can do magic?
I don't know, but she looks very different, and this group is quite strange.
They don't seem to be afraid of Arlong.
Nami seems confident about this, even said she would fight Arlong himself.
Nojiko can't let this happen. Her sister will only be killed like this. Someone stop her.
It's too late, she's already in front of the gates.
Stop her. Nami.
Nami didn't care and let the power of the wind circulate her hand as she leaned back and punched the gate along with the wall of Arlong Park.
Boom, asterisk. A moment earlier. Where is Hachi? Why hasn't he returned yet?
In the crowd of fishmen in front of a sitting Arlong, Karubi said, crossing his arms.
I don't know, Arlong. He hasn't shown up since he went to look for Mamu.
Someone from the crowd of fishmen spoke. Take and Shioyaki went to talk to the Marines, but they're also late.
What the hell is happening today? Strange and concerning events all day long.
It seems like something drastic is going to happen on a day I should be getting even richer with Nami's money. Arlong growled, his bad luck and negative feelings growing inside him. As soon as he spoke, something unexpected happened.
Boom, asterisk.
An explosion caught their attention. The main gate flew from the explosion and impact, hitting some fishmen who were in front of Arlong.
What? Who did this? Guys, are you okay? The gate went flying. Craig. Is he dead? He was crushed by debris.
They looked at their fallen comrades in disbelief and turned their gaze to where the gate used to be. There stood someone they never imagined seeing like this. While keeping her fist still raised, she stared at them and spoke in a loud tone.
Hello, Arlong. It's me, Nami, and I'm here to finish you.
Nami said confidently, facing more than 40 fishmen in front of her. That wraps up this part of the revised version of What If There Was a Different Luffy.
Thanks so much for listening. I will try to get the revisions done as soon as possible, so stay tuned for that.
If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, share it with your friends, and please consider supporting the original author as well.
See you in the next one.